chum.
Here we go, here we go, here we go. Oh my god. How are we doing, chat? Welcome to Thursday. It's me, your boy, Donkus Jonkus. And Steph's already looking after me in the chat. Appreciate you, Queen. We got the stretch, we got the blue fella, we got the hydrate. For once, I'm not eating my tea at the start of the stream. So that's good, isn't it? Finally got my shit together. I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why I'm not eating my tea at the start of the stream today. That's because my tea today was fucking insane. I don't even mind saying it, right? I used to make, around about 2018, 2019, I discovered a recipe for sweet potato fries, yeah? Sweet potato fries, brilliant, complex carbohydrate, really nice. Little change from French fries made with regular potato, or whatever you want to call it, you know? And I used to make that with chicken and peppers and onion, and that was it, really. Just like, and maybe like a bit of broccoli and kale or something. Because I used to be really on like low carb kind of business, but you know, I haven't really done that for a long time. I think it's since I got a rice cooker. I got a rice cooker for my birthday from my stepsister that has now disowned me, but it remains one of the best gifts I've ever gotten for Christmas. So So yeah, obviously the complex carbs that I've been eating have been brown rice and shit like that, essentially. I forgot how good sweet potato fries were. I made some sweet potato fries. I got that Aldi Wagyu beef. I don't know if I told anybody that happened. It was just like in the special offer thing. And obviously like the thing about that was giving me all the anxiety when I was trying to go vegan about B12 and iron. I was like, right, I should probably have a bit of red meat. Had a fucking burger. I made a burger with sweet potato fries. Oh my god, it was so fucking good, chat. Holy fucking shit, it was ridiculous. And also I've been to the gym. I've been to the gym and I meditated today, so I'm feeling proper good. And I've gotten a whole bunch of other stuff done as well. Like I've done like a bit of laundry and shit, and you know, worked a little bit on my script today for the Filtered 24 video, so that's very exciting. And yeah, I'm feeling great. I'm feeling great. So yeah, I will have a little stretch. Thanks, Steph. Just a little one. Oh my god. Oh. Little one. Oh my god. Oh, shit. Oh. Okay. And I'll have a blue fella while I'm chatting to you. Yeah. I'll do that. She's looking after me. Let's say hi to everyone in the chat. Who do we got? We got Val and Steph. We got Vord. We got Nappers. We got Steven and Nappers. Nappers with the 10 consecutive streams watched. And Steven with the 7 consecutive streams watched. Let's go. We got Ninny. We got B-Rat. We got Husker. We have got Dan McLeith. How are you all doing? What's going on? Val says got another migraine. Did I miss Ninny? Did I say hi to Ninny? Hello, Ninny. I got another migraine, says Val. Not fun times having to miss my union branch meetings. That fucking sucks, love. I'm sorry to hear it. I'm sorry to hear it. Look after yourself. It's stressful. There's stressful times afoot, you know what I mean? And it's really, really easy to get stressed in that. Oh, bless you. I would rather eat my hat than go low carb. Yeah, that's why I'm no longer low carb. Sweet potato fries are so good. Yeah, and it's just dead easy as well. You just chip them, you peel them and chip them. You don't even really have to peel them, but you know, I peel them and chip them, and then a little bit of cumin, paprika, salt and pepper, olive oil. Put it in the oven, 20 minutes. Well, put it in for 10 minutes at which is the one. Husker. Oh my god.
Blue fella cancellation. Just kidding, have an M8.
Just kidding, have at, mate. Did you mean have at it, mate? Husker, thank you so much for the 16 months, and thank you so much for the Prime sub. How are you doing? Hope you're doing good. Had an Italian sandwich today and went wacky mode by putting maple syrup on it, and it was amazing. Felt like a stroke of genius. That is wacky mode, and it's very good. Very, very good. What else? Sweet potato. I just chip them. I just peel them and chip them, and you put them in the oven at 180. Actually, no, 200 degrees Celsius for the Yanks. Do whatever conversion you need to do for that. I'm not doing it. For 10 minutes, flip them, and then another 10 minutes, and then they're done. 20 minutes and they're done, you know? You don't even have to blanch them. That's the great thing about sweet potato fries. Stephen Cleverpig says sweet potato waffle fries, though. That sounds like way too much of a faff. So I probably won't ever do that. Like, you're telling me that there's a way to make sweet potato waffle fries at home? Is that possible without a large manufacturing machine? If it is possible, I might give it a go, but it does sound like a mad faff. I went out yesterday to do errands and also for some respite. Due to my stress, my immune system is sort of fucked. I was already a little unwell and sickness slapped me in the face today. Oh shit, I'm sorry to hear it, Dan. I'm sorry to hear it. Yeah, you know, yeah, I would just advise everybody to, like, you know, mask up if you're going out. You know, just be, like, sensible about it and that. You have to wear, like, a mask all the time, everywhere and shit. But if you hear someone, coughing and that, it's probably a good idea to just whack it on. You mean at the restaurant or in the frozen bag? I'm with you. Okay, yeah, no, probably, yeah, yeah. Obviously, if I go somewhere and they've got them, yeah, I'll give them a go. Yeah, they sound great. I love waffle fries, so yeah, that's the way. Hey Connor, how are you doing? Welcome in. Hello Morgana. Probably can't get them in the UK, but the frozen Nathan's onion rings in the USA, a 10 out of 10 chef's kiss. That sounds great. That sounds pog champ. What else forgot? What else forgot to tell you? Nothing much, really. Nothing much. Played a bit of Battle for Middle-earth 2 today. That was great. I'm enjoying watching on Grouse House. I don't know if anyone watches Grouse House. If you like Auntie Donna, you should check out Grouse House. It's got loads of Auntie Donna on it, but there's also all these other comedians from Australia there that are like kind of new and up and coming and a bit weird and a bit wacky, you know, alternative comedy kind of guys. And there's this really good show that this one comedian called Demi Lardner does, and it's called So You Want to Win a Penis Pump, and it's very good. I saw the first 10 minutes of the new guessing game. I'm going to be watching that tonight, Steph. Yeah, I'm very excited. Hello, Bellatrix. How you doing? Welcome in. I'm very excited to check out the latest episode of Most Upsetting Guessing Game. And yeah, So You Want to Win a Penis Pump is this like wacky game show where the rules are just super abstract. It's kind of like Shooting Stars. It's just a bit ridiculous. And for example, one of the things that they do is one round is you have to play a game of Hangman, but then they go somewhere after the show and she doesn't tell the contestants where they're gonna go. And they go to a tattoo parlor, and basically, like, she does, like, Hangman, but tattoos the Hangman game on her leg. It's so fucking good. It's so good. Hey, Lil Zipper, what's up? This is my bag, baby. Buy one djmuel. Wait, what? This is my bag, baby. Buy one djmuel. Wait, what? Sounds like a nightmare. No, it's good. It's good stuff. It's funny as fuck. Austin Powers reference. Oh, right. Okay. Yeah, sorry. I don't... the fat bastard bit? I don't know. Is it that? Is it that? Or is it just like a thing that Austin... Oh, it's the penis pump scene! Right, yeah, I remember. Yeah. Okay, good one. Well done. Sorry, that's me being like 36 and I watched it when I was 12 and I can't remember it, so that's on me. That's on me. Shouldn't have been watching them films when I was that young, but that's on my dad, because he let me do it. He let me see it. The crazy bastard. How you doing, Zipper? It's good to see you. Krill, how are you? Good to see you as well. Johnny, hello. Did I say hi to Johnny? I'm so worried, like, now that the community is growing and growing and growing and growing, every day it feels like, almost every day it feels like there's more people in here, and I freak out because it used to be so easy. I used to just be like, yeah, hi, the 10 people who are in chat, and it's probably 10 now, but you know what I mean, like, it was very easy before. Now I've got to remember all your names. And remember if I've said hi to you. It's dead hard. Hey, Loki, what's up? And hello, Luna. Also, I've got ADHD. And we can't do anything. My dad let me watch Hellraiser 2 when I was 10. That's insane. That's absolutely insane. Hey, Morton, what's up? I'm Canadian. You could just call me Bud. No, I remember... No, that was a stupid thing for me to say. I do remember names. I do actually remember names. It's just whether I've actually said hi. I've got good news. Some of the laundry that I did involved washing the boys' blankies, right? And it turns out he's a big fan of that. He's a big, mad fan of that. And that's very exciting for everybody, isn't it? Here's an example of what I'm talking about. Now, what that means is... There he is. Look. Isn't it great? He's just there. Now, what this means is that if we unlock the cat cam today, he'll probably just be there for the whole time because he loves it in there. And the only times that he's not been on the top of the cat tree, it's been because he's been in my bed because he's looking for somewhere like cozy to be in that's got a roof on it, and that he's got that there. You've got it there, haven't you? And it's warm in here, and you're chilling. Can you see him? He's looking at me. You're chilling, aren't you? He's like, get the fuck away from me, bro. Don't fucking look at me, dog. I'll fucking murk you. I just want to say I really appreciate it when you say hi to every chatter coming in. I'm going to continue to do my best with that. Okay, so this is what we could have if we unlock the cat cam today. £25 in donos. That's all it takes. We could get it now. We could get it out of the way now. It could happen now. 5 people donating £5 each, and it would be unlocked for the rest of the stream. And then we got Melpert there. What else did I miss in the chat? Who do we got? What do we got? There you go. I knew it would happen. There you go. It's fucking unlocked for the rest of the stream. There it is. Thank you, Johnny. Thank you for the 50 fucking quid, bro. Oh, he's going. No, don't. What? What the fuck? Cats, man. That's fucking crazy. He just literally fucked off as soon as I turned it back on. That's so crazy, bro. Johnny, thank you so much for the £50. Thank you so much for subbing on Twitch. Thank you so much for supporting the stream. I appreciate you, King. We are halfway. Oh, he's back! Yes! 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 Come on. That's it. He's back. Brilliant. Right, that's just great. Can't see his face, but never mind. You know, could be worse, couldn't it? It's because he's got blankies. He's very happy with the blankies. But his head is like, I think, sticking out. Sticking out the other end? What are you doing? He's just up against the back wall. That's what it is. Okay. All right. Hello, network. How are you? My bed has not arrived yet, Morgana, but my bed frame, I'm getting that on Saturday. So in 2 days, I'm getting the frame. And then the mattress is going to be here on the 18th, and I can't fucking wait. I can't fucking wait. I genuinely can't. When I was 10, I had unlimited internet access. Some stuff I've seen is unspeakable. Well, yeah, I mean, that's crazy because, like, often when I think about that, I think about me growing up on the internet. And when you're like 36, you kind of like, you're in the age generation of rotten.com. And that was one of the worst websites that kids could have had access to ever. I've seen all kinds of shit. I saw a guy get like his arm torn off, like someone like, I don't know, it was somewhere. I think it was Iraq. I think it was Iraq or Afghanistan. And someone had like both arms tied to 2 tanks, and these tanks just like went and fucking tore the guy's arms off. It was insane. I'll never forget it. It was so insane. One of the most insane things I've ever seen in my life. When I was 12, I watched The Exorcist with a friend for a school project about the scientific method. We were trying to determine the scariest movie. I got so scared I had to sleep with my friend's mum that night in her bed, and for a decade afterwards, he was still mad about it. Sorry, bud. Slept with your mum. Yeah, that's great. That's great. That's really good. That's really, really good. Hey, Soph, what's up? How you doing? Everybody, please go show some love to Sophie from Mars. How are you doing, Soph? It's good to see you. I wrote a thing once about how weird it is that it's quite hard to find Goatsy now. Right, yeah, there you go. For some reason, it's a bit more difficult to just find that. But, like, back in the day, you could just get on all kinds of stuff. We had Watch People Die a generation after. No, I think I saw a bit of that as well myself. I think I saw some Watch People Die shit. I can't remember. That was at the age when I was smoking like a lot of weed. So I can't really remember that. But hello, Leary. How are you? Have you seen that Mexican cartel beheading video? I mean, I don't know. That could be like one of 10 things, but I don't think I have seen any of those, so. If you want to find Mario Goatsy, all you have to do is slightly annoy Mule. Yeah, I've got that one saved on the PC. I've got that one saved on the PC. It's so good seeing 4chan melting down now. Feels very cathartic. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Replacing my old busted mattress was game-changing for me. Oh, I can't wait. Just got back from more training, got caught in the rain, didn't want to stop early, stretches now while watching the stream. Chat, I can't believe how good it is that, like, I had a burger. Like, I made a burger and it was so good. And sweet potato fries. And I've got more burgers and more sweet potato fries later. I've got more. There's more. There's 2 more burgers to have. I'm drooling thinking about it, genuinely. Burgers are fucking crazy. Absolutely mad. And for now, I've got a fucking cream egg. So that's just popping, innit? Absolutely popping. New bed is such a blessing. I can't wait. I need it. I need it so much. Dr. Jordan. DJ standing for D for Doctor, J for Jordan Peterson Mule. Raw meat arc. Oh, I would never do that. I don't think I could ever do that. I don't think I could ever do that. Raw meat, nah. Never. I feel the most ready for a stream that I've ever felt. I'm so ready. Where's your glass of water? What? What do you mean, where's my glass of water? Why is that? Why does that mean anything? It's there. Is JP dead? No, I don't think so. Nobody can... Wait, what? Nobody can Jordan almost died from oats. Hey, hippie, what's up? Hey, Nadia, how's it going? I always eat a cream egg with water to flavor max. That's what tea's for. Just have a cup of tea. German co-worker was telling me about some kind of spread they make there with raw pork in it. Yeah, I've heard of that. That's crazy. He's the liver in a tenant union building king. Okay, Husker, yeah, good one. Steak tartare is sometimes a holiday treat here. And I hate it every time adults made us eat it because it was fancy and they spent so much money on it. Not my parents, but like their friends' places or other family. How do they do steak tartare? How does that work? Jordan Peterson apparently got exposed to some mold and is now going in the 90 times gravity chamber for 1,000 years now. Seems like his apple cider story was real and he's just got like a really fucked up immune system. Oh yeah, I always thought that was real. People thought that wasn't real? He's fucked his immune system because all he does is eat raw meat. And then he had apple cider vinegar and it was so healthy that his body like rejected it and he almost died. Where's the fucking thing? Oh, let's watch that. Yeah, let's watch that. Fuck yeah. He's unk. I heard recently that unk doesn't mean uncle. Does it not mean like uncool? As in like not a cool person. The opposite of cool. Because like generally speaking, when like, if you know, if you call someone uncle, you call them uncle. Not necessarily unk. Does it not mean uncool? I thought it meant uncool, yeah. I thought it meant uncool. I thought unk was uncle. I think a lot of people thought unk was uncle. No, I think people just say uncle for that. But I think unk is uncool. Okay, now we're doing that as well. Right, hang on a minute. Jordan Peterson. Apple cider vinegar. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, hell yeah. 3 years ago? Nah, I can't. Nah, I don't believe it.
Again, I'm not a nutritionist either. But what...
Great start. Great start with Joe Rogan there. I'm not a nutritionist either. Yeah, I bet, dude. No fucking way. Unk is uncle. Calling someone old like boomer. I don't think it's that. I don't think it's that.
What's fascinating to me is I haven't heard any negative stories about people doing this.
I think that people do use it like that, but I think that's because people misunderstood it. Unk is AAVE for uncle, which in the black community means an older male. No, I thought that unk was AAVE for uncool.
Well, I have a negative story.
Okay.
Okay. One of the things that both Michaela and I noticed was that when we restricted our diet...
Also, like, the uncle thing is not limited to the black community. There's definitely, like... I've had friends call older people uncle. It's uncle for sure. What is unk short for? I guess I'm wrong. I guess it is uncle. I thought it was uncool. Oh, right, okay. I think that this is where my misunderstanding has come from. People just say all kinds of shit like this. People love to say shit like this. The term unk is short for uncouth. Okay, alright. Yeah, I don't really use it. Yeah, that's why I don't really use it, because I just don't know what it means, right? You know what I mean? Anyway, okay. Yeah, let's have a look.
And then ate something we weren't supposed to. The reaction to eating what we weren't supposed to was absolutely catastrophic.
Hey, Link, how's it going?
What did you switch to? Or what did you eat, rather?
Well, the worst response, I think,
hey, Bubble.
allergic, whatever the hell this is, having an inflammatory response to something called sulfites. And we had some apple cider that had sulfites in it, and that was really not good. Like, I was done for a month. That was the first time I talked to Sam Harris.
You were done for a month?
Oh, yeah. It took me out for a month. It was awful.
Really?
Yeah. So I would say,
so this is right before this whole truth converation with Sam Harris that got stuck in the mud. During.
So I think the day I talked to Sam was like the worst day of my life. But it was
just physical.
Oh, Jesus. I was so dead. But I didn't want to not do it. Because
apple cider. What was it doing to you?
Oh, it produced an overwhelming sense of impending doom.
Chat, what he's talking about there is the shit that I was going through in, you know, in thingy this Christmas, just over last Christmas. That's what he's talking about. That's that same feeling that I had. I had this like overwhelming feeling of impending doom, and that's when you have like a shit gut microbiome because you're not getting all the shit that your body needs. And for me, it was B12 and iron. For Jordan Peterson, it was like everything. Absolutely everything. He had something that was remotely healthy, and his gut microbiome went, oh my God, we need loads of this. You're going to die if you don't get enough of this. Oh, that's so good.
It's been overwhelming. Like, there's no way I could have lived like that if that would have lasted for... See, Michaela knew by that point that it would probably only last a month, and I was like...
A month?
Yeah,
from
a month.
Fucking cider?
Oh, I didn't sleep that month. I didn't sleep for 25 days. I didn't sleep at all. I'll tell you how it's possible. You lay in bed, frozen in something approximating terror for 8 hours, and then you get...
It's so good. It's so good. It's, you know, it's because he's caused so much suffering. That's why it's very funny, right? That's why it's funny. Because you know that this guy has been part of the ecosystem of right-wing piece of shit, transphobia, racism, etc., etc. And it's just very funny that he suffered because he was like knocking around. Like, you look at him here. This is 3 years ago, right? 3 fucking years ago. And he's talking about something that happened like a year ago. Like, look at his face here, chat. Jordan Peterson. And like, check him out now. Like, he's aged so much, man. Like, so much. Like, he's really like, it's actually insane. He fucked himself up super bad. Super bad. I heard there's a fish called the dream fish that has a chemical in it that'll make you have nightmares for days like that. Yeah, but I don't think he was having nightmares. I think he was having daymares. I think he was just having bad times. I think he was just having the worst time ever. The fact that he's dressed like Two-Face is the icing on the cake.
Up.
Oh my God.
Oh yeah, not
and
good.
This is from fucking cider. From cider.
There's the link. There's the link. You might not like it, but this is peak raw meat diet performance. Yeah. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Very good stuff, that. Very good. I'm glad that I watched that. I'm glad we watched that. Who brought up the granny pube story? Oh, it was Steph. This is nothing compared to his granny pube story. Yeah, you're right. TJ the X has an incredible video on Jordan Peterson's fashion. It's excellent and highly recommend. I would like to watch that. It wasn't you. It was you. It's there. I could see it. Network said you couldn't torture this out of me, and you said, this is nothing compared to his granny pube story. Don't look into it. This place is not a place of honor. No, it's funny as hell. It's funny as hell. It's one of the, yeah, let's watch that as well. All I had to do was type in Jordan Peterson Grandma Dream. Does he doesn't talk about this. This is something that's in his book, so we could just like read it. This is on Goodreads. This is so crazy, dude. This is absolutely crazy. Oh my god. Oh my god. This is just from his book, so he just like wrote about this. So I'll do my best JBP voice. I dreamed I saw my maternal grandmother sitting by the bank of a swimming pool that was also a river. In real life, she had been a victim of Alzheimer's disease and had regressed before her death to a semi-conscious state. In the dream, as well, she had lost her capacity for self-control. Her genital region was exposed, dimly. It had the appearance of a thick mat of hair. She was stroking herself, absent-mindedly. She walked over to me with that handful of pubic hair, compacted into something resembling a large artist's paintbrush. She pushed this at my face. I raised my arm several times to deflect her hand. Finally, unwilling to hurt her or interfere with her any farther, I let her have her way. She stroked my face with the brush, gently, and said like a child, "Isn't it soft?" I looked at her ruined face and said, yes, Grandma, it's soft. He had a dream that his nana made a pube brush. It was put as like stroking it on his face. It's so mad. It's the maddest shit. Some things are better left unsaid. How do people not know about this? Imagine if you had a dream that your nana made a pube brush out of her own pubes and brushed your face with it and you couldn't stop her. What even was the point in sharing this? I don't know. I don't know. He's eating too much meat, isn't he? He's eating too much raw meat. Doesn't know what's going on anymore. Has he got like his hand over his head? I'm trying to figure out what the boy's doing. Is he like, oh, chat, he's got his little face tucked up in there. Can you see? He's got his arm over his head. Don't worry about the Jordan Peterson story. Just look at this. He's tucking his little face under his arm and he's got his nose out. Oh yeah. That's the shit. That's the shit. This is it, the new era. The new era of cat cam has arrived. And it's all because I did some fucking laundry. I need Melpert therapy after the Peterson story. That's why I did it. That's why I did it. Hey Joe One, what's up? What did you say? This is payback for Rob doing British accents? No. Rob doesn't sound like that. Rob kind of has a really softer... I can't do a good Rob. That's what I like to do. I'm Rob Rousseau. Yeah, and that's what we talk about here, you know? I just think he's got a little bit of a rasp, Rob. I just think yeah, and President G pressed the socialism button. I can't do it. I can't quite do it. Rob's got a great voice. He's just got a really relaxing, nice voice. Rob has kind of got like, he's kind of got like a tiny rasp, right? A tiny rasp, and just like the softest Canadian. Like, he wouldn't really, like, I can't ever really imagine Rob going boot. You know what I mean? He wouldn't say, he kind of says a boot a little bit, but not really. Do you know what I mean? He kind of just doesn't. But I think that's because he's podcaster trained. He's been doing the podcast for years. The Insurgents, you know? So I think, yeah. No, I couldn't do a good Rob. For those of you that don't know, I'm doing good friend and streamer Rob Rousseau. Go follow Rob. He's a great streamer. He's wonderful. Okay, no, I wasn't doing that. Does he have a brain worm from all the weird meat? Yeah, I reckon so, yeah. Decades of therapy for this PTSD I just received. I demand compensation. Oh well. Oh well, you'll just have to deal with Melpert. Did I miss anything else? I gotta watch that CJ the X video. That'd be really good. I'd really like to watch that. Rob has Canadian Skull Sean voice. Yes, that's right. That's right. I would say that he needs a curtain, but that would defy the point, I guess. I could put a curtain on the other side. There's a little hole on the other side that he escaped through before. I could put a tiny curtain on that. That wouldn't be too hard, right? Just sew it in. That's sewing. That's how you do it. Okay, should we crack on? Should we start fanning around and crack on and do some stuff? Do some streaming, I guess. Alright. I got great news for you, chat. She's back. She's back and she's ready to lead. What's she got to say? Well, let's find out.
Madam Vice President, what's going on with Kamala HQ? Well, I'm so glad you asked. I have good news.
Can't hear a fucking thing. Can't even hear a fucking thing.
Madam Vice President, what's going on with Kamala HQ?
Well, I'm so glad you asked. I have good news. So Kamala HQ is turning into headquarters, and it's where you can go online to get basically the latest of what's going on, and also to meet and revisit with some of our great, courageous leaders, be they elected leaders, community leaders, civic leaders, faith leaders, young leaders. I'm really excited about it. So stay engaged, and I'll see you out there. Thank you.
Madam Vice
That sounds great, doesn't it? That sounds great. What does that exactly mean? Well, what it means is, welcome to headquarters, the new Gen Z-led progressive content hub. I actually do really like the fit. Yeah. No, you're right. For a genocidal piece of shit, she's got a great fit on here. Nah, it's so good. This is so good. Yeah, I love DNC propaganda. It's great. Should we have a look and see what else they're about? I didn't have a look at any of this before. I just kind of saw it and I was like, oh no. Because on Twitter, yeah, I follow a bunch of different people. Like, I follow some Zionists. I follow some fucking libs. You know, all kinds of people, right? And there's this one lib that I follow and he retweeted this. And I was like, oh, you're really excited about this. How has it got 1.1 million followers? This is mad. Wait, hang on a minute. Joined in August 2015? And it says Elon wouldn't give us headquarters. Yeah, but you joined in 2015. What do you mean? Elon didn't. What are you talking about? What are you fucking on about, man? What? What is this? Headquarters, home. Welcome to headquarters. I know this past year has not been easy for any of us. 3 hours ago, Kamala Harris. What do you mean? Oh, okay. It's a blog post. This is just. No, it's headquarters 6-7. Yeah, they're doing 6-7. Yeah. The Dems learned nothing from the election. Hassan literally said they won't podcast their way to victory. No, they won't. They won't. They actually won't. It's so mad. It's so crazy. What the fuck is going on? I know this past year has not been easy for any of us. In that time, I've taken stock of the state of our nation. Here's what I've concluded. The far right has a 24/7 outrage machine online. They're casting Donald Trump as an agent of change, yet he's delivered nothing but empty promises for the American people. Damn, that sounds interesting. That sounds interesting. Food rent bills, £154.2. Yes, that's right, little zipper. I have £154.20 in the rent food bills meter. If you wanna, I don't know why you're saying that. If you wanna increase it, there's the link. It's just that we need liberal Joe Rogan still. Well, we'll see. Under his leadership, prices, inflation, and unemployment are up. Healthcare costs for millions of Americans are about to double. But Donald Trump is not the only source of our problems. We must look at the rise of the MAGA movement. Democrats must improve our ability to convey our message and reach every American. What is your like, this is the thing. You don't have a message. You actually just don't have a message, though. That's the thing. Hey, Donk Bonk, what's going on? Welcome in. Good to see you. I'm going to vote. We're living out, chat. I'm going to vote so hard. I can't wait. That is why I've decided to revive my team's social media operation, Kamala HQ. Oh, that's what it is. That's what it is. It's just Kamala HQ, but they just changed the name. Oh, no. And they changed the name because they know that her name has such bad connotations with it. That's so crazy. I'm Pokemon going. This is mad. I'm so proud of the campaign we built in 2024. That's embarrassing. That's embarrassing. What an embarrassing thing to say. You might as well say, I'm so proud of the nasty shit I just took in the toilet. It smells so bad, like a firecracker went off in my ass. What do you mean? What do you mean? What are you talking about? It's the worst. It's the worst thing. It's one of the worst campaigns in the world. Hey, Soccer. Hey, Middle-earth Marxist. What the fuck? You lost to a fascist. Oh, my God. But let me be clear. Every politician says this. Keir Starmer, Obama, Kamala. But let me be clear, conference. I will be handling Peter Mandelson with the utmost expedience. Our movement has always been bigger than one candidate. We must be where the people are, and these platforms help ensure our voices stay loud and our fight continues. Fight for what? Did Blair say, let me be clear as well? Yeah, that's wild. That's crazy. Yeah, it's the neoliberal think tank shit, innit? Let me be clear. Insane. Oh, the boy's turning around. Oh, we've got face. Oh, hell yeah. Look at that chat. That's great. That's great. The goal of these accounts is to keep delivering the latest information, but it won't just be bad news. We love good news too, and the accounts will share stories of the leaders across our nation who are showing what it means to stand up and fight for the people and for the future they deserve. I can't wait for Chuck Schumer fan cams. I can't wait for Hakeem Jeffries fan cams and content. It's going to be so good. I can't wait. I can't wait. This is a moment to organize, and this is how we'll do it. Oh, this is so bad. What are the accounts saying? I love you, Madam President. Oh, no. You lost to a fascist. How can you be proud? Is it going to make me, like, try and sign in or something? Oh, yeah, it is. Okay, we're not doing that. Oh, embarrassing, dude. All right, yeah. There you go. So there's a little bit of fun news, isn't it? That's fun, isn't it? That's fun for everybody. Now, over to the other side of the pond. Chat, it's happening, as I predicted on this stream many, many times. The Union is under threat. Yes! 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 It's happening. And I don't mean a trade union or a tenant union. I mean the Union of the United Kingdom. Right? What we've got here is more and more evidence of Keir Starmer not knowing why the things that he's said in the past and why the actions that he's taken in the past have led to the people of Wales overwhelmingly now turning away from Labour. Has been historically, Labour in Wales. And now they are going to Plaid Cymru, the Welsh Independence Party, that are also running left-wing policies. So let's take a look at this. This is from the National Scottish Independence publication, so of course they're going to be good on this. Labour accused of muscular unionism as panic sets in over the May elections. Let's have a quick read of this. Yeah. I got to subscribe to read that article. Just a second, chat. I just got to subscribe to read that article. I rethought my prediction from last night. I don't think Starmer makes it to May. Well, they were talking last night about some members of the Labour Party encouraging cabinet ministers to resign so that there would have to be a leadership challenge. So, very exciting. Hey, Eric, what's up? Good to see you. Yeah, we got the cat cam on because people donated £25. Well, actually, Johnny donated £50, which was fucking crazy. Time to bring out the lettuce. All right, let's take a look at this. Steph Braun. Labour accused of muscular unionism in panic elections. All right. I think it's panic over May elections. Let's take a little look here. Labour leader Run Ap Yrwyth has said, last week, Home Secretary Shabana Mahmood rejected devolving policing powers to Wales, despite Labour First Minister Eluned Morgan specifically calling for this in a speech the previous week, in which she warned her UK counterparts to act to prevent pro-independence parties, Plaid Cymru, and the Greens ruling the Senedd. The Senedd being the government of Wales, the Parliament of Wales, essentially. Senate is Welsh for Senate. 3 independent commissions have also recommended justice and policing to be devolved to Wales, but Mahmood delivered a blunt no when asked by Plaid Cymru MSP Liz Saville-Roberts if it was the right time for the measure last week. Saville-Roberts has also accused Welsh Secretary Joe Stevens of delivering a political rant in response to a question on what policy areas had been raised in discussions about devolution between the UK and Welsh government. And you'll also remember, chat, we saw a BBC interview with the First Minister of Wales a couple of weeks ago. No, sorry. Not BBC, she was on Sky News, and she was also talking about how this is a big issue, right? A big fucking issue. The toady that put him there will surely go quietly, won't he? Yeah. Labour accused of being muscular and swole. They're not rebelling out of principle. They're doing it. Is so they can put another soft touch in. Oh, you mean out of... Yeah. No, of course. Yeah, it's completely... Yeah. But there should be a leadership challenge, because it'll make Labour more of a joke, and there'll be more humiliation. It'll be fantastic. Like, who are they gonna get? If they put Wes Streeting in, everyone will just say the same things. It's like, you were part of the cabinet that appointed Peter Mandelson, so you're just as culpable. I think that they're completely fucked. I don't think they have anyone. And I think that oh god, who would they even get? Yvette Cooper? I mean, I do think that they'll do that bubble. I do think, yeah, no, it's all about Mandelson, Peter Mandelson, Joe One, and it goes much deeper than him just being an Epstein affiliate. I think that Rayner would be the only smart choice, but then she would also be super weak because she was part of Keir's cabinet that fucked over the working class. I just don't think there's anyone there that could save. I don't think there's anyone there that could save Labour like Andy Burnham could have. Do what the Tories did and just go down the list. Yeah, I guess that's what they're gonna do, and it's gonna be humiliating as fuck. First we saw the Tories implode. Now we're gonna see Labour implode. And that'll be that. If Wales gets independence before Scotland, it'll be a big domino push. Scottish Unionists will get to see all of their arguments disproven in real time. In a real-time case study, yes, that's very true. And I'm not sure how many Welsh Unionists... I'm not sure what the percentage of Welsh Unionists is. No, I really do think Burnham was their last chance saloon, which is why it's so funny that they fucked him off. Like, this is, like, the end. It's the end of the Labour Party, man. Like, they fucked it up. Stevens gave no specific details and instead hit out at Plaid's costly separatist ideology, insisting Labour would always update the devolution settlement to ensure it delivers the best outcomes for people and communities across Wales. Yeah, but this means nothing. Cardiff University political expert Jack Larner told The National last month he expected the Labour government to engage in muscular unionism if nationalist parties end up ruling all the devolved nations of the UK. Speaking exclusively to The National, Ap Iorwerth said that Labour were starting to apply this approach as they began to panic about a new reality in their heartlands. Asked a perfectly reasonable question of the Wales office, got a party political rant response. People want to know what discussions are taking place between their two governments. Wales deserves better than twin Labour governments in cahoots to conceal their failures. Correct. Apira said, I think we have a Labour Party that's in panic in relation to Wales. They can see a century of dominance slipping away. We have a new reality in Wales now where the old guard have been cast aside, it seems, faster than anyone could have expected. Labour is unable to gauge where it now fits on the political landscape in Wales, and to see it becoming this seemingly anti-devolution party, this party that is determined to put blocks before any changes Wales needs to see, and which Labour in Wales has long called to see happening, I think that speaks to the panic on their behalf. Asked if he anticipated Labour engaging in muscular unionism if Plaid do form the next Welsh government, Ap Iorwerth said, I think muscular unionism is being played out by Labour currently, and perhaps most prominently by the Secretary of State for Wales. Surely, if it does come to pass that Labour are given a drubbing in this election, they will need to revisit their attitude towards Wales. Otherwise, they are casting themselves into the political abyss in Wales for many years to come. Yes! Come on! Oh my god! This is so good! Oh my god! Because they're going to do this. They are going to do this. That's just the thing. That's just the facts. This is great. The United Kingdom is going to be over, chat. I can't believe it. It's like my wildest dreams coming true. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. The United Kingdom and the United States falling apart in the same year. This is ridiculous. What? What? Limp-flaccid unionism. Let me be clear, conference. What this party needs is limp-flaccid unionism. Can we be freed from the Commonwealth next, please? Well, that's the Canada issue, right? Canadians need to rise up in the same way that the Welsh are rising up. Balkanize the West, honestly, yeah. No, this is so good. The Internal Market Act, which gives UK government power to impede legislation passed by... Like, I cannot stress enough how good this is. Like, literally, from a left-wing perspective. You know, in a terrible way. In a terrible, terrible way, by the way. Because Keir Starmer's policies have been terrible. They've caused major suffering to a lot of people. But he is single-handedly, not just single-handedly, it's been him, it's been Morgan McSweeney, it's been the apparatchik of the Labour Party. They've completely destroyed the United Kingdom. This is just great. It's fantastic. Which pre-Anglo-Saxon pagan ritual are you most excited to start doing again post-collapse? I'm going to start doing them now. It was Imbolc yesterday or some shit. You know? It's wild how Epstein was such a final killing blow for the empire. They basically spent all their time since Epstein first got pegged as a freak, trying to desperately put off this exact historical moment. The House of Cards is falling down. Yeah, it is. It does really feel like that. This is crazy. The Internal Market Act... Oh, right. The Internal Market Act, which gives the UK government power to impede legislation passed by devolved parliaments, has been a major vehicle for this since the onset of Brexit. Like, this is a terrible piece of legislation, right? You know? Like, it basically says you don't have any real powers. We could just stop you from doing that shit. It was used to stop Scotland from bringing in its own deposit return scheme, and in 2024, experts at the University of Glasgow said it created a roadblock for devolution. Lana said the recent rejection of further powers for the Welsh government is a sign of a shift in tone from the UK government on devolution, one which he said may not be electorally helpful. Asked if this was an early sign of muscular unionism returning, he told The National, "We do appear to be seeing a tone change in UK government messaging on the further devolution. While it's unsurprising that the government's rhetoric is becoming more hostile towards Plaid Cymru, it is more surprising and probably not electorally helpful that they continue to be so steadfast in their refusal to engage with the Welsh Labour government's own calls for further devolution on justice in particular. This is likely a signal of how the UK government will engage with a future Plaid-led government if such a result were to occur in May. Polls suggest Plaid Cymru will lead the next Welsh government, even if it transpires they are not the largest party." Let's fucking go! Oh my god, this is so good. I don't think I'm a Scots independence supporter anymore. Scotland and Wales should move to secede simultaneously. Yes, maximum damage. Yes. Oh my god. A YouGov poll last month showed them opening up a major lead in the polls less than 4 months out from the Senate election, with Apio's party on 37%, 40 points ahead of Reform, and 27 points ahead of Labour. You gotta do it. You gotta lean into that. You gotta lean into that. Like, Plaid Cymru really needs to be pushing. Like, they really need to be pushing now. God, it would be so good if this happened. Holy fucking shit. Although the survey appears to be an outlier in terms of the size of the gap between Plaid and Reform, several polls have now suggested Plaid will be the largest party in Wales for the first time in history. Meanwhile, Labour are languishing behind on about 10%. Lol. Lol, Mao. Even if Plaid Cymru do not get the most seats in the Senate, they have more political allies to turn to than their main rivals, Reform UK, and should still be able to lead a minority administration. That's so good. That's so good. My god. My god, my god, my god. Barely relevant tangent, but I wonder how many people think Austrian and Ottoman empires falling apart when using the term Balkanize. Well, yeah, I mean, like, yeah. That's how people should be thinking of it. And that's why that happened, you know? Yeah. Keep the Union, but kick out England? Well, okay, no, because what that means is that you'd keep the king. So no, you have to leave the Union, because the Union is about the king, the kingdom, innit? The United Kingdom is the Union. The Union of the kingdom. You know, United Kingdom of Scotland, Wales, and Northern Ireland. That's what it's short for. Well, yeah, that is what it's short for. So no, you gotta get out. You just gotta get out. Okay, this is great. Fantastic stuff. Good stuff, good stuff, good stuff. Love to hear it. You love to see it. Now, let's move on to the less good stuff, but that all also could be good stuff. I don't know. This is the news that the United States is upping the ante against Iran again and again and again, and more and more and more and more and more, despite claims that they are saying they're going to negotiate with Iran and that they're close to making a deal. So let's have a look at that and see what Fox News is saying. Trump vows to do very bad things to Iran if they do this. What's this, I hear you ask? I don't know. Let's find out.
Meantime, President Trump says Iran's supreme leader should be worried ahead of tomorrow's talks between the two countries. They're expected to focus on the Islamic Republic's nuclear ambitions and its brutal crackdown on dissent last month. Senior White House correspondent Peter Doocy.
No, they're not gonna focus on that. He's already said that they're also gonna focus on the ballistic missiles program and ending support for Hezbollah, Hamas, and Ansarallah.
He has details tonight live from the North Lawn. Good evening, Peter.
Good evening, Brett. President Trump still has an armada
days away from a nuke again.
East, and he's still trying to figure out what to do with it, if anything, in case this latest round of peace talks with Tehran falls apart.
Should the supreme leader in Iran be worried right now?
I would say he should be very worried, yeah. He should be.
We have the discombobulator
between the U.S. and Iran are back on, scheduled for Friday, as President Trump warns the Islamic Republic to stop trying to restart its nuclear program.
They were thinking about starting a new site in a different part of the country. We found out about it. I said, you do that, we're going to do very bad things to you.
All of this entire thing, I was watching this interview on Marcus's stream earlier. This entire thing was designed to be a propaganda piece for Trump, where he is essentially just lying about all this stuff. He talks about the discombobulated. They were discombobulated. He just lies about this like made up weapon that they don't have. He also was saying this stuff about the Iranian nuclear program, like, oh, they started it up again. We told them that they shouldn't, but they did. And it's like, no, it never stopped. It never stopped. So, you know, that's the end of that. That's the end of that.
Yeah.
In a call with China's Xi today, President Trump talked about China's stance towards Iran and the war in Ukraine. A first day of productive peace talks just wrapped in
Reality Bites,
led by Special Envoy Steve Witkoff and Trump's son-in-law Jared Kushner.
Yeah, that'll go well.
To understand about ending armed conflicts is oftentimes it looks totally hopeless until you have this breakthrough that sometimes is unforeseen. That was certainly the experience with Gaza.
Okay. Let's not do that in the chat, Nadia, yeah, because we still have hanging for treason in this country, yeah? So come on, let's not endanger your streamer like this, please.
The president is banking on his nominee for Federal Reserve Chairman Kevin Warsh to cut interest rates or else.
If he came in and said, I want to raise them,
if he said that, you wouldn't have gotten the job.
He would not have gotten the job, no.
The job of securing the border belongs to DHS Secretary Kristi Noem, who visited Arizona today.
It is so quiet here now today that sometimes we even forget how bad it was just a little over a year ago.
Just 34% of voters polled by Quinnipiac support the way ICE is enforcing immigration laws, and 58% in that poll.
Why have they moved on to ICE? Why have they moved on to that?
Secretary Noem replaced.
Speaking of Minneapolis, what did you learn?
I learned that
oh, he's looking bad.
maybe we can use a little bit of a softer touch. But
I don't believe him. I do not believe him. I don't think they learned anything. Hey Val, I'm surprised it's that high. Yeah, I don't know where they're getting these numbers from. It's Fox News, right? They probably polled like 20 people in Arkansas.
you still have to be tough.
President Trump's big event of the day was that
Still
call
have to be
with
tough.
the leader of China. as Vice President Vance's big event of the day was something all about countering China. He announced the United States and the European Commission and Japan are forming
Hey, Risk Inverse, how you doing?
Block for rare earth minerals. Right now, China controls about 70%.
Sometimes you have to touch the terrorists softly.
And Peter, we don't think these biolabs...
That's all right, Nadia, don't worry.
We don't know about that.
We could definitely talk about abolishing the monarchy, but, like, yeah, anything that goes into the fucking realms of violence, like, I could definitely get in a lot of trouble for that.
President Trump, a pretty open book and a pretty long Truth Social post, and he did not mention that.
Yeah, Peter Ducey, live in the North.
Hannity here. Hey, click here.
They just cut shit off. They don't even try and edit this shit properly. It's so embarrassing. Right, okay, let's move on. We got Sky News Australia. Sky News Australia here now. Rupert fucking Murdoch, mate. Shrimp on the Barbie. What about all those migrants coming over here? What do you make of that? The joke that I'm making is that Sky News Australia is way more racist than Sky News anywhere else. So let's have a look at this minute-long report on this. Iran making last-minute demands ahead of diplomatic talks with the US.
It wants to make a deal with Iran to end its nuclear program and halt its clampdown on protesters. Iran is making late demands, which is complicating diplomacy.
From an Iranian drone flying towards a U.S. warship to gunboats harassing a U.S. oil tanker in the Strait of Hormuz. Tensions are high ahead of diplomatic talks between the U.S. and Iran on Friday.
These are the types of provocative actions that Iran should avoid, especially as we try to negotiate a resolution to the situation.
Despite those incidents, U.S. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff is in the region.
Yeah, he's having a bath.
To meet. The Trump administration.
Not Steve Witkoff. The boy's having a bath. He's having a bath. He's having a bath. He's having a bath. He's having a bath. Yes, good. Why did Iran put its country so close to the tremendous armada?
Wants to shut down Iran's nuclear program, limit its ballistic missile development, stop the funding of regional terror groups, and end its deadly crackdown on anti-government protesters.
Hey, Nuclear Slayer.
I'm sure you can reach a deal with these guys, but we're going to try to find out.
Behind the scenes, the Iranians are making it difficult to even get to Friday's talks. They want to change the location from Turkey to Oman and limit discussions to only its nuclear program, which Trump officials say is not going to work.
Right, well then there's going to be a war. Get ready to be staying awake all night this weekend, chat, looking at Al Jazeera, Al Mayadeen, Press TV, Fox News, watching the fucking bombs, because it's going to happen. There's no way that Iran has stated so many times that it is a red line. It is a total red line to be discussing the ending of its ballistic missile program. This is an insane ask. Like, it really does bear repeating how much of an insane ask this is. You are asking a sovereign country to dismantle its defense program. Completely dismantle its defense program. That is not something that happens unless you have already won a war against that country. You know what I mean? This is like shit that the Allies did to Germany after World War I and World War II. Like, there has been no war won. They are saying, right, you know, you fucking give up all your weapons programs and that's it. And then you know, we'll not bomb you. It's basically like, give us your gun and we won't shoot you. Yeah, literally, the conventional ballistic missile program. It's nothing to do with nuclear weapons. Completely mental. Absolutely insane ask. It is all insane, I agree. The US operates as if it's literally conquered the world. It conquered the world in World War II. They believe their own hype. Well, they got so many military bases in so many countries. I understand why they think like that. Yeah, how did that turn out for Ukraine? Exactly, yeah. Exactly. Very badly. A very bad
they will have to include
situation.
If talks don't happen or go poorly, it could convince President Trump to take more military action.
They had a chance to do something a while ago and it didn't work out, and we did Midnight Hammer, I don't think they want that happening again.
He loves to talk about Midnight Hammer,
9
man.
warships, dozens of fighter jets, and between 30 to 40,000 troops in the region, leaving President Trump with a number of military options.
All right. Okay. So there we go. We got the Western media, the Imperial Core media talking about that. And then we got Al Jazeera, again, state propaganda of Qatar. So, you know, we have to understand that Qatar, as it stands as a nation in the Gulf, it is a client state of empire, but it does still have a tiny bit of its own desires that it wants to engage in. Midnight Hammer is my stripper name. Yeah, it's a porno name. Yeah. So yeah, they're going to be presenting this in a little bit of better context, but let's take a look here. Also, there's a surprise guest. US-Iran meeting a waste of oxygen, says former US official. Who do you think that could be, chat? Who do you think that could be? Well, we'll find out very soon, won't we?
So a day ahead of critical talks between the US and Iran aimed at de-escalating tensions, there's still no agreement on what should be on the agenda. Iran says the talks in Oman will focus on its nuclear program and the lifting of sanctions. But US Secretary of State Marco Rubio, well, he says Iran's ballistic missile capability must also be on the agenda for progress.
No, it's not going to happen.
I think in order for talks to actually lead to something meaningful, they will have to include certain things.
Such a fucking evil piece of shit.
Ballistic missiles. That includes their sponsorship of terrorist organizations across the region. That includes the nuclear.
They're literally doing this for Israel because they're like, your nukes, your missiles can reach too far. They can reach Israel, and it's not okay. You're not allowed to be able to reach Israel.
And that includes the treatment of their own people. They've expressed an interest in meeting and talking. If they change their mind, we're fine with that too. We prefer to meet and talk. I'm not sure you can reach a deal with these guys, but we're going to try to find out. We don't see there's any harm in trying to figure out there's something that can.
It's so fucking evil. It is so fucking evil that he sat there like, I don't know if we're able to negotiate with these kind of guys, brother. That is you. That is you all over. That is the US evil fucking empire. We know from fucking last time that there were people having fucking negotiations with you. And am I remembering this wrong? Did they kill some of the people that they were having negotiations with? Did Israel like assassinate him or some shit? I can't remember. Yes, no, Israel did. It's all coming back to me now. Israel fucking assassinated some of the fucking negotiating team. So it's like, okay, dude, cool. They're only doing this because their attempted coup failed. Well, I think they're still going to try and do a regime change. I think they're going to try and assassinate Khamenei. I think that they're not prepared for how that's going to go, because I think that if they do successfully assassinate Khamenei, there'll be someone ready to take his place straight away. No, I don't mean the Hamas negotiators in Qatar. I mean the fucking people, the negotiating team. Hang on. Israel bombs Iran negotiating team. It was the Iranian. It's just coming up with all like new news about it. Fuck's sake. I am so certain that Israel assassinated the negotiating team. June. Maybe if I put in June, it'll give me that. It's just giving me modern news, contemporary news. Wait, hang on. June. Israel strikes Iran. Is it on here? Okay. Can't find it. I can't find it. I'm so certain that I fucking read that somewhere. So certain that I read that somewhere.
Dan, this is a
hey, Sally.
Always prefers a peaceful outcome to.
They kill negotiators like it's a support, yeah.
Friday's talks in Oman come after weeks of
Khamenei is on his deathbed from plain old age to begin with. I don't think he's on his deathbed, Nadia. I think that's a bit rich. He's old, but I don't think he's dying.
Threats of military action, including the significant US military buildup in the region. Ahead of those talks, US media...
Unless you mean he's the age where he could just die at any time.
Should be worried.
Yeah.
I would say he should be very worried, yeah. He should be. As you know, they're negotiating with us. They were thinking about starting a new site in a different part of the country. We found out about...
Yeah, I thought so, Sally. Yeah, I thought that happened, yeah.
We're going to do very bad things to you.
All right, let's take this on now with...
There he is. I told you there was a special guest, chat. I told you.
Wow.
Very exciting. It's very exciting. He's right there. Yes, that's great.
John Bolton, former US ambassador to the United Nations, of course, and a former national security advisor under Donald Trump, joins us from Washington, D.C.
Hey, doomed oxymoron. No, I know that Israel bombed a consulate in Iran. I know that I don't think they killed any of the Hamas negotiators, though. Didn't John Bolton die? No, evil never dies. He's going to be around for another 20 years. I am very, very, very certain that in the June war between Israel and Iran, I'm absolutely certain that Israel bombed assassinated the negotiating team who were talking to the US about the nuclear program. I'm absolutely certain of it.
Welcome.
Thank you for the follow.
This meeting looks set to proceed. Not yet.
I could be wrong, but like I remember it quite clearly.
Precisely sure of its composition at this point, but given differences between the two sides on the parameters of what's up for negotiations, what chance do you think that we can move forwards towards agreement and away from a US attack?
Well, essentially no chance. I mean, I think these meetings are a waste of oxygen. There's simply no room for agreement between Iran.
They assassinated Hamas's lead negotiator at a funeral in Tehran. His bodyguards were Mossad compromised. Right, okay.
And the United States on this. This is a point that was entirely predictable. And I think it's both sides checking the box. I don't know what Trump is going to do, but I don't think anything's going to come out of these negotiations, whether they're held in Oman or held in Turkey or held on the moon. It's just a waste of time.
So do you...
Okay. I told Issa Soares that there was no need for pressure to get the Iranians to negotiate. The Iranians were at the negotiating table. Talks were scheduled for Saturday. The problem is that the Israelis blew up the negotiating table.
I wonder then what the the Iranian calculus is here. Will the Iranian regime, what will be their decision? They'll have to make a decision in terms of how they proceed. They keep this up or seek a path to de-escalation and negotiations. At this juncture, how do you think they will move?
I think the premise of your question is a bit off, to be frank with you, because it kind of presumes that if there weren't negotiations. Negotiations were scheduled for this past Sunday. The Israelis blew up the negotiating table. There were talks taking place. The US insisted until the last moment that they would take place. The Israelis bombed the negotiating table. So it's not as if the Iranians were not at the table and some effort needed to be done to get them to the table. They were there. They were scheduled to talk. It was the 6th
Okay, I've misremembered it. They didn't assassinate Iranian negotiators. They just started attacking them while negotiations were happening. That's where I've got it confused. Sorry, chat. Hold my hands up. You're right. They didn't do that. But I was absolutely certain that they did. I was.
Are you saying that
not going to lie?
Happens that a US or Israeli attack or both is baked in whatever?
Yeah, that's me.
No, because nobody knows what Trump will do. He should. He set a red line for the Ayatollahs. He said, stop killing the protesters. He said to the protesters, keep protesting. Take control of your institutions. Help is on its way. The protesters kept protesting. The Iranian authorities massacred.
It's so funny because that's such bad advice for like revolution. Take control of your institutions. And it's like, how? What do you mean? How? In what way? Like, of course, he just means with guns, right? You know what I mean?
Secretary of State Rubio estimated in congressional testimony a few days ago, 30,000 dead. So Trump has drawn a red line.
Yeah, I think I'm confusing the two things, Sally. I think you're right. I think I'm confusing when Israel started attacking Iran while Iran was at the negotiating table with the USA with the assassination of Ismail Haniyeh, political leader of Hamas, assassinated with his personal bodyguard in the Iranian capital, Tehran. Yes, I think I'm confusing it with that. And I think that they did that. I think that that was when then Iran fired back with drones, didn't they? He said the same week to American protesters that they need to comply or die. Yeah, correct.
Now, and his credibility.
Why would you negotiate with the USA when they're openly calling for regime change? Yeah, it's crazy.
Necessarily have a strategic goal. I think the strategic goal should be, and Trump has now said this, the overthrow of the regime. But we'll see what he does.
Yeah, because we have to remember the precedent for this on the basis that last time round there were 5 rounds of talks and then the nuclear sites in Iran were blitzed.
And you know, that's what Qatar should have done when Israel attacked Doha. When they were having the negotiations in Doha with Hamas and Israel attacked Qatar. Like, it is just absolutely fucking insane. The way in which certain countries in that region have just decided to belly up to Israel. Like, yep, do whatever you want, king. It's absolutely fine. It's just fucking crazy.
Well, they weren't blitzed. They should have been destroyed about 25 years ago. The world would have been a lot safer if we had acted back then.
Oh, shut up, dude.
How do you view the Trump approach to this sort of strategic dissonance by design or not? But if you were still national security advisor, would you...
Well, again, you know, this is Qatari state media, so, you know, they're not pushing back against Bolton because they're like, well, you know, we're friends with the USA, so we shouldn't challenge their narrative too much. Al Jazeera Arabic would probably be slightly different, but of course, John Bolton's not going to be doing Al Jazeera Arabic. You know, they'll probably be speaking to other, like, Arabic speakers, or they'll speak to other people and have translators, and maybe they'll have a bit more pushback. You know what I mean?
The president.
This is just it's just a diplomacy tool.
The way that President.
Ask Rawi about it. Ask Ray K about it.
Well, we don't know what he's doing, and there's probably good reason for that. But what we should be doing is cooperating far more with the Iranian opposition. I think.
Hey, Bellatrix with the 7-stream streak. Let's go.
Power in 1979. I think there's dissent all across.
He is holding blood feast. He is, yeah.
The young people are extraordinarily dissatisfied. The women are dissatisfied. The ethnic groups are dissatisfied.
Oh, yeah, I wonder why, dude.
The rank and file of the Revolutionary Guard and the regular military could break ranks if they really think the end of the regime is near. So
he's wish casting. This is crazy. He's desperate to see it. He's just desperate to see it before he dies. That's all it is.
If Trump were acting strategically, he would strike at the instruments of Iranian state power that both threaten Iran's neighbors in the region, Israel and the Gulf Arab states in particular, and that are used to oppress its people. And I mean by that the Revolutionary Guard, the besieging militia, and other related aspects. I think the weakening of those instruments of state power would tell many in the regime's days are numbered, and would give heart to the opposition.
He thinks that these institutions are just like a couple of groups of guys that don't have any air defense capabilities or, you know, intelligence. It's just so fucking bizarre, man. It's like, yeah, man, it's as simple as just taking out the besieging militia and the Revolutionary Guard. Bro, what are you talking about? That's like 60,000 fucking people. It's like maybe 1 million. I don't know. It's like a fucking 150,000 fucking elite commando troops. What do you mean?
You talk of regime.
That's like saying like all that Iran needs to do is take out the fucking Marine Corps, bro.
And indeed comparison.
Yeah, that's what you do in a war. What are you on about?
Have been made with Venezuela in that cutting off the head of the snake will leave a much more pliable regime. But is that...
He just bullshits about how easy it is. Yeah. It's crazy. Absolutely crazy.
That not unleash all manner of unexpected and dangerous repercussions, not only in the country itself, but right across the region and beyond?
Well, I don't think Trump has gone far enough in Venezuela. I think it's a mistake to leave any part of the Chavez-Maduro regime still in place. And to be clear, I think the real regime in Iran.
I mean, Bolton is kind of right. He's kind of right, but I think that what he doesn't understand, I think he's doing a bit of wish casting about Venezuela. The reason that Trump hasn't put troops on the ground in Venezuela or done any other kind of strikes or anything like that, and just tried to negotiate with Delcy Rodriguez and the government in Venezuela instead, is because he knows that the USA cannot do that. Like, you have a president who is sat there going like, we've got the best, biggest army in the world. We've got a discombobulator. But also we need to up the military budget by $1 trillion. Make it make sense. You either have the biggest, best army in the world, or you need to up the military budget to have the biggest, the best army in the world. What do you mean?
Today is the revolution.
We have the best, but I think it could be better.
Guard. I think the Ayatollahs, like the supreme leader, provide ideological cover, but it's the Revolutionary Guard that controls the nuclear and ballistic missile programs, controls vast parts of Iran's economy, and that really is the structure that needs to be broken.
Yes, and the USA does not have the military capability to take all of that out. If they fire one shot at Iran, Iran is going to just set off like 50,000 missiles. 50,000 fucking missiles. And, you know, it's gonna be a real bad time. It's going to be a real fucking bad time.
Dissidents need to be found. The regime needs to be fractured at the top to make it even more unstable. And the tendency, I think, of the rank and file,
Mr. Dang,
know from what their families and their friends are suffering, just how bad conditions are in Iran. I think things could move very quickly if the people really believe that the U.S. and at least somebody else in the outside world cared about who ran Iran.
But can the structures of the Revolutionary Guard be targeted precisely enough and on a scale wide enough to make a difference?
I think we've got that capability. Whether Trump will employ it, I don't know. But I think, for example, in the 12-day war, where Israel focused on Iran's ballistic missile program as well as the nuclear program, the U.S. only focused on the nuclear program. I
was just Googling Hassan.
There are plenty more targets to hit, especially Revolutionary Guard headquarters and military bases.
This is high-stakes stuff, to say the least. What do you make of the U.S. element of this being in the hands of Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner, who's, their diplomatic expertise?
Yeah, he's in New York City.
Transactional and deal-making approach, and doesn't come from the sharp end of diplomatic cliff edges, the like of which we're walking right now.
Well, it's like sending the Bobbsey twins to negotiate with Iran. I mean, I think it's a fruitless...
What the fuck are you on about? The Bobbsey... This motherfucker just said the Bobbsey twins. The Bobbsey twins? The Babsey twins? What is he talking about? What does he mean?
This exercise in any event, and I think its lack of seriousness is demonstrated by the U.S. team.
Israel would argue, despite Iranian reverses with their proxies, their nuclear and terrorist threats remain. How will Israeli pressure and action affect how this ends up?
Well, I'd be delighted personally if the Israelis joined in the attacks. I think they still got
a century-old children's mystery book or something.
As long as Iran has the capability through its ballistic missile program and its support for
proper current reference,
to threaten the regimes in the Gulf, to threaten the oil infrastructure, they will always be at risk. And there is effectively no chance for peace and stability in the Middle East while this regime remains in power.
Completely insane. Completely insane. Just absolutely out of this world. What are you talking about?
Even if the regime goes, there's no guarantee of stability and peace, but it's an absolute prerequisite to making progress on all the key issues that still remain.
Could you see a scenario?
The key issues being Iran retaining any of its sovereignty, by the way.
Ambassador Bolton, where Israel attacks in its own right, and the US remains present with the Armada, which is right.
Oh yes, we can all see Israel attacking in its own right. That's not beyond the pale whatsoever.
Bristling off the Iranian coast with weaponry. It's the US. It stands off, but doesn't actually attack and just leaves it to Israel.
Well, I think that would be a mistake for Trump. As I say, he drew a red line in his own social media post.
After all, there should be career-ending embarrassment of his contribution to weapons of mass destruction. We have to take out Iraq. I can only guess the neoconservatives are only still parading around Bolton because he's the last alive who isn't implicated on the Epstein list. Yeah. Kind of makes sense, yeah. No chance for peace unless we continue our war, yeah.
And for him to fail to vindicate that red line, whatever else Israel may do, I just think would be a blow to his credibility that would be intolerable. So whether, however, he does more than a one and done kind of attack, I think remains to be seen.
Ambassador John Bolton, thank you for joining us.
Thanks, John.
Thanks for having me.
Fuck you. Fuck you, John. Friedrich Merz, the Chancellor of Germany, recently went on a trip to the Gulf and had some concerns expressed to him by various state officials there. Let's have a listen about
Germany's
that.
Chancellor has urged Iran to engage seriously in these talks to end its nuclear program. Speaking in Doha, Friedrich Merz said his country is prepared to increase the pressure on Tehran if required.
The concern about a military escalation in the region is high. This is the reason why the talks will be intensified over the next few hours. There will also be representatives of the American government.
No. This is ridiculous stuff, man. This is so embarrassing. Can you imagine having done a tour of the region and then assured your allies in the region, like Mohammed bin Salman, the Crown Prince of the UAE, the Qatari prince or president, I can't remember. I think there's a prime minister there. There's prime ministers and all that kind of stuff, but you know what I mean. The state officials, the heads of state of like Bahrain and Kuwait and Iraq and all this stuff, going around and speaking to them all and being like, yeah. Don't worry, we're going to look out for you. We're going to make sure that no war happens. We're definitely just going to make sure negotiation happens. And then just like coming back and just lying about it and being like, yes, that's why Iran needs to give up its ballistic weapons program. And they're all sat there with their fucking head in their hands now going like, that's not going to happen, bro. They're going to ruin our economy. The US is going to bomb them and they're going to immediately respond by fucking bombing all the fucking oil fields in the region. Price of petrol is going to go through the roof in every country in the fucking world. That's the end of it. And they'll probably take out a bunch of fucking US bases as well. Like, what the fuck? What do you mean, brother?
Of the US president in the region. And we are coordinating closely with each other here and want to try to contribute to this as well.
Oh, try and contribute to it.
German Chancellor's visit to Qatar.
Great.
German Chancellor Friedrich Merz says concerns about military escalation are big and have dominated talks here in Doha. Merz says he wants to work towards stopping what it calls Iran's destabilizing behavior, whilst also working towards de-escalation in the region. Now, Germany has been one of Israel's strongest political supporters, but it has also condemned Israel. It condemned Israel after Israeli airstrikes on Doha here last year. Now, that's important to Qatar.
That's a good lot of good in it. Fat lot of good there.
Limits anything that risks destabilizing the region. Iranian Foreign Minister Said Abbas Araghchi has publicly criticized Merz, saying that he has abandoned dialogue, that he wants stronger sanctions against Iran, as well as accusing him of expressing exuberance when over 1,000 Iranians were killed as a result of Israeli airstrikes in Iran last year. That shows that Iran does not view Germany as a neutral European actor, but as someone aligned against Iran, even if Germany is asking and calling for de-escalation. That's why this visit to Qatar is so important. Qatar maintains communication channels with Tehran whilst also hosting Western leaders. So Germany is using this visit to reinforce its position whilst relying on Qatar to keep dialogue alive and try to de-escalate the situation in an increasingly polarized and tense region. Asad Beg, Al Jazeera, Doha.
Yeah, won't do much. Pretty much. So why have escalations been happening? Well, that is because the other day, yesterday, I believe, an Iranian drone was shot down by the USA. Let's have a little bloody look at that. This is Money Over History in Capital Zero. I don't know anything about this guy. could be a total prat? Let's find out together, shall we? Let's have a little look.
Just humiliated the United States military, and the Pentagon is trying desperately to spin it as a victory.
Hey, cunning linguist.
Here's what actually happened today in the Arabian Sea. An Iranian Shahed 139 drone flew 500 miles from Iran's southern coast, penetrated multiple layers of American naval defense systems, approached within striking distance of the USS Abraham Lincoln aircraft.
This is all AI images. This is so bad. This is the worst content ever.
Aircraft carrier. Collected detailed reconnaissance intelligence, transmitted that data back to Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, and only then was finally shot down by a panicked F-35C fighter jet. Let that sink in.
None of those images made sense.
It got the intelligence Iran wanted, it sent the data home, and then America destroyed an empty drone while declaring victory. Iranian state media Tasnim News Agency confirmed this afternoon that the Shahed 139 successfully...
The guy is definitely real. I've seen him before, yeah.
...center, but then lost communication. Translation: mission accomplished. We got what we came for. You can shoot down the drone now. We don't need it anymore. This is catastrophic for American naval security. The Abraham Lincoln is a Nimitz-class supercarrier.
Wait, no, he might not be real. Oh my god, he might not be real at all. Wait, hang on a minute. This is how you can tell. This is how you can tell. Oh my god, it's not a real man. Oh my god, I got completely fucking... Wait, hang on a minute. Why is that blocked? Oh, you have to choose which one. Which one is it? Which one is it, bro? Is it this guy? He's got the same face in every thumbnail. Oh no, dude. Oh no. Oh no. He might be real. Let's go oldest.
The new export restriction on strategic metals is being enforced.
No, I don't think he's a real guy.
Schedule. Not at midnight on New Year's, right now. And comics is...
No, I don't think he's real. Oh shit, dude. I'm not watching this. Fuck this shit. Fuck this shit. I wanted to see more fucking news about the fucking... About the drone. Now we've just got to watch Sky News Australia. The reason that I went for that guy is because all we've got is this 41-second clip from fucking Sky News Australia, man. Oh, this sucks. Fucking hell, man.
News just in, the US military has shot down an Iranian drone in the...
There's not going to be anything real in here.
According to a US military spokesperson, the drone was shot down whilst, quote, aggressively approaching an American aircraft carrier. An American F-35C stealth fighter jet shot down the drone. The US aircraft carrier is about 800 kilometres off the Iranian coast and is in the region as part of a growing US military presence there. And this has just been confirmed with our colleagues at Fox News in the US by Caroline Levitt, the White House spokesperson, so we'll have a little more detail on that.
Might be wishful thinking, but did the video list its sources? Let's have a look. I mean, it is true. They did like shoot down an Iranian drone. Let's have a little look here.
Iran just humiliated the United States.
It's so crazy. I can't believe I didn't clock that straight away. Nope. No sources. No sources to be found. Oh well, never mind. Yeah, let's carry on with this. Well, that's it. That's the end of this.
A jet shot down the drone. The US aircraft carrier is about 800 kilometres off the Iranian coast and is in the region as part of a growing US military presence there. And this has just been confirmed with our colleagues at Fox News in the US by Caroline Levitt, the White House spokesperson, so we'll have a little more detail on that throughout the course of the morning.
Okay, so we just got that. Oh no, we got CBS. We got a CBS News report on it. Let's see what CBS is saying. Again, not that much better than Sky News Australia. 1 minute 48. Let's take a little listen, see what we can find out.
The Middle East and the shots fired today in the Arabian Sea. A U.S. Navy fighter jet took out an Iranian attack drone aggressively approaching an American aircraft carrier, all according to a statement from U.S. Central Command.
Have you seen the map of where the warships are? No, let's have a look.
That wasn't the only incident today. Charlie D'Agata has late developments.
U.S. officials tell CBS News an F-35 stealth fighter jet shot down the hostile Iranian Shahed drone in the Arabian Sea, a dramatic escalation amid soaring tensions between the two countries.
It was unmanned. It was acting aggressively towards our USS Lincoln, which we know that aircraft carrier is in the region at the direction of President Trump.
The Abraham Lincoln.
This could all be complete nonsense. It could all be just like complete nonsense entirely. It could just be an excuse for them to attack. You know what I mean?
An aircraft carrier is the
Gulf of Tonkin type fake incident,
centerpiece of a dozen warships, including multiple guided missile destroyers and squadrons of fighter jets in the massive military buildup in the region. The Pentagon said one of those destroyers in a second incident came to the aid of a U.S.
Well, I mean, to be fair, a Shahed drone could probably take it out. You know, like the entire ship, if it hit it in the right place, to be fair. So, you know, I do understand. I do understand if like they saw it and they were like, there's a drone. What are we gonna do? And they were like, wait, what kind of a drone? Yeah, it's a big one. You know?
Oil tanker that had been threatened by 2 Iranian boats.
Especially when Ansar Allah managed to scare a US aircraft carrier so much that it had to turn around really quick and it dropped a plane off the side of it, right? Like, I do understand them shitting themselves at the sight of a drone.
And a drone. The military confrontations come amid threats by President Trump to attack Iran if the regime doesn't abandon its nuclear ambitions, and following
nuclear ambitions
that left thousands of protesters dead.
They are negotiating. They'd like to do something, and we'll see if something is going to be done.
Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, has warned of a regional conflict if the U.S. bombs again, as it did nearly...
If they're going to attack anyway, why not just sink whatever aircraft carriers approach within range? Because Iran has a very, very, very solid, principled way of acting, right? And that is why, despite all the stuff that they found out about the recent co-opted protests, they found out that there were CIA assets and Israeli assets. That's why they haven't done anything about it in terms of responding. Like, of course, they're going to be doing intelligence gathering and shit like that. But again, it's like the nuclear weapons program. Most people in the West just like can't conceive of like a country that is just saying, we are not going to develop a nuclear weapon because we think it's wrong. Our supreme leader was like, this is a bad thing. Nuclear weapons can kill millions of people. Even if it means that we could get targeted with a nuclear weapon or other nuclear weapons, we'll just have others. We'll just have others that are more controlled. They're more precise. They can take out things that cause war, yada, yada, yada. You know? I can't find the map Maple had last night, but they're surrounding Iran with 2 off the coast of Israel ready for counterattack. When you say they're surrounding Iran, you mean like they're in the... Because, of course... Iran's only got like... It's got like 2 seas, but one of those seas is like near Russia. Have they got ships in the fucking thingy? Have they got ships in the Caspian Sea? I can't imagine they'd have ships there. They're not far off the coast of Iran. Well, yeah, they're going to be like here and stuff, right? I looked up the size of a Shahed drone, 2.5 meters wide. Guess how big the Turkish Bayraktar drone is, 12 meters wide. Erdogan would probably just fold and cater to the USA interest, though, sadly. Yeah. The supreme leader, I think it was Khomeini. The Arabian Sea, the Red Sea, and the Strait of Hormuz. So they've got some here, and they've got some here, and they've got some here. Now that's crazy because if they've got them in the Red Sea, Ansar Allah have literally said we will attack U.S. ships in the Red Sea again if they attack Iran. So that'll be interesting. I assume Ansar Allah's leader will be thinking about that.
8 months ago, So despite what happened today, the White House said already scheduled nuclear talks with the Iranians are still going ahead as scheduled. Mideast envoy Steve Witkoff is expected to meet with Iranian officials.
Okay, whatever. Let's have a look at some... let's have a look at some articles about this. See if we can find out any more information. All right. Working hard to prevent US-Iran escalation, says Turkey's Erdogan. Turkey was doing its best to prevent an escalation, said President Tayyip Erdogan, who had spent years cultivating a close relationship with US President Donald Trump, while expanding Ankara's diplomatic influence across the Middle East and beyond. Tayyip Erdogan said that Turkey is now working hard to prevent the tensions from tipping the Middle East into a new conflict. The two adversaries signal that disagreement over Tehran's missile arsenal threatens to torpedo a deal. Speaking to reporters on a return flight from a visit to Egypt, Erdogan added that talks at the level of the US and Iranian leadership would be helpful after lower-level nuclear negotiations due in Oman on Friday. Turkey was doing its best to prevent an escalation. They've said that like fucking like 3 times now. Iran and the US remain at odds over Washington's insistence that negotiations include Tehran's missile arsenal and Iran's vow to discuss only its nuclear program in a standoff that has led to mutual threats of airstrikes. Differences over the scope and venue for the discussions have raised doubts about whether the meetings could take place, leaving open the possibility that Trump could carry out a threat to strike Iran. I got it in a screenshot. I'll put it in the Discord general. Yeah, cheers. Photo taken outside of a Spencer's Gifts. I shouldn't have gone in the... I shouldn't have gone in the Discord, man. Anyway. Yes, Erdogan is a genocidal warlord. That's true. I would go so far as to say that the term warlord is not enough to describe Erdogan. He is a dictator. Like, a true dictator in the way that, you know, the US likes to describe Maduro as, and Ayatollah Khamenei as, but Recep Tayyip Erdogan is absolutely a genocidal dictator, just like Sisi. Yeah. The red thing is where the drone was shot down, so it was obviously having a look at the USS Abraham Lincoln, and it makes sense. If this is real reporting, and you've got the USS McFall, the USS Mitchell there, and then you've got the Bulkley and the Roosevelt near Israel in the Mediterranean, and then you got Delbert D. Black in the Red Sea. That's why they got that one. That's why they got just that one in the Red Sea, because they're like, yeah, Yemen will fucking cumster and dumpster us. But they forget that Yemen could also, like, you know, send boats over fucking here. You know, they could also send a bunch of boats over here to have a go at the fucking the other boats. So they got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 warships, battleships that are just like ships that have missiles on and stuff. And they got all the air bases as well in the region. So they got bases in Qatar, in Oman, Saudi Arabia, Syria, and Iraq. I still don't think it's enough, man. I just still don't think it's enough. I think that they'll get cumstered. You know? Okay. So that's that. Anyway, let's continue this. Yeah, I think that you're right, Sorka. This is Turkey stressing that they did everything they could in anticipation of shit hitting the fan. Yeah. No indication they found common ground on the agenda. Tensions are high across the region as the US builds up forces there. Regional players seek to avoid a military confrontation. Yep, Trump warned of bad things if no Iran deal reached. That's true. US Secretary of State Marco Rubio said on Wednesday talks would include the range of Iran's ballistic missiles. Yep, we saw that. The US is demanding Tehran limits the range of Iran's missiles to 500 kilometers, 310 miles. So what would that be? We saw like a graphic of this recently. Iran's missile range. Yeah. I think that this is broadly... Oh, that's the worst image I've ever seen in my entire life. Okay, there you go. I think that this is broadly true. So yeah, they want it to be at the... Like, dog, they want it... They want to reduce it to this line. There's no way. There's no way that they would do that. Why would they do that? Why would you do it? Why would you do it? Yeah, and these are all the different types of drones and missiles that they have. But I think this might be old. Oh no, this is based on 2020 information. This is all old. They have much more powerful, like, hypersonic missiles and shit now. So yeah, it's probably, this is probably just like old information and shit. Anyway, let's finish this off. While the talks were originally slated for Turkey, Iran wanted the meeting to take place in Oman as a continuation of previous talks held in the Gulf Arab country, that had focused strictly on Tehran's nuclear program, a regional official said. Iran said its nuclear activities are meant for peaceful, not military purposes, while the US and Israel have accused it of past efforts to develop nuclear weapons. We know this. Gulf officials said the talks could be mediated by several countries, though Iran has indicated it wants a two-way format limited to Washington and Tehran. The diplomatic efforts followed Trump's threats of military action against Iran during its bloody crackdown on protesters last month and the deployment of more naval power in the Gulf. The US has sent thousands of troops to the Middle East, as well as an aircraft carrier, other warships, fighter jets, spy planes, and air refueling tankers. After Israel and the United States bombed the Islamic Republic last summer, renewed friction has kindled fears among regional states of a major conflagration that could rebound on them and cause long-term chaos in Iran. Yeah. The US lost the Millennium Challenge war games against Iran back in the early 2000s. They'll lose, even worse, a real war today given Iran's drone and missile advances. Yeah, I really do think that they would. I really do think that they will. I think that that's what's going to happen. I think it's going to inevitably come to blows, and I think Iran will come out on top. I think that there is a big chance for certain that the USA could take out Khamenei, but I don't think that the US understands what that would do, how that would mobilize some of the people in the government of Iran. I don't think there would be the big power grab that they all think is going to happen. I think that there would be like a massive amount of fucking anger, and definitely like probably a fairly major degree of mourning, right? Because it's like, I just think that they underestimate how many people in Iran actually are like sound with Khamenei. You know, there's a lot of people who don't like him, but he's not like he's got a much better approval rating than fucking Keir Starmer, you know? Anyway, specialist US military jet latest to be tracked in Middle East as build-up continues. Flight tracking data suggests that the US is continuing to fly specialist military aircraft into the Middle East as tensions with Iran remain high. Ukraine says Russia struck its railway. Yeah, whatever, don't care about that. What's the US military build-up in the Gulf? Right, let's have a little look at this. We use publicly available flight tracking data to update what we know about US military hardware in the region. This is really funny because the last time we took a lot at last time we took a look at BBC Verify, they were saying you can't just find information out on publicly available flight trackers. I think Iranian leaders would descend on each other like a pack of wild animals with the loss of Khamenei, because that's what they do. They think that that's what would happen because that's what they do without Trump. Yeah, it's all projection, Mr. Dank. Yeah. Thank you for the follow, by the way. A2O for Twitch. Venezuela oil and the Ghost Fleet are part of a ramp up to war. Yeah, definitely. What do you mean Ghost Fleet? You mean like the attacks on the so-called Shadow Fleet? Yeah, I absolutely see that. Yeah, they wanted more oil to raise more money for a military operation, yeah. Chinese and Russian weapons actually work, unlike USA weapons. Yes, there's also that as well, yeah. And China and Russia can resupply Iran far faster than the USA can resupply itself, correct? Yeah, they're stealing the tankers. Yeah, absolutely. I believe that entirely. It is also the US trying to flex its muscles against nations that it doesn't like, right? You know, it's like, yeah, we've put sanctions on you, innit? Insane. Completely ridiculous. What have I got here? I've got like a window open that's like unnecessary. All right. The military buildup comes after the Trump administration began putting pressure on Iran over its nuclear plans and the violent crackdown on January's protests. Today, we also used an aircraft messaging system to reveal that a US airbase in Germany is now operating round the clock. Elsewhere, we've got confirmed Ukrainian reports of drone attacks on it. Yeah, okay, don't care about that. All right, so let's take a look at Al Jazeera's live updates. Iranian officials head towards Oman ahead of critical talks. Talks between Iran and the United States will take place in Oman at 6 in the morning tomorrow on Friday. President Trump's son-in-law, Jared Kushner, and envoy Steve Witkoff have arrived in Doha as Iran's foreign minister, or the finance minister, Arachi, says he's on his way to Oman. I don't think these are going to go well. I don't think this is going to go well. Kushner and Witkoff are not, like, savvy negotiators. They're not fucking savvy negotiators at all. Hey, Susie, what's up? The Khorram Shahir missile, also known as Khaybar, is considered Iran's most powerful missile, capable of carrying a warhead of up to 1,800 kilograms and reaching targets approximately 2,000 kilometers away. Yeah. You reckon Hassan saw Kushner on his way out? Pfft. No, Kushner fucking lives in the region, right? Why is Kushner involved even? It's just all cronyism, isn't it? That's all it is. You know? Analysis. Let's take a look at this from 12 minutes ago. Several new factors pushing US-Iran talks forward. Esfandia Batman-Ghalid, CEO of the Bourse and Bazaar Foundation think tank, says he's pessimistic that the US and Iran talks will succeed. Join the club, buddy. I also think it's worth considering the conditions in place that are conducive to successful negotiations, which have never before existed in this combination. Batman-Ghalid said in a lengthy social media post, those factors include Iran's diminished nuclear program and weakened regional proxies, as well as the fact that Israel's military operation against Iran last June made the cost and spillover effects of further conflict undeniable. Who is this guy and what are his credentials? Think tank? Bourse and Bazaar Foundation think tank? Hey, Hunter Biden's bathroom, what's up? Batman-Ghalid also pointed to the diplomatic efforts of Middle Eastern countries trying to quell tensions and the Trump administration's likely reticence to be involved in any escalation with Iran ahead of the upcoming US midterm elections. These conditions may not be enough to get a viable deal given the significant distrust difference in diplomatic styles. Yeah, I think this is the take. It's not, there's not going to be any deal. The fact that talks are resuming after everything that's transpired in the last year points to the strength of these conditions and their influence on the thinking. No, it just points to the fact that Iran is a normal fucking nation and they have like principles and dignity and honor and shit, you know? It's just ridiculous. Iran already refused any negotiation with Trump's government, period. They didn't refuse that. No, they didn't refuse that. What are you talking about? They're negotiating tomorrow, but they're negotiating on their terms. That's the difference. What they refused to do was to concede their ballistic weapons program. They called Trump a liar during the last Israel missile attack. Yeah, they did, and they still think the same, but they are attending negotiations in Oman tomorrow. You know? Hey, Zoot, what's up? White House warns that Trump has many options aside from diplomacy. Yeah, they're just threatening him. Oil price falls ahead of US and Iran talks. Well, this is what it's all about, right? This is what it's all about. All right. One more update. Let's take a look at this. Pezeshkian appoints Defense Council Secretary. Iran's president has named Admiral Ali Shamkhani Secretary of the body, which was established this August after June's 12-day war against Israel. Pezeshkian chairs the National Defense Council. According to Iran's semi-official Tasnim news agency, the body's mandate is strengthening defense readiness, countering emerging threats, and enhancing coordination in defense decision-making. The appointment comes as both Iran and the US have upped their rhetoric about readiness for armed conflict, and hours before officials from the two countries are set to meet for talks in Oman. Yeah. Trump's next gambit is to make the Iranian government stand behind him for a photo op while he loudly shits his pants. Yeah. Yeah. Honestly, Jared has to be pissing himself that Israel might accidentally kill him. Well, this is the thing. In all of these situations, the wild card is Israel. And let's have a look and see what they're talking about. Let's see if they mention Iran. Of course they do. Israel preparing for Houthi retaliation if the US strikes Iran, in the Jerusalem Post. Israel sees little chance of deal ahead of Oman talks, and what they mean by that is Israel doesn't want an agreement from the Oman talks, and I don't think the US does either. Spotlights Ali Khamenei amid Iran-US talks. What is this? Shifted focus from Trump to a bunker-bound Khamenei, mocking Iran, US tensions, Israeli defense systems, and domestic... Wait, what? Okay, so on Israel's Channel 12, they're doing, like... dressing up as Ali Khamenei with, like, a Hamas fucking thing in the background. Well, it's supposed to look like Hamas, but it's just, you know... This is ridiculous, man. This is just fucking ridiculous. Like, this is how, like, insane Israel is when it comes to talking about potential war in the region, right? Like, they're just like, yeah, I'm gonna dress as Ali Khamenei on Channel fucking 12, one of the main fucking news stations, and we're gonna take the piss. He's gonna have a Hamas thing in the background, and we're just gonna make jokes about, like, how I'm bored binging fucking TV in my bunker. I've been in a bunker. I cancelled a vacation. There's no refund. They're Persians. Referencing an Israeli ethnic trope that Iranians are penny pinchers. That's cool. They're just doing racism. Hell yeah, dude. So normal. Great stuff. Wow. Oh my god. What a normal country, man. What a normal country. Houthis prepared to strike Israel. US warships in event of attack on Iran. Yes, we already knew this. But apparently Israel is preparing to respond if this happens. Not sure how effective that will be. Probably not that effective. They're probably more keen to attack Iran with the USA. There is a strong likelihood that the Houthis will resume their attacks on Israel and on US ships if the US strikes Iran. Israeli public broadcaster Kan News reported on Wednesday. According to Kan, Israeli security forces are operating under the assumption that Yemen's Houthi terrorists will be prepared to strike back against Israel if the US attacks Iran first. Kan also reported that a source within a Yemenite faction combating the Houthis had passed information to Washington about the potential for a resurgence in attacks on US ships in the Red and Arabian Seas. Brother, this is so insane. You don't need a source within a Yemenite faction at war with Ansar Allah to know this, because they've stated it publicly. They've made a statement. It's so stupid. It's so fucking stupid, man. They always love to, like, say that they've, like, we've got intelligence and we've spoken to these specific groups about what's going to happen. And it's like, bro, Ansar Allah just said they were going to support Iran if there was an attack by the US. It's so stupid, man. Holy fucking shit. God damn it. Absolutely irredeemable fucking country. Not even a real country. Israel estimates slim prospects for US-Iran agreement in Oman talks. Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araqi, he's the foreign minister, not the finance minister, will meet with United States President Donald Trump's envoys Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner in Muscat, Oman on Friday. I was audio only while driving, but can you just link the Israel Channel 12 Iranians are penny pinchers racism thing? Yeah, sure, dude. Yeah, it's this one. There you go. Hey, RT Clearance, what's up? Yeah, I'll have a stretch in a minute. Yeah, for sure. I'll just finish this article. Israeli officials estimated on Thursday that it's likely that Iran and the US will reach an agreement during the slated talks between senior officials in Oman on Friday. Most people think this. Abbas Araki is set to meet with Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner. Iran is talking to us because he doesn't want us to attack them. Well, yeah. Yeah, dude. Great work. According to Al Jazeera, the US is demanding that Iran dismantle its nuclear program, reduce the range of its ballistic missiles so they cannot reach Israel, and grant a kind of amnesty to those arrested during the 12-day war protest. What the fuck are you on about? This hasn't been mentioned at all. This wasn't even mentioned at all. What the fuck are you talking about? It added that America was also requesting the Islamic Republic reduce oil exports to China and strike an agreement that will end the current hostility between Iran and America. I don't think any of this is real. Interesting. Yeah, I just think that they're going to bomb Iran. I just think that that's just what's going to happen. The things that they're asking for in the negotiations are too much. It's not going to work. What's this final one? We have a final Al Jazeera bit. US-Iran talks set for Friday. Any strike could spark a regional war, expert says. Let's have a little look at this report.
Confirmed they'll hold talks in Oman on Friday, hoping to reach a deal to avoid war. Iran.
Thanks to the blue fella, RTE clearance.
He'll attend the meeting in person. Well, Tehran insists the focus must be on its nuclear program and lifting of US sanctions. Washington, though, maintains the threat of military action remains, with a significant US military buildup in the region. Secretary of State Marco Rubio says talks must be wide-ranging.
Why else does Israel need $6 billion more arms? Yeah, exactly.
I think in order for talks to actually lead to something meaningful, they will have to include certain things. And that includes the range of their ballistic missiles. That includes
Did we already see this?
of terrorist
Is this the same thing that we saw before, or is it just an extended version of it?
Nuclear program, and that includes the treatment of their own people. They've expressed an interest in meeting and talking. If they change their mind, we're fine with that too. We prefer to meet and talk. I'm not sure you can reach a deal with these guys, but we're going to try to find out.
Well, tension's been rising ever since violent protests in Iran broke out in late December. Rights groups say thousands of people were killed. In recent days, a 3-week internet blackout ended, but heavy restrictions still remain.
That's very interesting that Al Jazeera English has now... It's one of the only outlets that is saying thousands, not tens of thousands. That's interesting. Probably because it knows that it has the right information of the amount of people who died.
In an interview with US media, President Donald Trump has issued a threat to Iran's supreme leader. Al Jazeera's chief US
Damn, what's new, dude?
Fisher reports from Washington, D.C.
Okay, no, so we have the Alan Fisher
should
thing.
The supreme leader of Iran be worried? And he said he should be very worried. Of course, it got that against the backdrop of a massive military armada making its way towards Iran at the moment, and the fact that the United States has talked on several occasions of possibly striking Iran again. Remember, they did so back in June, and Donald Trump referenced that during his interview, said that he had obliterated the Iran nuclear program.
They never mentioned the numbers killed by the so-called protesters, yeah.
Restart. And if they did, he said they would be very, very sorry. He was also asked about the support he gave to the protesters in Iran, saying that they had their back.
What's up with Al Jazeera having Scottish correspondents? Well, the thing is that a lot of journalists have a degree of principle and dignity, right? In terms of they actually want to do the job of journalism. And when they look at potential work, jobs that they could do, what are they presented with? The BBC, Sky News, GB News, LBC, all of these absolutely fucking gross, top-down, editorial, like completely cooked by the fucking editors who are totally compromised by Israel, compromised by fucking ruling class interests, compromised by sensationalist money-making headliners, you know, and they look at Al Jazeera and they're like, oh damn, these guys are actually doing like a bit of real reporting. So it's a lucrative job to have, especially if you're going to be like a correspondent somewhere else in the world, in the Imperial Core, you know what I mean? So it's a good question, Dan, but that's why. That's generally why. Susie says, what about the US troops on the ground in Nigeria? How is it sustainable for the US to have 2 or even more conflicts going on at once? Haven't heard anything about why we have troops in Nigeria since it was announced. That's true. That's true. Hey, Mort, how you doing? Yeah, it's about increasing Raytheon's profits, yeah. Hey, Alejandro. Billionaire pedophile framing. Yeah, it's good. It's good that most of the media is like that. Ireland has been, in particular, has been pretty solid with regards to Palestine, at least compared to other countries. Since Scotland was also colonized, they're probably in a similar spot. I wouldn't say that Ireland has been pretty solid with regards to Palestine. The government in Ireland haven't done much in solidarity with Palestine. I bet you Alan Fisher's supporter of the indie movement? Yeah, maybe.
Insist that they still do.
The people in Ireland have done a lot, but the government not so much.
Negotiations with the Iranians may lead somewhere.
What you have to remember about Ireland is that, like, politics in the south, politics in Iran, are actually like quite a lot different than the north. In the north, they're under occupation, you know? So when it comes to the north and shit, there's very, 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 very radical politics about Palestine and that kind of a, like, you know. What's interesting about Ireland is that in the south, you will actually find people having, like, less radical politics because they aren't under occupation. You know what I mean? And I know that sounds a little dismissive and a little reductive. Ireland is a massive country. It's got a bunch of people, you know, it's got a massive population. There's loads of different politics. There's loads of different kinds of politics. But I've been to a bunch of talks on Irish politics. I've been to a bunch of talks on, like, Irish language politics and shit like that. And you'd be surprised at, like, the way in which some people, like, there are some people who in the north of Ireland have orange politics. And what that means is that they are unionist, you know, they support unionists and shit like that. But they learn Irish and they go and, like, hang out with fucking friends on farms in the south, in Ireland, and speak Irish with them. And often you will get orange supporters, like unionists in Ireland. You will get them saying things like, "Oh, learning Irish it's green politics." Green politics meaning, like, you know, anti-colonial radical politics, but it's it's absolutely bizarre. There's a load of stuff. Yo, what the fuck is going on? Yo, Madeline with the fucking massive raid. What is going on, everyone? Welcome to the stream. My name is djmuel. If you don't know me, I'm a lefty political streamer from the UK. I've got history in organising. I used to organise with the Tenants Union here in Manchester. I've done eviction resistances, done anti-fascist organising, anti-fascist protests and shit like that. Yeah, that's who I am. I cover the news and geopolitics from an anti-imperialist and a communist perspective. Thank you so much for the fucking raid, Madeline. Appreciate that a lot. That's two massive raids. Two massive raids from Madeline this week. Everybody, please go show some love to Madeline Pendleton, an incredible comrade over there in the States. I hope you had a great stream. There's so many people here. Oh my god. Hi everyone. Thank you for all the follows. Simmer Jaime, how you doing? Philippe Lifts, the queer bitch, Rayla Little Human, Chinese Mustard, Verona Piff, Cyrus, Walmart Drug Lord. Hell yeah, that's great. Cole Cunningham, New Queen Bee, Lucy Fur. We got I Am McCrae, Hummus Guzzler, fuck yeah. Dyslexic Frogs, Angel Punk 420, Sweet Lady Sleaze, Find It Lesbian, Piss Rail, that's good. Hegel's Big Dialecticals, fuck yeah, let's go. Verona Pith, hello. Did I miss anyone? I think that's everyone. Thank you so much for all the follows. Hello. I hope you're all good. You're from the Northwest as well. Hell yeah, comrade, let's fucking go. Yeah, no fucking Fed posting in the chat, please. Let's not do that. Snaky Witch, what's up? Welcome in. What do we got? Also, Nadia, please don't just be speaking in other languages. Normally you're fine doing that because you translate and shit, but I can't translate everything that you're saying. I can't speak the languages that you're speaking. Please just chill on that. Just try and do English only for me, please. Who else do we got? There's some other people as well. Comrade Internet as well. Spaceman Sador, Mary Jane Lane, Nip Dip, Danny Way, Starshaw, Star Wars Hour. Sorry. Hey, RTE Clearance. Thank you for the 100 bits as well. What's going on? Thank you so much. Who else do we got? Anyone else that I know? No, that's everyone, I think. Roach Hudson, hello. Angel Punk 420, what's up? Bookfast Supernova. I'm in London now, but I lived in Manchester for 10 years. Damn, what the fuck? What job did you get?
Hello, my old chum.
What job did you get moving from here to London? JH the Brickman, what's up? Welcome in. Mandrew the Great. Beanie Gaby, how's it going? Good to see you. Yeah, we're just checking out Iran, everyone. We're just checking out the escalations around Iran. Then we've got some more Jeffrey Epstein shit to take a look at. And that's that, basically. Yeah, then we're going to take a look at some fucking... some video essays about some fun shit. And that's what we're going to do today. So, we're just in the middle of this Al Jazeera report on the US and Iran talks tomorrow at 6 a.m. GMT even. Yeah, they're just telling us about the fact that they want Iran to reduce their range of their ballistic missiles, which is not going to happen. That's a red line for Iran. They also want Iran to not support Hezbollah, Hamas, Al-Qassam brigades. RTE Clearance, thank you so much for gifting us up to Bookfast Supernova. What was I saying? Yeah, they also want them to end their support to Ansar Allah, also known as the Houthis. This is also a red line. It's not going to happen. Iran just wants to negotiate around the nuclear program that it has, because that's how it was negotiating before. Be a US puppet like the Gulf states, yeah. Al Jazeera posted some anti-China shit earlier. Yeah, they will do that. Like, you know, here's the important thing to remember. Like, some of you will have maybe just have heard of Al Jazeera since the genocide in Gaza, right? And if that is the case, you might think that Al Jazeera is a great source for a bunch of stuff, right? It kind of is. It's a good source for stuff in the region, particularly. However, what you've got to remember is that the bias that Al Jazeera has, especially with its Al Jazeera English channel, is towards the West, and that's because it is a client state of empire. And so if it's going to post some anti-China shit, that's because, yeah, it wants to appeal to people in the empire. It wants to appeal to state officials in the empire. It's a state-run, it's a state-run fucking news source. I only pay attention to the stuff they say about the Middle East. Look, you could pay attention to the stuff that they say about everywhere else. You just have to know what the bias is, right? You just have to know what the bias is. And once you understand the bias, you understand why they're saying the things they're saying, and to not take it as seriously as you might. It is always fun to take the piss out of the kinds of things that they say about China and shit like that. So yeah, let's crack on. Let's crack on with this. Thank you so much for the raid, Madeline. Appreciate you.
Mohsen Milani, he's Executive Director at the Center for Strategic and Diplomatic Studies at the University of South Florida. And he joins us live from Tampa in Florida. Mohsen, so Iran insists the meeting must focus on its nuclear agenda and the lifting of US sanctions, but American officials are demanding that talks go way beyond nuclear. So how far apart are both sides, and what hope do you have for these talks?
I think we ought to criticize any state, US, China, Iran, UK, no place is perfect. Okay. So, what I would say to that, Stephen, and this is gentle because I know that you've come here and you've been a good chatter and you're supporting the stream and shit like that and yada yada. And, we had a disagreement about China when you first came here. This is a place of learning. But the thing that you are describing where you say that we ought to criticize any state, US, China, Iran, UK. US and UK, yeah, sure. If you're from the USA, criticize the USA. If you're from the UK, criticize the UK. If you're from the UK, criticize USA, Europe, these countries, the white countries that were involved in the imperial core. But what right do we have to criticize Iran? What right do we have to criticize China? What right do we have to criticize any country that isn't our own country in the imperial core that we are allied with? Why do for some reason, why do we, white people in the West, have a right to criticize China? What's that about? Why do we have that? The answer is pretty simple. It's white supremacist chauvinism. That's all it is, right? Our state officials are constantly criticizing China, constantly criticizing Iran, constantly criticizing every single country in the imperial periphery. And that is because they are in charge of the white supremacist imperialist project, which is the USA, Europe, Canada, New Zealand, Aotearoa, Japan, Australia, all these countries, right? It's not our business what China's doing. It's just not our business. It's not our business what Iran is doing. It's not our business. It is our business how our countries are treating their countries. And that's why in this channel, we often just criticize the way that the US and the UK and Europe treats these other countries.
Sonic will never again be a pain in my egg!
Thanks for the 100 bits RT clearance. How's it going? I already said hi to you before. Sorry. Literally, we're in the center of capitalism. We don't have the right to criticize the global south when we destroyed them in the past, and we still do it. Yep. I don't disagree at all, but you have to understand there's a time and place. Much of the criticism levied at China and Iran or whatever comes solely from an effort to either delegitimize their projects or legitimize the military intervention or just pure chauvinism. Yeah, I don't know why you said don't disagree at all, but because I agree with what you're saying.
Thank you very much for having me on your show. I think the region today is on the brink of a major war, and diplomacy must be given a chance. However, there are serious obstacles in the way of diplomacy.
Yes, correct, Madrian. Also, how are you doing? It doesn't really make sense for us to criticize countries that, one, are considered enemies by our own countries in the imperial court. Two, we receive incredible amounts of propaganda about. Yes.
Mostly in terms of two issues. One issue is irreconcilable threat perceptions. Tehran believes that the 12-day war ended up in a ceasefire, but the war has continued, and they believe that what has happened in Iran in the past...
This is also how Israel thinks. It's also how Israel thinks.
Month or so, in terms of the protest movement, is the phase 2 of that unfinished war. Moreover, they believe that unless they convey this message to Washington.
Well, that's a great point, Hunter Biden's bathroom, right? No government or nation is perfect, but societal change must come from within. External intervention looks exactly like what the US America keeps doing to Iraq and Iran. What you're also referring to is the way that China actually does its foreign policy, right? And I don't mean the second part, right? But the first part where you say no government or nation is perfect, but societal change must come from within. That is literally China's foreign policy. It says that every country should try and exercise sovereignty and discover their own sovereignty. And what it means by that is the workers rising up, right? The workers rising up, building dual power structures, and then having a dictatorship of the proletariat to have a transition in between capitalism to communism. That's the ideal mode of power transfer, right? And that is the way in which the people in the country that they live in can experience sovereignty. And that's why China does not get involved in any kind of conflict around the world, because it understands, like what they say in Star Trek, you can't just get involved and force, you can't force a country to like do the right thing. You just can't do that. You can't force a people to do anything, right? We were just talking about this concept on Madstream. Revolution must come from within, not from outside. Yeah, it's why the Soviet Union got so much flack. Like someone said it in the chat the other day. Like they were saying. The Soviets would have helped Cuba in the current situation that Cuba is in, And then someone said, yeah, but if the Soviets did that, they would then be considered like, you know, the way that they're considered in Eastern European countries, which is like, they're often seen as occupiers, right? And it's like, yeah. You said that first part, and then someone else said, yeah, but they would be seen as occupiers. And that's kind of what the Soviet Union, you know, that's why it got such a bad rep. Because people would be like, oh, they're just occupying these countries. They weren't occupying them in many respects. They were obviously helping them materially. But it was seen as an occupation, you know? It was seen as an occupation.
That any strike on Iran, regardless of how limited or how surgical it is going to result in a regional war. Washington is not going to get the message. Therefore, Tehran is looking at these negotiations in terms of its survival as an existential moment.
Yeah, and President Trump has warned that Iran's supreme leader should be worried.
That stuff is bourgeoisie propaganda, and I agree, because I don't believe that the Soviets occupied those countries, but that is the way that they are seen. And like, I guess the question that you've got to ask yourself is like, does that matter to the broader socialist projects of the USSR, right? Like, does it matter if the USSR gets criticized? Not really. It's a small price to pay to actually like help people achieve their own independence, you know, etc. Like fund revolutionary movements, etc., etc. Yeah, I guess like the point is I think China has a really refined way of doing it, and it's based more in revolutionary optimism than the Soviets. I think the Soviets were like pretty like, no, we have to make the revolution happen all over the world, and I get that. I totally get it. I don't entirely disagree, right? But at the same time, it's kind of like the science of revolutionary optimism says that there will just be a dictatorship of the proletariat in any capitalist country, because all capitalism can do is push its workers, you know, to the limit again and again and again. The reason that it does that is because if it doesn't do that, then it essentially just becomes a socialist state anyway. So it can't be seen to be socialist, and it can't be seen to be like letting its fucking people have too much good stuff. So, you know, I say both Stalin and Trotsky were wrong. Lenin was right. Don't at me. Well, you know, sucks to suck, because it was Trotsky that was the wrong one. Anyway, there's also other communist thinkers other than those three. Everybody forgets. There's more than just three. Okay, let's carry on.
I mean, so against the backdrop of this buildup of US military assets in the region, is this just Trump's saber rattling, or is it something more sinister?
Yeah, I get what you're saying, Dr. Maggot, yeah.
War and perhaps regime change?
It could be any of these, all of the above. It is hard to read President Trump's hand, but at the same time, you have to remember, in any kind of serious negotiations, there are pre-negotiations maneuvers, as both sides try to establish.
Well, yeah, you've got Mao, you've got Fidel, you've got Sankara, you've got Lumumba, you've got fucking, you know, all them ones. There's so many more. There's so many more thinkers.
Their red lines, and they are both engaged in serious psychological warfare.
I get it to be Yugoslav history-specific rant, but it's too long for Twitch chat. Yeah.
And remember that President Trump is under a lot of pressure domestically to strike and not to strike. People who have supported regime change are pressuring him that Iran is at its weakest point in the past 4 decades, and therefore
Castro regret. Well, I said Fidel, yeah.
Opportunity we should finish the job, but at the same time, there are powerful forces within the MAGA movement that tells President Trump that you promised.
Yo, no worries, Chinese mustard. Thanks for hanging out.
And therefore, they are pressuring him not to start a war.
And that's an interesting point you make, Mohsen, because we haven't heard much from Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu in the run-up to these talks. But the public debate in Israel...
That's because you don't speak Hebrew, and all he does is talk about this stuff in Hebrew, and all he says is, we're going to fucking destroy Iran. We've got people on the ground involved in this fucking co-opting the protest. We murdered loads of civilians. It's really good. Don't worry, we're going to fucking absolutely hammer Iran. There'll be nothing there, yada, yada, yada. Just saying the most insane, disgusting, freak fascist shit you've ever heard in your entire life. That's why we haven't heard what Bibi's saying, because he's just saying all that in the Hebrew channels.
Israel seems to be that Iran and its proxies have never been more vulnerable. You just made that point. And the regime's been weakened by massive domestic protests. So does Netanyahu see this as the perfect opportunity for a strike? When
will we see the media calling the US a regime? Right, well, that's why we all come to Twitch, right? Because we call the US a regime.
Political win in the run-up to Israeli elections later this year.
The ironic thing with all these mentions of political philosophy thinkers, what does the capitalist hegemony have in comparison? Fucking nothing, that's what. Excuse me. You're forgetting what we watched at the start of the stream.
Again, I'm not a nutritionist either. But what's fascinating to me is I haven't heard any negative stories about people doing this.
Well, I have a negative.
Krill's locked in.
Okay. One of the things that both Michaela and I noticed was that when we restricted our diet and then ate something we weren't supposed to, the reaction to eating what we weren't supposed to was absolutely catastrophic.
What did you do? What did you switch to? Or what did you eat, rather?
Well, the worst response, I think we're allergic to, or allergic, whatever the hell this is, having an inflammatory response to something called sulfites. And we had some apple cider that had sulfites in it, and that was really not good. Like, I was done for a month. That was the first time I talked to Sam Harris.
You were done for a month?
Oh, yeah. It took me out for a month. It was awful.
Really?
Yeah. So I would say,
so this is right before this whole truth conversation with Sam Harris that got stuck in the mud. During.
So I think the day I talked to Sam was like the worst day of my life. Not because of talking to Sam, but it was
just physically.
Oh, Jesus, I was so dead. But I didn't want to not do it. Because
apple cider, like what was it doing?
Sulfites in it.
What was it doing to you?
Oh, it produced an overwhelming sense of impending doom.
He fucked up his gut microbiome. That's all that happened. He fucked up his gut microbiome. He was eating too much raw meat, and then the apple cider vinegar reminded his gut that he needed more nutrients.
And I seriously been overwhelmed. Like, there's no way I could have lived like that if that would have lasted for...
Yeah, so if people don't know what this is the famous I was responding to Bubble in the chat saying, like, what's the capitalist hegemony got to compete with all these amazing political philosophers that we've just mentioned? And of course, the capitalist hegemony can only produce someone like Jordan Peterson, a total hack, a total fucking grifter, a total fake it till you make it fucking loser who only rose to prominence because he was a belligerent professor who was evil and transphobic, he went on a raw meat diet, which is exactly what it sounds like. He just ate raw meat. So, like, fucking raw steak, raw mince, raw eggs, raw milk, anything. And then this is him recounting an anecdote where he had, during this raw meat diet, a spoonful of apple cider vinegar. Maybe he wasn't on raw meat. I don't know. Maybe he wasn't on raw meat. Maybe he's on cooked meat. I don't know. He was on just meat, right? He was just doing just meat, right? Did he have turmeric as well? Right, yeah. So, just one of these, like, fucking nutty diets, right? And then he had a spoonful of apple cider vinegar. And the funny thing is that, like, the chatters who've just come in, I tried to go vegan after during Christmas, right? And I've never really, like, been that vegan and stuff. Figured out how to make seitan. I was really excited. It was really good. But I started to get really bad anxiety, right? I started to get really, really, really bad anxiety. Like, super bad anxiety. It was like gripping the side of the bed at night going like, you're gonna die. Super bad shit. It was terrible. Yeah? I found out that was because I wasn't getting enough B12 or iron. And the B12 and iron that I was eating, it wasn't covered with animal fat, right? That's how your gut protects it. And so when your gut microbiome has like a crisis, it gives you mad anxiety, right? It gives you really, really mad anxiety and like super like intense panic attacks, feelings of impending doom. And I've had it a couple of times in my life when my diet's been bad. So what he's referring to here is pretty much that. right? But it happened to him because he was eating this stupid. This isn't like trying to go vegan. He was trying to eat just eat meat and offal and raw milk and shit. And then he just like had a bit of something healthy, and it reminded him that he needs more nutrients. And yeah. Some things in my life making sense. Yeah. No. If you're having these issues, I would highly recommend just like having a burger, like, right? Like I know that like if you're vegan, you might not want to have a burger or whatever, but like you got to get your B12 up, you got to get your iron up. If your gut microbiome isn't there, you're gonna have like a real bad time. But yeah, it's funny that it happened. It's sad that it happened to me, chat. It's sad, isn't it, that it happened to me? Yeah. But it's funny that it happened to Jordan Peterson, isn't it? Yes, that's right. Yep. Dilly!
Sonic will never again be a pain in my egg!
Yo, Dilly, thank you so much. Yes, lad. Thank you so much for the fucking 13 quid. How are you doing? Everybody, please go show some love to Diligent Fingers, UK, good friend of mine. Excellent DJ. Go and check out his streams. How you doing, King? Thank you so much for supporting the stream. Thank you so much for subbing off Twitch. Also, yeah, I guess it is that time to remind people as well. I've been streaming for 2 hours and 40 minutes, chat. It is that time to remind you that I do this as my full-time job. Please consider either subscribing on stream or subscribing off stream. You can subscribe off stream by donating to the Streamlabs tip link that is in the chat right now. If you go to there, that means that I will get 100% of the money that you donate. I'm looking to make £500 to make my food, rent, and bills far more affordable this month. I do get topped up by Universal Credit, but it's not great. And yeah, please consider supporting me in that way. You can also subscribe on Twitch and you will get some cool emotes, so there is that as well. 211 heads in tonight, you massive mule. Yeah, I had a big raid from Madeline Pendleton once again, which is crazy because this was a huge raid from Madeline, way bigger than the raid that I got from her on Monday. So big up Queen, big up our commie Queen. Yeah, enough love, Dilly. Same to you, man. Okay, all right. So there's the call to action. I will be continuing with the Iran news. Let's have a little look.
Yes, he does, and I don't think he has.
You got McRated it. Hell yeah, Fungal Goon. What's up?
Have been saying all along that Iran is weak, and it is time for us to finish the job. The problem is that Iran might have.
So technically, I got the Yugo and the fucking Madeline raid. So that's crazy. So I got to shout out Ugopnik as well. Yeah. I got to shout out. No, that's not right. That's not his. No, don't follow that. It's Ugopnik Twitch. There you go. Go follow Ugopnik Twitch.
Become weaker in the region, but domestically there is no evidence that the repressive capabilities of the Islamic Republic have diminished, and therefore they might have become weaker in the region, but they still have quite a bit of power domestically. And we do not know what is going to happen if there is a strike against Iran. Remember what General Petraeus always used to say: when you're thinking of war, tell me what's going to happen next and tell me how you're going to get out of the war. And therefore, I think the president is being extremely conservative and is trying to make the best in order not to get involved in another endless war in the Middle East.
Mohsen, just a final thought to you. And of course, regional powers like Qatar, Turkey, the Saudis, Omanis, are hoping the talks will lead to a deal to avoid another all-out war. What leverage do they have to pressure Iran to make those hard decisions and accept a deal?
They are playing an extremely positive role today. In 2015 and 16, when the nuclear deal was signed between Iran and the 5 global powers, some of the Arab countries were reluctant. They were very suspicious of the deal. However, today, I think most of the Arab countries,
Madeline has mistakenly raided the other Ugopnik multiple times.
say all of them,
HDs, what's up?
worried about the outbreak of another war, and therefore they're playing a very positive role, not only in terms of
Yeah, maybe they should press the USA instead, yeah.
agreement, but they are among the most important American allies in the region. And they're
Thank you for the follow.
President Trump and the US administration to reach an agreement with Tehran, and I hope all of them succeed.
Chat, don't forget, if you're ever worried about the state of the world and the news that we're looking at, if there's been £25 donated to the stream, you get to see little Melpert with his little nose like that, upside down. Oh yeah. That's the shit. That's the shit right there. Just a little fellow with his face upside down like that. What's he doing? How's he being around like that? That's crazy.
Mohsen Milani, really good to get your thoughts and your analysis on this issue. Many thanks for your time, Mohsen.
Worth every penny, yeah.
Thank you very much.
All right, so that's the end of the Al Jazeera coverage on that. And that is also the end of the Iran segment. So it's kind of looking like there is just going to be US strikes on Iran and subsequently Iran responding. I think if Iran responds, I think that there will be like a massive effect on people in the imperial core. It's going to drive up petrol prices. That, of course, affects everything. It affects logistics. It affects everyday travel. It affects regular working class Joes like me and you. If you happen to have a car, if you're privileged enough to have a car, it affects the price of transport. Absolutely everything. And that'll be all over the world, I think, not just in the imperial core. And I also think that it will probably massively impact US presence in the region because they're going to target US bases in the region. And possibly it could be the war that ends the US's presence in the region. So very interesting but terrifying times. Yeah, critical support to Iran. Minimally critical at this point, to be honest. Are we still waiting to learn about Sovsits from Mooncat? If we get through the news, if we get through the Epstein stuff now, we will be watching the Mooncat Sovereign Citizen video. I wish we could divest from imperial hegemony already. Well, say what you like about Keir Starmer, but he made the bold decision to engage in talks with China. Don't forget conference. The Chinese Century of Prosperity will be including Britain. Thanks to me. So, you know, that is always interesting. Obviously, we got Marks Carney as well. We got Keith Starlin and Marks Carney. And here's an idea for a channel point redemption. Mule does the Starmer voice for 30 seconds. No, but I just do it anyway. Is it wrong to say I hope Iran does retaliate? No, I don't think so. I think most of us hope that Iran retaliates. I think we don't even need to hope that if Iran will retaliate or not, because they will retaliate. And I think that they will absolutely destroy the US presence in the region. And I think that most people, even domestically in the USA, do not want their troops on foreign soil in that way. You know what I mean? I think that most people in the USA are like, hey man, having military bases in all these different fucking countries and like controlling a fucking empire of sorts is bad. Like it's bad news. It gives us a bad reputation and we shouldn't be doing this. Like majority, I think that would be the majority opinion in the USA. You know? I don't want him to because I'm scared, but I also recognize it as the best option given the everything. I mean, like, there's no reason, there is genuinely no reason for us to be scared in the Imperial Core. Like, it will make our lives a bit worse, but like, you know, we're just going to have to adapt. Like, and again, like the way you know, if you're looking for examples on how to adapt, we look at our comrades in Gaza who have managed to, you know, adapt despite having similar situations imposed on them for the last 18 years. They've just had a genocide done to them, and they are also adapting after that, despite being continually bombed as well every single day. 1,520 violations of the ceasefire by so-called Israel. And also look at our comrades in Cuba, who are also now under threat of more tensions with the USA, potential escalations from the USA, and also worsening conditions because of the lack of Venezuelan oil. We will adapt, and things will get better. And broadly speaking, it will encourage the imperial core working class proletariat to organize more efficiently and establish dual power, you know? Sharp and contradictions are there to be hit like a weak point on a boss monster. Yes, that's a great way of putting it, I think. I've been doing some looking into all of that. Yeah. Yeah, you should. My cat is trying to fish a lizard out of a squirrel feeder. You mean like a lizard, like a real lizard? Like a lizard, like an actual lizard. That's mad. Cats are just like little cute murder babies, aren't they? Isn't it mad? I think about that a lot. Like, cats are so cute, but they just love to murder stuff. You live in Florida. Hey, you know what's wacky? They got lizards in France. When I go to the ZAD in April, I'm going to see lizards. Out of all the Western capitalist nations, which one do you think could have a revolution the soonest? Spain. Spain's current government is doing soft social reforms to the point where people in Spain are able to have a better quality of life, which means that they are able to organize with a lot more capacity than in most countries. And I don't know if that would nullify... I don't know if these things are going to nullify Spain, but Spain doesn't really seem to be a country that is, like, on its laurels. Spain or Scotland? Am I being too hopeful? I don't think Scotland's having a revolution that soon. I'm sorry, Dan. I don't think you are. Unless independence happens.
Hello, my old chum.
And the kind of soft social reforms that the Scottish government wants to employ in Scotland happen. I fear Scotland is too sock-dem-pilled. I mean, you know, social democrat governments, if there isn't a organized right wing, still not great, but social reforms that mean that people's lives are better will ultimately result in people having more time to organize, you know? That's what it's about, really. Like, how much energy does the working class have? How much freedom does the working class have? You know? Is Argentina a Western capitalist country because the contradictions are sharp as fuck now? No, Argentina is a fucking colony of MAGA at the moment with fucking what's his face? How do you even say his name? Javier Milei? If the Labour and the Tory party do properly collapse, then devolution has no real opposition. Yeah, correct. Yeah. Captain ANCAP. Yeah, that motherfucker, yeah. Okay, so we're cracking on. We're taking a look at the Epstein stuff. I know that most people have probably seen this stuff already, but I just wanted to catch up on a couple of news sources and little bits and pieces about Epstein and the revelations and shit like that. We got a whole bunch of stuff here to take a look at. We got Todd Blanche's statement that I've not heard. We got a Channel 4 thing talking to a Epstein survivor, which is really important. Which, again, I was talking about this on Monday. You know, the survivors and the victims. Again, you know, people always say that they love to be victim-centered, and they often don't listen to victims. And I don't mean, like, you know, Basically, like, the listen to victims thing is so stupid because people are always like, yeah, you listen to victims, and then what they do is they just listen to victims saying this person did this thing to me, and then they don't listen to victims after that. After that, the victim listening is done. There's no more victim listening after that, and that's the biggest problem with all of this stuff. So I think it's good that we're going to hear from a victim of Epstein in that regard. Then we've got Epstein, Trump, and Mossad with low-key. That's very exciting. Peter Mandelson resignation stuff. We got a video from this guy in The Matrix. I don't know this guy. Flesh Simulator, apparently dead popular. But yeah, we're going to be checking out that guy. We got a Lady Idizar little short, and we got some stuff on the Clintons, and then we got some brain rot to take a look at. Yeah, we got a Sneeko video chat. How long is this? 35 minutes. That's mad. 48. Oh, I don't know if I can do 48 minutes of Michael Knowles, you know. I don't know if we can do that. We'll have to see how it goes. Anyway, let's crack on. Let's start with Todd Blanche. Let's see what he's got to say about the Epstein Files stuff. This is an Al Jazeera report.
Today we are producing more than 3 million pages, including more than 2,000 videos and 180,000 images.
What's the point in listening to victims if you're not actually going to listen to how they think we should solve stuff? The point of listening to victims in that first part is so that then you can project your own feelings onto the thing that happened to the victims, and you can decide what happens, because your ego is the most important in the conversation, actually. Did you not know? Did you not know? Flesh Sim is a Sam Hyde guy. Should that collaboration be no coincidence? Wait, what do you mean he's a Sam Hyde guy?
As the pages keep coming, so too do the shocking revelations, putting the world's most powerful and influential people under scrutiny for their dealings with the late
Sam Hyde's a fascist.
pedophile Jeffrey Epstein. Among the most politically sensitive material from the latest release, under pressure from Congress, photographs and records involving the UK's former Duke of York, Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, his former wife and a former cabinet minister. Correspondence with unexpected contacts, such as Norway's Crown Princess and Slovakia's National Security Advisor. He has since resigned.
Well, hang on a minute. We need to hear from Alejandro what Sam Hyde guy means. Like, what do you mean, Sam Hyde guy?
Ties to major business figures, including tech entrepreneur Elon Musk, billionaire Richard Branson, and Microsoft co-founder Bill Gates, and a name that appears in the Times, Donald Trump. The US president is
Sam produced that Mandalay Bay shooting doc of his.
Threatening legal action against Epstein's
Is that it?
estate, and Michael Wolff, the author who interviewed Epstein in 2017 and made claims about his ties with Trump, allegations he denies.
Sue the Epstein estate?
Well, you may, I guess so, because he was conspiring with Wolf to do harm to me politically.
But the surprises aren't limited to personal connections. The release also highlights Epstein's global political reach, included reported attempts to recover billions in frozen Libyan assets.
Damn, what's that about?
Underline the global scope of his network and how deeply it intersected with elites worldwide.
Damn, what's that about, chat?
They've prompted calls for those involved to step down from office and for the former British prince to testify before a US congressional committee. Survivors' advocates have been sharply critical, arguing the disclosures lack transparency, restrict exposure, and fail to protect victims' identities. But those concerns are being overshadowed by mounting pressure for a complete release.
The DOJ numbers keep changing.
Oh, here he is. Here he is. Sexy Chuck Schumer. Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah. The one time I heard about this Flesh Simulator and I was like, nah, Hyde is so normalized as it is. Irony, poison, Nazi shit. What? Like, I need more than that. I need more explanation than that. Like, are you saying that Flesh Simulator is irony, poison, Nazi shit?
They say they collected 6 million pages, but they're only releasing 3. What happened to the other 3 million? What's in them? And finally, has every document...
Yeah, you're telling me you don't get fucking, like, excited as hell? You telling me you don't get, like, hard or wet as fuck when you see this guy and you go, hell yeah, dude. Oh, this guy's gonna save the world. Hell yeah, dude.
Hello, me old chum.
Someone followed me after that. What? Who are you following me after that? That's funny as hell. I've never seen people so aroused. Okay, fair enough, Alejandro. No worries, dude.
Word Trump been released? Yes or no? We need answers.
He's going to get answers from the Baileys, chat. I can't wait.
Questions mount and speculation grows. For many, the latest dump of documents is a stark reminder that justice depends not on what is released, but on what remains sealed. Cara Legg, Al Jazeera.
Okay, oh, this is interesting. This is that, chat, this is that fucking organization that I've been telling you about.
But on what remains sealed.
Oh, there's only 3. Chat, this is why we need to fucking get behind. These are the fucking Republic guys in the UK. So there's an organization in the UK called Republic that is like abolish the monarchy, right? And that's these. That's their fucking. They do black and yellow colors. This is why we need to power up that organization, chat. Look, it's just like 2 old white dads and their son. No, it's not nice. There's 3 of them. We need like 5 billion of us. Any chance of a link? What, the Republic org? Yeah. Republic UK. Yeah, these fellas. Yeah, we need to be using this stuff to turbo. I mean, they're already doing it. They're already support the private prosecution of Andrew. Removing titles isn't enough. Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, formerly Prince Andrew, stands accused of serious offences. There needs to be a full-blown inquiry into the royals, their links with Epstein, and the 2 decades of cover-ups. Republic has instructed lawyers to consider a private prosecution against Andrew over allegations of sexual assault, corruption, misconduct in public office. We can't do this alone. Events and protests. We gotta get more people on this. We gotta get more people at that stall. More people at that stall. Oh, they got a YouTube channel. Oh, shit. They're doing the agitprop. They're doing agitprop. Hey, oh no, here we go. How we doing? Just Google epsteinfiles.gov. Wait, why? What do you mean? I was in Brum 2 years ago. These old white grandpas were protesting for climate change. Being from the South in the US, it was a shocking thing to see. Yeah. Okay, I didn't know that they had a YouTube channel. I'm gonna subscribe to that. Tax dodging royals. Oh yeah, chat. We got loads of content with these. Oh hell yeah. Fucking hell yeah. They are there. What, the royal? Yeah, no, we know. Yeah, we know they're there. Yeah. We all know they're in there. I didn't understand why you would you're not telling me to do that. You're telling them to do that, right?
Lisa Jones.
We were on the Epstein files on fucking Monday. We already did that bit. I'm not doing that again. That was just me in the chat going in the fucking Epstein files Department of Justice website and the chat saying like, look and see if Jeremy Corbyn's in there. Have a look and see if Jim Davidson's in there. What about Jim Bowen? See if you're in there. We already did that. We already did that shit. Anyway, right. Next up.
A survivor of Jeffrey Epstein's abuse. She was just 14 years old when Epstein assaulted her during a massage at his house in Palm Beach. She pressed with other survivors.
I would argue that the massage happening was part of the assault, but never mind.
For the release of the Epstein files and continues to campaign for the accountability of perpetrators and protection of survivors. I started by asking her if she
Control F Melpert in the Epstein files. No.
I feel like that's a fear for all of us along this whole process is no matter how much we get released, is there always going to be something that wasn't released or handled or corrected or followed up on.
And, thousands of documents have had to be removed because victims' identities were compromised. What do you make of that?
They knew that this was part of the whole deal, was to make sure that victims and survivors were protected in all of this. They did not, it wasn't like a slip up, one or two slipped out there.
Did you ever find out if Jim Davidson was in there? No, that was a joke that I just made up because I couldn't remember the names of the people you were asking me to find. No, no one was asking me to find Jim Davidson or Jim Bowen.
I mean, there's over 40 minors that were released, and we're not just talking names, we're talking addresses. And
Old Al Hooten says, I read your title and heard US antagonism of Iran increases. In my head. Win. What?
Identifying information, which is very scary.
What does it say about the US administration's attitude to women? And
Is Mr. Blobby in there? Yeah, we gotta find out.
We're releasing these files willy-nilly, not doing the proper redactions. It shows how incompetent our government is right now and how they do not care about.
Yeah, that's right, Morrigan.
And I mean, the first release, they redacted things and you could literally highlight it and put it into a Microsoft Word and unredact it. I mean, this is child's play. My 16-year-old daughter reached out to me and told me that she was unredacting the files.
The release of all of this has created reverberations around the world, and Lord Mandelson just today has stepped down from the House of Lords over allegations that he might have committed a criminal offence by leaking confidential government information when he was a government minister to Jeffrey Epstein. I wondered what you made of a powerful man like that in government sharing this kind of privileged information with the man who
Hey, Blue Rose Moon.
I think it's very scary, and I think that the whole world should be watching and listening right now as these files and people are seeing what's happening. We have been saying for a very long time.
Just saying the tension is generated by US antagonism. Okay.
There was powerful people involved, and this is deeper than what people are just thinking, and it needs to be investigated, and they need to be taking this seriously, and people need to be held accountable.
Do you feel that people are starting to be held accountable or not?
No, not really.
Yeah.
Not in my eyes, not at all. I think it's just been a circus show right now.
It is a circus show. Yeah.
I mean,
This is why it's fucking disgusting. It's like no one wants any of the people in there to be fucking done over. They don't want anyone to be prosecuted who's in the files. And when I say no one, I mean like no one in Trump's administration. They don't want to be the people to do that because they would make enemies of friends. And it is simply just a circus show to be like, look, we're doing something. We're the most transparent government in history. You know what I mean? It's completely fucked.
Mandelson has expressed regret about his past ties with Jeffrey Epstein. He said he was wrong to believe Epstein following his conviction and to continue my association with him afterwards, he said. And he apologizes unequivocally.
They have emails about keeping Corbyn out because they thought he wasn't going to cover for them. Wait, emails about keeping Corbyn out of government? Is that what you mean?
To all the women and girls who suffered, he's also raised questions about the authenticity of some of the documents.
Yeah, that's right, Morgana. Yeah, I've said it before. I'll say it again. The way that we need to change the way that people think about rape and pedophilia is that we need to make it as in the same place as unthinkable and unacceptable as cannibalism in our eyes, in our minds.
Process of healing at all, seeing what's happened to him.
I guess it's a step. I think that everyone that had part with him and especially continued to have a relationship with him after he was convicted.
Yeah, and they were doing both, yeah.
Should really be looked into because that shows your character right there. You decided to be friends with a pedophile, and that should speak volumes to anyone.
We reported on Mandelson's association with Jeffrey Epstein 7 years ago. Do you find it extraordinary that the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom appointed Mandelson as the ambassador to the US, a really top job, even after that?
This is all mind-blowing. The connections and the ties that are going deeper than any of us could have ever imagined. Everyone should be questioning why this happened and why it wasn't taken more seriously.
And would you like Mandelson to testify to Congress?
Of course, as he should. If he has nothing to hide, he has nothing to worry about.
I mean, he said that there is nothing I can tell Congress about Epstein that they don't already know. He said,
He's definitely got shit to hide. What are you on about?
had no exposure to the criminal aspects of his life.
Oh yeah, definitely RTE. Yeah.
Well, then he should have no problem speaking and answering those questions then.
And does the same apply to Prince Andrew, the former Prince Andrew, Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, in your view?
Yeah, all of them, from Mandelson to Andrew to...
Oh, that's so funny hearing Americans say Mandelson. Is that because, like, the only, I guess, like, someone that's in the US public consciousness is like Howie Mandel? So they say Mandelson. The Mandelson effect. Yeah, that's right. That's correct. Hey, Ninja Can, it's like these fucking creeps have their own definition of what rape is, because we hear them saying it all the time about immigrants. Oh, yeah. Well, you know, yeah, you've only got to look at my fucking, the clip from the stream the other day where we were looking at Marina Purkis talking to Andrea Jenkins from Reform on Jeremy Vine, 9 a.m. on Tuesday or Monday morning or something. And she was saying, hey, none of you are talking about the Epstein files. And Trump, that's crazy, dude. What's that about? You only ever talk about protecting our women and girls when it comes to immigrants. And Andrea Jenkins was like, I'm going to walk off the stage if this motor mouth doesn't stop talking. Cool, innit? It's good stuff.
Anybody in any other country to here in the United States, I mean, if you were involved and were having those kind of connections with him for that
project their evil onto others, yeah.
You should be able to be held accountable and at least answer the questions. And if you had no part and really truly had nothing to hide, then you should be clear. I mean, the truth speaks for itself.
Do you have any confidence that the police will investigate?
Us culturally knowledgeable Americans think of Felix Mendelssohn before Howie Mandel and know how to pronounce it correctly. Fair enough.
For these rich and powerful men.
That's fair enough.
Because the US Deputy Attorney General has played down the idea of any criminal prosecutions. How do you view that?
I've lost a lot of hope in our government.
Rape culture is prolific in the US. Rape culture is prolific all over the world in capitalism. You know? Like, I think that's important to remember. I think that, like, you know, understanding that the USA is the head of the capitalist empire, sure, it's definitely going to be the place where someone like Jeffrey Epstein would end up being from. But I would absolutely say, you know, it's a worldwide fucking problem. Like, you know, I think that everybody loves to conveniently forget, and I'm not saying that you did this, Reality Bites, but I think that everybody loves to conveniently forget things like Giselle Pellicot in France, whose husband, like, drugged her and let, like, 100 men rape her over the period of, like, 20 years or whatever. You know? You think with a socialist place we'd have less rape culture? Absolutely. Patriarchy holds up capitalism. Absolutely. You know? Look at the Israelis protesting to protect rapist IDF. Yeah. I mean, the way to look at it, New Queen Bee, is like looking at actual socialist projects that exist, like Cuba and Vietnam, to a lesser degree China, but I would say Cuba and Vietnam are great examples of like where women are actually treated a lot fucking better in society. No, it's not perfect, but like Vietnam literally has like a women's union, you know? Marc Dutroux in Belgium. See, I don't know about that guy. And yeah, it's you know, this shit is it's inherent to, you know, patriarchy has been an underpinning of most modes of control and society for a long time. You know what I mean? But like, it's particularly found its place in capitalism. Wasn't Soviet Russia one of the earliest countries to give women the vote? I can believe it, yeah. I love your streams and I love you, Mule. You're an awesome comrade. Keep being yourself. Thanks, Dan. Appreciate that, mate. It's really nice. Thank you, man.
And how we're handling things. So do I think that we're going to get justice with other people? I don't know. I mean, look what Maxwell got convicted and she's in a cushy prison. So I don't even know what to think anymore or how we would handle it.
Former Prince Andrew has strenuously denied any wrongdoing, but would you like the police here to investigate him?
Yeah, they should be definitely concerned. Have they not been watching the files?
Yeah, she's right. Damn, what's that? Crazy. The police investigating rape? I don't know.
And seeing these photographs and emails and things, I think they speak volumes for themselves.
You think no matter how powerful the person, no matter how rich the individual?
No, shame on you. Shame on you. Just because you're rich or powerful does not put you above the law in anywhere. I mean, we're talking about minor and young women, and this is not. People should be worried that this is what we're allowing the rich and powerful to do. We should be taking them down.
So just finally, if you had a former prince.
The first vote for women was given by New Zealand. Between 1907 and 1917, the League for Women's Equal Rights was the most important feminist organization in Russia. Like the Russians' Women's Mutual Philanthropic Society, was focused on education and social welfare. It also pushed for equal rights for women, including suffrage and equal inheritance and an end to passport restrictions. The 1917 revolution, catalyzed in part by women workers' demonstrations, generated a surge in membership in the organization. The same year, because of society's continued lobbying, Russia became the first major world power to grant women the right to vote. Now, it says there, major world power. So that was in 1917. So New Zealand women vote. First nation in the world. That's crazy. What year was this? The electoral bill granting women the franchise was given royal assent by Governor Lord Glasgow on 19th of September 1893. Well, there you go. There you go. Every day's a school day, chat. Very interesting. It's kind of true, though it ignores the fact we weren't really a country at the time. It's just really one of our best PR moves, yeah.
A former government...
A flaccid piccolo,
minister,
what's up?
A top business person sitting in front of you. What would you say about the lifelong impact of the abuse that you endured when you were just 14?
New Zealand.
It changed my whole life. It changed my perspective on life.
What was the first country to take the rights of women to vote away? I don't think it ever worked like that, Morgana. I just think that women were just like not allowed to vote ever. Like that's kind of why it's like such a big thing that people speak about, because like women just like weren't allowed to vote just in general. Women didn't get to vote for the entire human existence until the 1900s, yeah. The Greeks, well, someone was just saying, Angel Punk just said women could actually vote in ancient Sparta, yeah, but then Sparta kind of disappeared, right?
Made me have to fight for everything that I have and to even be here. It consumes me daily. It breaks my heart that that happened to all of us.
Jenna Lisa Jones, thank you so much for your bravery in speaking out, and thank you very much for speaking to me today. Thank you.
Yeah, obviously extremely important, like, that we actually listen to how this is affecting survivors, and you know, again, the survivors are kind of getting like brushed under the carpet a little bit here in terms of their prominence in all this stuff. Let's take a little look here. We got British Parliament here. MPs grill Labour Minister over Mandelson's Epstein ties. Let's take a look at this from Politics Joe.
Speaker, on Friday, the Department
So this is Darren Jones.
States released around 3 million pages from the case.
Fucking briefcase wanker, piece of shit Labour MP.
Files relating to Jeffrey Epstein. It is increasingly clear that his awful crimes involved and were facilitated by many, often powerful people. both by actively participating in those crimes, but also by failing to hear those victims' voices, by equating wealth with integrity, and by not using one's privileged position to speak out, even against a friend. Contained within the release...
Iroquois Confederacy, democratic since the 12th century, women participated. I was going to say, I feel like there's definitely some indigenous communities where they had a system of voting where women would have definitely been allowed to vote. You know, because like, and when I say indigenous sort of broadly, I'm not trying to do, you know, monolith shit here. What I'm saying is that, like, broadly, there were a lot of different indigenous societies all over the world before dominator cultures eradicated or genocided them. You know, who were that were matriarchal and feminist in terms of their organization, you know, societal organization, right? Have you heard of the SAVE Act? It will limit the voting rights of women in the US who have changed their last names due to marriage, etc. Oh, hell yeah, that's so cool. I love that. It's so good the way the US is going. Oh, great. They want to stop black people from voting. They want to stop women from voting. It'll just be like 1953 or whenever it was. I don't know. This fucking sucks, man. And that's something that Congress is trying to bring through now. I think I heard Marcus talking about it today. Insane. Completely insane.
By the US Department of Justice were documents which highlight
regression
the nature of the relationship between Jeffrey Epstein and Peter Mandelson, including...
Even in your archipelago, there were Picts and Celts doing shit like that. Yeah, I imagine so. Yeah, the Picts and Celts were definitely like feminized. Feminized is not the word. Like matriarchal in nature. There were definitely like clans who were doing the matriarchy shit for sure.
Member of Parliament and later minister. For the avoidance of doubt, this information was not known by the government until the release of documents by the Department of Justice on Friday. The nature of the documents also raised serious concerns about Peter Mandelson's behaviour whilst a minister. Peter Mandelson must account for his actions and conduct. It is an understatement, Madam Deputy Speaker, to say that his decision to continue a close relationship with a convicted paedophile, including discussing private government business, falls far below the standards expected of any minister.
Wait, what do you mean, why not call it the Charlie Kirk Act? Wait, what do you mean? What, because Erica Kirk is gonna marry JD Vance or something? Or like change her name? I don't understand.
His behaviour was unequivocally wrong and an insult to the women and girls who suffered. As the House knows,
what's the joke?
Peter Mandelson is no longer a member of...
Hey, Demitten, yeah, Boudica, yeah, Celtic Queen.
Last night, and the House may wish to know that disciplinary action was underway by the Labour Party prior
or
to
Boudicca.
The Prime Minister believes, as does the government...
Charlie was big into taking away women's right to vote. Yes, you're right. Yes, you're right. Yes, correct.
That Peter Mandelson should not retain his membership of the House of Lords or use his title.
The crimes of Jeffrey Epstein were truly terrible. Paedophilia, sex trafficking, child prostitution. It was an awful abuse of power. And it is, of course, a great embarrassment to our country that its most senior ambassador should have been caught up with a man like him. In this latest set of releases from the US Department of Justice, it's clearer than ever that theirs was a relationship built not just on affection, but on the transfer of money from Epstein to Mandelson's family, and the transfer of information from Mandelson to Epstein. In some cases, this...
Nearly all post-independence African countries.
Apparently market-sensitive information that Mandelson only received by dint of being a member of the Labour government.
It is hot air from Labour, yeah.
So, of course, we welcome the belated announcement that...
But we saw the way in which, you know, Keir Starmer got questioned on this yesterday, you know? Did you see Corbyn flexing on all these people? Yep. Not in my government, he said.
There will be an investigation into Mandelson's conduct whilst he was a minister.
They're jealous that women are choosing their education over making families. They're advancing further than their male counterparts in the US, at least. Yeah, no, absolutely. And like, what's happening is that like men are finding out that women are acting not in the same way as men, because obviously women wouldn't broadly act in the same way as men or be able to get away with the same things that men get away with, right? But in terms of like how they behave towards men, generally speaking, has changed, and that's good because they're acting with like way more independence and shit like that. That's why you hear all these fucking freaks like Sneeko and Andrew Tate and all the manosphere losers, and they say shit like, oh, what's wrong with women nowadays? They're low value women. If they don't want to give you don't want to give you their time, then they're low value women. And it's like, women are just hanging out now, man. Like, you know what I mean? Like, they're not desperate to find a man to marry anymore because they know that they can get jobs, right? Like, women are still getting paid broadly less than men, for the same kind of work and shit. But also, women are just like hanging out and like enjoying independence like a lot more, and like, yeah, man, they're not out here begging for a husband to look after them because a husband is the only way for them to escape poverty, you know? Blokes crying about this too instead of getting better and improving themselves and developing platonic relationships with women is boiling my piss. Yeah, there's nothing better than like having friendships with, like, literally at this moment in time, most of my best friends are women. Sophie, Rosie, Olivia, Kim, you know? And it's like mint. It's mint having women for friends. Like, it's great, actually. How dare women aspire to be people instead of accessories? That's true. Yeah, they should think twice about that.
But this should have happened long ago, and I say that because we know that in February last year, Gordon Brown, the former...
Why adopt an annoying man who won't contribute anything to a relationship? Because you need to.
Into the veracity of information in the Epstein papers about the sale of assets arising from the banking collapse and communications about them between Lord Mandelson and Mr. Epstein. That investigation never...
73 cents to the dollar.
In any case, I'm afraid
for the same work that a man does, yeah.
Today alone will not do. It is not enough to consider Mandelson's historic conduct.
I need to remember there's more than one Rosie in Manchester. Yes, there's more than one Rosie in Manchester.
Whilst he was our ambassador in Washington.
You just got dead excited because, wait, what did you say this earlier? You were like, I lived it. Oh, you actually answered my question. You said I'm unemployed. Okay, sorry about that. You got to understand what I mean by that though, right? Moving to London from Manchester after 10 years is crazy because it's like, how do you afford it? But I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, you got excited because you were like, I live in Manchester. You might know Rosie. You might know the Rosie I know. I might do. You never know.
Given that he abused his previous position, it is entirely conceivable that he abused his most recent one. For example, I understand that on the 27th of February last year, Mandelson arranged for the Prime Minister to meet Palantir, a client of Mandelson's company, Global Counsel. How many more such meetings were there? What other information was shared? Likewise...
I'm divorced, but I never changed my name back to my maiden name afterwards, so I'm fucked. Wait, can you not just, like, do that now? Surely you could just do that now. Surely.
The government cannot hide from its responsibility in having made Mandelson its ambassador in the first place. This was a political appointment. It happened only because of political pressure. And it seems very unlikely that the government's vetting system broke down entirely. Indeed, on the 10th of September, the Prime Minister told the House that full due process was followed during this appointment. Can it really be the case that this full due process did not pick up the extent of the relationship? So the question is, Madam Deputy Speaker, who in number 10 knew what and when? And the Chief Secretary to the Prime Minister has a duty to tell this House precisely what the Prime Minister knew when he made the appointment, to disclose the documents...
It's expensive and time-consuming. How much does it cost to do it on deed poll on the fucking, in the UK? But I guess that won't care. You'd have to do it on all your government records in the US, wouldn't you? But also deed poll is... How do you do it? Choose a deed poll. Oh, it costs £53 in the UK. But I think you need to update all your documents, right? $200 US? What the fuck? Have to find your birth certificate and social security. Don't know where they are, or get official copies. I live about 600 miles from where I was born. Oh, that sucks. Reality bites. Fair enough.
And if the Prime Minister genuinely did not know, well, somebody must have done. Who was it? Was it his Chief of Staff, Morgan McSweeney, who is reported to have personally pushed the appointment? It is time.
Oh, that sucks on Biden's bathroom.
Responsibility.
The person that has to take responsibility for their failings is Peter Mandelson.
Haha, that's a good question, Demitin. We were talking about this yesterday on the stream. Do you think anything will come of this pontification other than Mandelson and Andrew getting thrown under the bus? Do you think Keir Starmer will be forced to step down? Keir Starmer will only step down if there's a leadership challenge, and there will only be a leadership challenge if one of his cabinet ministers resign. His cabinet ministers are probably weighing up those options at the moment because they don't want to be associated. It would be good for their reputation to step down from their position in his cabinet. It would be very good for their reputation, and I don't know why none of them have done it yet. And so I think the only reason that they aren't doing it is because they're looking at the other options for leader, if there was a leadership challenge. And we were talking about this before. The options are pretty fucking thin on the ground. Hey, Planet Mushy, Starmer should step down, but we know it won't happen. No, he'll only do that if there's a leadership challenge. He may do a leadership challenge after May, or he may step down after May if they get absolutely battered in the local council elections. So, you know. If Donald Trump could stay in power, then so can I. I am the strongest Prime Minister that this country needs.
The Shadow Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster knows, because the process for political appointments, whether to ambassadorships or otherwise, was one that was set up under the previous Conservative government. It was a process that we inherited and have since updated.
You can't just be saying this is the Tories' fault now. This is absolutely crazy.
The Prime Minister has been very clear that the declarations of interest that were put forward by Peter Mandelson were not wholly truthful. When it became clear from the release,
Hey, Good Night Network, thank you for being here.
That had not been the case, the Prime Minister moved swiftly to remove Peter Mandelson as the ambassador to the United States.
I'm just going to run to the toilet, chat.
That the Shadow Chancellor of the Duchy of
it's
Lancaster
Darren
made
Jones,
in relation
Bubble.
to an investigation requested by former Prime Minister Gordon Brown, I can confirm to the House that his statement was incorrect. Former Prime Minister did ask the Cabinet Secretary to investigate, to look for any particular documents that related, as he said, to the sale of RBS assets to JP Morgan. That investigation was undertaken. The Cabinet Secretary did respond to the former Prime Minister to confirm that no documents in relation to these questions were held by the government. Evidently, now that more documents have become available to the public and to the government, further investigations are now taking place.
These files seem to show that Peter Mandelson was given £50,000 by a notorious paedophile, and a few years later, he sent on market-sensitive information to Epstein, who worked for JP Morgan, about market bailouts, the Prime Minister's resignation, telling them that they should mildly threaten the Chancellor of the Exchequer, and then told him about matters of national security. Surely this is not a matter of whether Peter Mandelson be in the House of Lords. This is a matter of whether the police should be involved.
The Honourable Lady is right that each individual issue is wholly unacceptable, and cumulatively it is also unacceptable. The undeclared exchange of funds, the passing on of government information, let alone the fact...
Thank you, boss man, enjoy your piss. No, not fast enough.
...are wholly unconscionable. And the House will know that if any of those activities were to take place today, ministers would be swiftly relieved of their duties and could be, via the recall petitions available to the House...
£50,000, why are these politicians so cheap? Yeah, it's bad.
As to the matter of criminal investigation...
I like how you Brits say pedophile. No, we say paedophile. Because that's the right way to say it. Yeah, bringing this up again. Bringing this up again. Is this fella just Kid Starver's hype man? Yeah, he is. You know what it is, chat. Oh, hell yeah, dude. How do I get the bit? Where's the bit? Here we go. This is so quiet. Hang on. Wait, why is this so quiet? This is really quiet, right? What's going on? That's so weird. Is it super quiet for you, chat? It's like worse than a whisper. Can't hear it at all. Why is it like it's loud for me, but it's not loud for chat? Is it because it's mono? Oh, sorry. Yeah, I fixed it. Sorry. Hang on. Sorry about that. Fucking ruined the joke, man. MI6 interference. Ah, just one more time. Wait, no. I want to show you this one bit as well. Wait, I'm sorry, VOD watchers. I gotta lose you because otherwise I'm gonna get clapped on the VOD. So back in the tape. Okay, VOD watchers, you back. Oh god, utter classic, utter fucking classic.
For the prosecution services and the police. And the
Never knew the source of this. Thank you. Hey, no worries, Magic Dealer.
Prime Minister, as I've informed.
Yeah, brass eye.
Madam Deputy Speaker, does the...
Yeah, he turns into a kid. He like shrinks down and turns into a kid and runs away. Yeah. Oh yeah, the guy dressed as a school. Oh, let's bring it back. Let's bring it back. We gotta watch the bit where there's a paedophile dressed as a school. Hang on. Wait. Whoa. Sorry, VOD watchers. See you in a sec. Yeah, alright, VOD watchers. You're back in play. We're taking it seriously now. No, it's like a practical effect that they use, Morrigan. Like they built a fucking mini school on wheels and like wheeled it down the road. Oh my god. Yeah, he's been at large for 12 years. It's insane. So mental. Right, okay, let's crack on with this. Fucking hell.
I think that the deep involvement of Mandelson with Epstein shows that Epstein's victims were not only women and girls, but may also have included...
And like the contradictions between that and this are so massive, right? Because obviously the satire of that... For anyone who doesn't know what the satire of that show was doing, Brass Eye with the Pedo-geddon episode... is that they were satirizing the moral panic around like stranger danger in the UK in the 90s, right? But as most people who are well versed in understanding children's safety, safeguarding, and all that stuff, pedophiles are far more likely to be someone that you know, not just like a stranger in the street who like abducts you and puts you into a van or whatever. You know, so obviously there was this whole, and I think that they knew that at the time, you know what I mean? So like the contrast between that, like taking the piss out of that, and how it was like it's just like an absurd moral panic, and it's like there's not like strangers in every fucking street corner waiting to abduct your kids. Actually, like the real issue is all these fucking rich cunts who are just like buying and selling kids' babies from fucking Somalia and stuff. You know what I mean? Abducting random homeless girls in New York City and stuff. It's just crazy. The whole era of pedomania sure was something. You couldn't even go out with a year 7 as a year 8 without being considered akin to Jimmy Savile. Yes, that's right. Even though it wouldn't have been Jimmy Savile that you would have been referred as at the time. Who would have been like the go-to pedo back in the day to be like, oh, you're just like that? I think people would have just called you a pedo, innit? But like, I'm trying to think if there was any like sort of famous The James Bulger killer, he was like a pedo, wasn't he? Like that one guy that killed, like, oh, what's her face? Charlotte. Yeah, when did the Gary Glitter stuff come out? When did Gary Glitter get fucking caught out? He's bankrupt now. He's not been able to pay one of his victims' damages. Jared from Subway, yeah. When did that come out? Mainstream success, business interest, blah, 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 career moves since was it 2001? No. $1997. Oh my god, it was 1997. That's crazy. I felt like it was like the mid 2000s. In November 1997, Gad was arrested after a technician discovered pornographic images of children on the hard drive of a laptop he'd taken to a computer retailer in Bristol to be repaired. That's so mad, dude. He just didn't even think about it. He was just like, he just had a bunch of child porn on his fucking laptop and he just took it to the repair shop. That's so crazy. By the way, for chat, if chat doesn't know, that's Gary Glitter. He was a bad musician anyway. Freddie Mercury was a pedo? I don't think that's true, RTE clearance.
Young men.
It wouldn't be appropriate for me to entertain that hypothetical question at the dispatch box, Madam Deputy Speaker. We obviously hope that that is not the case, but as I say, I am not here to speak for Peter Mandelson.
I don't understand why the Minister, who I respect greatly, is standing there and speaking as though the government didn't know about the relationship...
I think the Jacko stuff came out in the mid-noughties, yeah.
...between Peter Mandelson and Jeffrey Epstein prior to appointing him as the ambassador to the United States. I can't understand why the Minister isn't standing at the dispatch box today saying that this House will sit until whatever hour is required in order to move...
You thought Gary Glitter got the death penalty in Vietnam? I don't think that's true.
I understand why the Minister is acting like the Labour Party have been proactive in relation to this when they have known for months about Peter Mandelson's revelations and yet have allowed him to maintain a...
I hate that I can remember it was probably George Michael just because he was gay. Well, yeah, they used to like pedo jacket a lot of gay artists, yeah, a lot of the time.
Throughout that time, and I cannot understand why half an hour ago the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom did not just apologise for his decision making, his lack of judgment, and say that Peter Mandelson should be subject to a criminal investigation.
John Swinney, the only guy with any fucking energy in this room.
Party nor the government, or indeed this House, or the Honourable...
That was John Swinney, Blue Rose Moon.
...about the information that was made available by the US Department for Justice only a matter of days ago. As soon as that information became available, the government has acted accordingly. And in respect of the previous decision of the Prime Minister...
Is he just calling him a nonce? Did he just yell nonce?
...sack Peter Mandelson as the ambassador to the United States... The Prime Minister was very clear with this House and indeed the public that he did so quickly as soon as the extent...
Maybe he said nonsense.
...became clear from the...
Oh, it was Stephen Flynn. Sorry. Stephen Flynn, not John Swinney. John Swinney's the fucking head of... he's the first minister, right? That was Stephen Flynn. That's my bad.
...took place. The Prime Minister relied... information provided by Peter Mandelson at the time of his appointment. As soon as that information changed...
Not in the same league as Savile, it was groupie shit. I haven't found anything about that. I just Googled Freddie Mercury pedophile and I just didn't find anything at all. So I don't know. I don't know about that. I've not heard anything about that. Okay. Let's take a look at this. This is a video from Double Down News. We got Big Up, Low Key. Absolute fucking legend, doing a video here. Epstein, Trump, and Mossad, it's worse than you think. You know that this is going to be a banger video, chat. Absolute fucking banger video.
Epstein is everywhere in the media. However, there are two things that they are actively trying to suppress. His links to Israel and the President of the United States, Donald Trump.
Me and Jeffrey Epstein, I have nothing to do with that.
Is Donald Trump the current sitting president of the United States, a former co-conspirator in an Israeli compromat-building paedophile ring, which ensnared politicians, royalty, and celebrities for a foreign state. This is what you won't see in the media, and this is what they are not telling you. There are around 3 million documents in the Epstein files, and only half of them have been released. US Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche made clear that they have omitted from the Epstein files
Anything that depicts or contain images of death, physical abuse, or injury, also not produced.
On the 30th of January, when these latest files were released, there were 5,361 files directly mentioning Donald Trump. As of February the 2nd, there only remains 4,896 files mentioning Donald Trump. Over 460 Epstein files mentioning Trump seem to have been deleted. Let's talk about why that might be. Jeffrey Epstein worked for Israel. That's not my opinion. That's the statement of former Israeli intelligence officer Ari Ben Menashe, who stated that several US presidents were entrapped by Israel through the activities.
This is why I love
Jeffrey
low-key,
Epstein.
man.
They trapped a number of U.S. presidents by using Jeffrey Epstein. The American government is sort of trapped by the Israelis. Jeffrey Epstein is one of their tools to trap them.
Epstein has also
Ehud Barak is in the
former best friend
files.
and mentor Stephen,
and apparently lived with Jeffrey Epstein. Not sure about that last part, but I heard people saying that like Ehud Barak literally lived with Jeffrey Epstein for a bit.
And Hoffenberg as working for the Israelis. Hoffenberg claimed that Epstein had been introduced to notorious Mossad agent Robert Maxwell by Douglas Leese, a British arms dealer. Maxwell was in the House of Lords in this country and formerly was the owner of the Daily Mirror. He was also known to have sold the Promise software to the United States, which contained a backdoor allowing Israel to have access to classified US secrets. Hoffenberg is quoted as saying Epstein had a deal with the Israelis to gather intelligence and information.
This may just be my friend exaggerating, but he said there could be more than one victim buried at Mar-a-Lago. I don't think any of them are buried at Mar-a-Lago. I don't think that that's stupid. You know, what you got to remember is that these people are gangsters, and they probably would have just gave them to people who had pig farms. That's it.
From people. Maxwell died in 1991, at the same time as several others connected to the Promise software scandal. The suspicious death of Robert Maxwell was met with a state funeral in Israel, attended by several key figures from the intelligence services and key political players. According to Stephen Hoffenberg, Jeffrey Epstein boasted about his new relationship with Robert Maxwell. Hoffenberg...
He told victims he'd bury ex-victim on the back nine with the other bitches. I mean, it could just be something that he said. We don't know that he did it, you know what I mean?
Epstein told...
It just doesn't make any sense. I mean, I guess, you know, I'm giving him too much... I guess I'm giving him too much credit in that. Isn't that a bit like Trump with his ex-wife buried on his golf course? Yeah. Yeah, Ivanka is, yeah. Yeah, maybe they would just be that stupid because they think they're untouchable, don't they? Yeah. Could be. Fucking could be.
That Ghislaine Maxwell was going to be the breakthrough to bring him into that orbit, to be able to be part of the agency in Israel. And that's what did occur.
Why do they always, like, show this picture of, like... Oh, it's so gross, dude.
Stephen Hoffenberg was found dead.
Yeah, counterpoint, look at how Epstein wrote. Yeah, exactly.
It was believed that his body had been dead for 7 days before it was discovered. It is also a known fact that Epstein met with former Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Barak 30 times between 2013 and 2017.
Yeah.
5 years after he had been convicted as a sex offender. The latest Epstein files contain a secret recording that Epstein made of himself coaching Ehud Barak on how to make money in the private sector. This is while Barak is still the Minister of Defense in Israel. Epstein encourages Barak to compile a list of 40 people that owe him favors from his time in Israeli government. He points out Peter Thiel, one of the founders of Palantir, a company which today has been essential to Israel's war in Gaza. Epstein later contacts Peter Thiel and describes himself in the following way. As you probably know, I represent the Rothschilds. Also in the Epstein files is included an email from Ehud Barak with a pitch for the company Toka. Toka, as an intelligence firm, offers to its clients the ability to hack all manner of smart objects, including alarms, fridges, and other contraptions which may be around people's houses today. It is, in essence, a spy firm. So while Jeffrey Epstein was a human information gatherer, the Epstein files reveal both him and Ehud Barak working to harness technological advancements to their advantage for spying on other people. And this is, of course, where it runs full circle. Because who were key investors in Ehud Barak's Toka, which he launched with Jeffrey Epstein? None other than Andreessen Horowitz, which has funded Donald Trump. Andreessen Horowitz is also one of the owners of TikTok in the consortium that Netanyahu has referred to as our purchase.
And the most important purchase that is going on right now is class TikTok. TikTok, number one.
God, he's a fucking scumbag.
Why Donald Trump potentially be attempting to protect Jeffrey Epstein and this compromat building operation? The answer could be contained in the actions of Jeffrey Epstein's butler, Alfredo Rodriguez. In 2009, he attempted to sell Epstein's little black book, which contained addresses for many people, including 14 different numbers and addresses for Donald Trump. Rodriguez attempted to sell this black book in 2009 to survivors of Epstein to aid them in their legal activity. Inside, Rodriguez circled names which he identified as either co-conspirators or material witnesses to what Jeffrey...
Okay, I just have to talk about this because this is really funny. So we heard about the Filtered 24 verdict yesterday, and Zach Polanski publicly said, this is a great result for the pro-Palestinian movement, right? The Police Federation of England and Wales, which is basically just the police union, right, has said, Mr. Polanski, we are writing to you following your public comments following the recent jury verdicts relating to protest activity at Elbit Systems sites. Given the nature of your comments, we're making this letter public. In remarks on X, you stated that you were pleased to see the jury make this decision, went on to suggest that the government seeks to abolish juries because of outcomes such as this, and asserted that people protesting against a genocide are not the criminals here. You were clear, emphatic in public in welcoming the verdicts and framing them as a moral vindication of those involved. What was striking, however, was what you did not say. In none of your comments did you acknowledge that a police officer was seriously injured in the course of these events. You did not express concern for that officer's welfare. You did not recognize that serious injury to someone carrying out their lawful duties is in itself a matter deserving of reflection or sympathy. That omission matters. Police officers are not abstractions in a political debate. That's some funny verbiage, dude. They are people who go to work knowing they may be assaulted, seriously harmed, or worse, often while policing protests that are emotionally charged and highly confrontational. When an officer is seriously injured, basic human decency would suggest that this fact warrants acknowledgement, whatever one's views on the wider political cause or the outcome of a trial. A police officer is assaulted in this country on average every 10 minutes. I think this is contempt of court, isn't it? Isn't this contempt of court? Because, like, the jury hasn't reached a verdict in the grievous bodily harm charge against Samuel Corner, and they're saying that a police officer was seriously injured, but that's not what's in the evidence. They're, like, changing the evidence in public opinion. This has got to be contempt of court. Key phrase, they know. Hey, Frazo. Police in protest couldn't even resist macing and tasing a load of uni students who weren't even attacking them, yeah. Yeah, the police union is crying. Yeah, they sign up for this. It's just the police union, innit? They're just literally like, you can't say this, you didn't say that a police officer was injured. Yeah, that's probably because he would have got done for fucking contempt of court, or you know what I mean. A lot of the stuff around this is contempt of court, including the judge. Yeah, the judge absolutely did contempt of court when he lied to the jury and said that they couldn't excuse the criminal damage charge based on the fact that they were trying to prevent a genocide. You know, which is total fucking dog shit. Absolutely insane. Sorry, I just had to bring that up because that's absolutely crazy. That's absolutely fucking crazy.
Epstein was
cops are thick, yeah.
One of the names circled was none other than current US President Donald Trump. Included in the Epstein files is a handwritten note. This handwritten note.
Whoa, what the fuck? Sorry, I'm just seeing more and more about this. This is Asa Winstanley from the Electronic Intifada, who's got more body cam footage from the Elbit security guards. We watched the Elbit security guard from the Filtered 24 action on yesterday's stream, where you could basically see him take the sledgehammer off one of the fucking actionists and attack him with it. Bro, check this out. This motherfucker's got a whip. This is just like a private security guard. But of course, makes absolute sense, right? Because it's a fucking Israeli weapons factory. Of course, the guards have got shit like fucking whips and shit. A whip, bro. A whip. Whoa, what the fuck happened there at the end? They just like fucking smash one of them in the face? Bro. Yeah, you could see that something is colliding with one of the fucking actionists there. What is that? Oh, is that the spray that they use? The fucking Parva spray? Or whatever? Bro, that's wild. Yeah, that's when they sprayed him. Yeah, that's when they sprayed him. Yeah. That's when they sprayed Samuel Corner. Okay. Fucking hell, dude. That's mad.
Donald Trump was involved in the sale of young women to both Epstein and Saudi Arabia. Was Donald Trump a co-conspirator in this Israeli compromat building paedophile ring? Another name circled alongside Trump was Jean-Luc Brunel. Jean-Luc Brunel was found hanged in his prison.
Yes, there is a walkie-talkie sound right at the end, but I don't think that was a walkie-talkie in his hand. I don't think he hit him with a If this motherfucker's got a whip, he's not going to have a walkie-talkie in his other hand and hit someone with a walkie-talkie, is he? His mum said he was blind protecting people. Yeah, I believe it. I believe it.
The security cameras were not working. Sound familiar? A picture emerged of Jean-Luc Brunel on Epstein's private island wearing a hat which read Israel Army. What we know for sure...
The radio will be on the vest, yeah.
That Epstein had 14 different numbers for Donald Trump in his black book, but that Trump travelled on Epstein's private plane at least 7 times. According to a 2002 interview with Donald Trump, he commented that he had known Jeffrey Epstein for 15 years and that he was a terrific guy. He's a lot of fun to be with. It is even said that he likes beautiful women as much as I do, and many of them are on the younger side. No doubt about it, Jeffrey enjoys his social life. This could surely indicate some knowledge of the crimes Epstein was later charged with. In fact, within the Epstein files, it shows that not only the FBI took the view that Epstein and his lawyer Alan Dershowitz were assets of Israel, but also that Donald Trump himself had been compromised by Israel.
Yeah, that's what we all knew. That's what we all fucking knew. In other news, Iran is not fucking around. So, this is the missile chat that has a range of 2,000 kilometers. And I think that what the audio is saying is that this has now been deployed as tensions are rising between the US and Iran. 2,000 kilometers would be enough to take out the boats that the US has in the Mediterranean, protecting Israel. So, you know, looks like a giant crayon. I mean, most missiles look like this, yeah, as you know, yeah. Like, funnily enough, a missile is not going to quite look like what they look like in, like, the cartoons or the movies, in it, you know what I mean? Preparing in case they try and Venezuela them. Discombobulated. Oh, they're actually firing one. What the fuck? This must just be a test flight. Yeah, that's a pretty solid launch. Those motherfuckers are fucking... Those motherfuckers are mad, bro. The pointy warhead is the dangerous bit, yeah. Missiles are only shaped like penises because of patriarchy. In cartoons, yeah. Yeah, this is made for fucking destroying ships. Literally just destroying ships. They're testing it to send a message, yeah. Like, how are they gonna stop these from fucking taking off, man? That's what I want to know. Look how quick. It's like a matter of fucking 5 seconds it takes for it to get in the air. "10 seconds, kinda. Madness. Absolute fucking madness."
His dealings with Epstein. The Wall Street Journal claimed to have seen a letter from Trump to Epstein sent in 2003.
Every second of the countdown, the feed switches to a different camera angle. Yeah.
Around the outline of a naked woman. The last words of Trump's card to Epstein read, "Happy birthday, and may every day be another wonderful secret." The card was then signed with the word Donald across the waist of the...
No, missile interception does not work as well as Trump thinks. No, it doesn't work as well as any Western state official thinks. Genuinely.
Why would Jeffrey Epstein refer to Donald Trump in emails to Ghislaine Maxwell as the dog that hasn't barked? And why, when journalists bring up the subject of Epstein, is Trump so clearly uncomfortable?
He's dead. He's gone. It's all been a big hoax. It's perpetrated by the Democrats, and some stupid Republicans and foolish Republicans fall into the net.
I mean, he just often just says it how it is. Do you know what I mean? And what I mean by that is not like he just tells the truth, because of course he's lying when he says it's a hoax by the Democrats. But it's like, yeah, the reason that he's saying it's a hoax by the Democrats is because he wants people to stop talking about it. The reason that he's just saying he's dead, he's gone, is because that is exactly what they wanted to use Epstein as. Because I know that Loki is saying here that, like, oh, Epstein has got all of this compromise on Trump and shit like that. I don't think it's that deep. I really don't. I genuinely really don't. I think that Loki has got some, like, good information here, but I think that Jeffrey Epstein was just a guy that they used who was utterly stupid, that they knew that they could throw under the bus when shit hit the fan and their pedophile ring was discovered. Because it's not just Jeffrey Epstein, do you know what I mean? It's not just one guy buying and selling children and shit like that. You know what I mean? Surely the F-35s will intercept the hypersonics. How? They couldn't do it last time. Israel's got loads of F-35s.
Understand why the Jeffrey Epstein...
They go way faster than that shit, I think.
It's pretty boring stuff. These files were made up by Comey. They were made up by Obama.
The question has to be asked, is the current sitting president of the United States a
that's right, Baldwin,
conspirator in an Israeli compromat building pedophile ring which entrapped celebrities, royalty, and political leaders in...
Oh, you were joking. Oh, right.
Need to know. These stories are never covered.
Okay, well, that was an interesting video. Let's take a look at this. This is an LBC Shayla Fogarty bit. And,
does all this leave Peter Mandelson?
She's talking about Peter Mandelson.
Stepping down from the Lords. Keir Starmer still, I don't think, has got rid of that millstone round his neck of the ambassador appointment, appointing Peter Mandelson to the role of ambassador in Washington. Let's talk more about this with Aggie Chambray, LBC's deputy political editor. This has been a dizzying afternoon, Aggie.
Hypersonics go 10 times the speed of sound. F-35s go Mach 2 max.
Event has sort of seemed more transformative than the last event, and I'm talking mostly about those emails, some of which you were just referencing there. But in the last few minutes, if you have said, Lord Mandelson has said, well, via the Lord Speaker, that he will formally retire from the House of Lords on February.
Mach 8 and Mach 16 for the Khorram Shah.
Forsyth,
yeah, it's game over. It's Joe.
My lords, given the public interest and for the convenience of the House.
By the way, chat, this is the House of Lords. Look at the difference. All of these fucking unelected piece of shit lawmakers. Nothing. None of them elected. Totally fucking undemocratic bullshit. Look how much gold and shit is in this fucking chamber. Madness.
My lords, given the public interest and for the convenience of the House, I've decided to inform the House that the Clerk of the Parliament has today received notification from Lord Mandelson of his intention to retire from the House, effective from 4th February. I will formally notify this to the House tomorrow in the usual way.
So there you have it, Lord Mandelson retiring from the House of Lords. That is effective from tomorrow, February the 4th. This is
every single one of them has been to a Jeff Island. Yep.
Outcome for the government.
What model would you replace the Lords with? Sortition. Yeah, sortition and proportional representation. Yeah.
Good outcomes in this.
You know, like, in an ideal world, we would have a system of democracy like Cuba's, right? Where you elect your local Communist Party representative. They go to a local council. You also elect a national representative. Kind of like, I would say that we have like a similar situation now, but you could just elect whoever you want, right? Sortition and proportional representation are different things. Yeah, that's why I'm sort of clarifying what I mean here. In terms of like, I think we retain the situation that we have now, but when it comes to making laws, that law, people are asked to deliberate on it in a sortition fashion. Essentially like jury duty, right? So you get selected and it's like a group of 12 of you, however many there's on a jury, to be honest. You sit down, you look at the law, You know, you think, is it fit for purpose? Does it represent, you know, what the people of the country actually wanted when they pushed the government to do this? Because ideally it would be a law that was pushed for by the people in the situation. You know, now we're getting into kind of like utopian ideas of how government should work in this country. You know what I mean? And, you know, obviously I'm you know, in explaining how I think that this should work, I'm going to have like multiple caveats of like, well, in an ideal world, it would go like this and it would go like this. But I do think it's as simple as that. I think in an ideal world, the House of Commons makes the laws. You know, it's full of elected officials that represent the people, rather than like, you know, the party kind of, you know, the two-party system. And yeah, when laws are passed, ideally, that is a law that is like something that the people want, that like unions will push for, essentially, right? And those unions are not necessarily trade unions, they're tenant unions, they're women's unions, they're queer unions, etc., etc. And then the laws get a white paper in a similar fashion, so they get written up by members of the House of Commons, and then they get sent to sortition, essentially. So yeah, that's how I would ideally like to see it happen.
Story of Jeffrey Epstein and soon to be no longer Lord Mandelson, but Peter Mandelson.
So just on that, he loses the word Lord, does he, in all of this? Because I was reading the other day that he might not if he steps down.
That's a good question. So he will be retiring from the House of Lords, but what they have been clear about is that the Prime Minister was very keen that he would lose the title as well as the peerage.
Ah, right. Okay.
And so we actually, it's a really good point, Sheila. He's definitely formally retiring from the House of Lords, which means that he's losing the peerage, and that means they won't have to legislate on that point. But whether or not he's actually able to retain the title and still call himself Lord Mandelson, we'll actually have to come back to you on that one. But this is what the government was really keen, ministers were really keen, MPs really keen for him to essentially do this, to retire himself. They had basically talked about starting these sort of twin approaches, whereas yesterday they were saying that didn't seem like there was a way that they would be able to take the peerage from him, and that with primary legislation would be too complicated, too timely, whereas today the noises sounded a bit more like they were going to do this twin approach where they were looking at what legislation could be used to take away that peerage, something that hadn't been done, I think.
And maybe that was the final pressure point for Peter Mandelson, and he just thought, I'll do it.
And that could have happened genuinely within days. So that could have been part of the pressure. But Peter Mandelson, you know, he is a creature of the Labour Party, and I think
he's a creature of the Labour Party. Yeah, that's true.
Seeing all of this pressure cascading upon him, maybe it just became too much. I say maybe. He did a pretty impressively
definitely fucking creatures, yeah.
Interview in the Sunday Times, most of which was done before some of these files came out and before he resigned his Labour Party membership. But some of it was still done after resigning his Labour membership, and he still sounded in that interview rather upbeat. And actually, speaking to some Labour MPs, I think that is part of what they have been really cross about, apart from the fact that I think Labour MPs I've spoken to are genuinely just astounded, Sheila, with the revelations that have come. And there's now opposition leaders like Reform UK. I was just at his press conference, Nigel Farage, questioning whether or not Lord Mandelson has breached the Official Secrets Act in his discussions, talking about the highly...
Why do we care about what Reform are doing? It's so embarrassing, man.
Democrat leader Sir Ed Davey saying that the alleged passing on of sensitive material is one of the grievous breaches of national security I've ever seen. So that pressure really was coming from all angles.
And let's talk about Keir Starmer and Peter Mandelson and that connection, because God, it'll be ruining the day he ever gave him that job, won't he, in Washington? But he did. And what do we know about why he did?
It's a really good question. And I think it is worth saying, Sheila, as well. Absolutely, he will be ruining the day. So will those.
What do we know about, like, it's so fucking annoying. Again, chat, I'm going to reiterate, yeah? After 4 hours and 15 minutes of streaming so far tonight, yeah? Don't forget, chat, your boy has more insight than Sheila Fogarty and the political editor or the political correspondent of LBC, right? These motherfuckers are paid loads of money. All I'm asking for is $5 from each of you. Yeah, £5, $5, €5, however much it is the equivalent in the country that you're in. Please consider donating to the stream so that I can pay my rent, get food, pay my bills, and not have to rely on universal credit. And if we get to the sub goal, if we get to the dono goal, we will be doing a DJ stream next month. So there's that as a little incentive as well, isn't there? Anyway, yeah. Please consider that I have more insight into this than these two. You know, why did Keir Starmer appoint him as US ambassador? It was because Mandelson gave the Labour Party to Keir Starmer. He helped Keir Starmer absolutely fucking destroy the left of the party. That's why. It was a gift. It was like, here you go, Petey. You helped me fuck everybody over, ruin the fucking chances of everybody in this country to have a better life, and here's your job as a reward.
Around him too.
I think the really important thing to remember about all this stuff, chat, is that, like, in this capitalist system, politicians revolve around money. And that is the simplest way to understand that. And money is lots of different things. It's jobs, it's bribes, it's lobbying money, it's campaign money, it's, you know, help with the rent, etc. Loads of stuff. Loads and loads of stuff. And Mandelson, having the job of US ambassador, has a bunch of benefits, right? They'll ignore anything to serve capital, yes, and their own individualist interests, which are also bred by the capitalist neoliberal system that we live under.
Labour MPs like Clive Efford actually saying to our colleague Andrew Marr yesterday, who was responsible for suggesting that? Who was responsible around you for advising that? So Labour MPs are really concerned about that appointment. But I think it is worth saying, because this point has been made to me, that this is so much bigger than that now. That is an element of it. But, you know, this alleged leaking of secrets from inside government.
Ice Uck at Games. Account created on the 20th of January 2026 says, it's sadly the same in communist countries. Money rules. Shit, dude, you're right. Ah, God. Ah, how can I be so stupid? You're right. I'm not a communist anymore. I'm a capitalist. The stream's over. Yep, that's it. Yep, see you later. Yeah, I guess it's just over. Okay. Just kidding. You're fucking wrong. Fuck you. Fuck you. Long live the memory of the first ever federation of countries with the dictatorship of the proletariat.
Dating back to his time as business secretary and effective deputy prime minister.
I just joined the stream. I was reacting to what he said. Yeah, sure, man.
About that aspect as well, which would have been a massive story even without him briefly being ambassador. But in terms of what happened there, well, the reporting around it suggests that there were people who really were pushing for Peter Mandelson to become the ambassador. Like, for
also,
example,
hi, Catherine. How are you?
Chief of Staff Morgan McSweeney, who we know that they have a friendship, to the point that actually...
Not just a friendship. This is embarrassing. You are the political... This is so fucking annoying, man. You are the political correspondent for LBC. You're saying, oh, Morgan McSweeney and Peter Mandelson have a friendship. McSweeney is Mandelson's protege. It is more than a relationship. Come on, man.
Mandelson to become the ambassador. Like, for example, his chief of staff, Morgan McSweeney, who we know...
No, I just have that tool anyway, Luna.
To the point that actually Peter Mandelson went to Morgan McSweeney's wife's fundraiser when she was a Labour MP. It was a joint fundraiser with a different Labour MP as well. And Peter Mandelson turned up, and the other Labour MP thought that was probably because they'd just been together, but then he was there, so he made a...
Yep. 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 Yep.
speech. But that just
Hey, Gala Mango.
because it points to the
LBC is just like doing
vagina.
Morrigan.
Shout out to Sophie, cause she's lovely.
Yes, definitely shout out to Sophie when you're giving me money. That's crazy. I hope that you shout out me when you give Sophie money on her stream this Friday. Thank you so much for the £20. Thank you so much for supporting the stream, Morrigan. Thank you so much. Yeah, no, they're just getting so much stuff wrong, Garlo. It's just loads and loads of crap. Loads and loads and loads of fucking crap. Terrible analysis, terrible insight, terrible points being made, you know. And you'll probably know this, but Andrew Marr on LBC has been trying to Russiagate this shit massively, and it's fucking ridiculous. He just keeps talking about, like, Russia is the name of the country that people are not willing to bring up. And it's like, no, the name of the country that people are not willing to bring up is fucking Israel.
Of this relationship, but I think that is part of the story.
Wouldn't have expected anything less.
Was appointed ambassador.
Is it possible that Keir Starmer will also rue the day he got so closely into bed, politically speaking, with Morgan McSweeney?
Just like BBC and Sky News, yes.
It's a really interesting question, Sheila, but there are lots of people, and I think Keir Starmer is probably one of these people who wonder whether, had he not been so close to Morgan McSweeney, had he not had Morgan McSweeney by his side, he would not have won the sort of landslide.
Did Epstein ever go to Russia once? I don't think so.
People say to me, the Conservatives lost that election. It wasn't some great political ingenuity by Morgan McSweeney.
But you and I covered the campaign, and it was incredibly disciplined, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah, it was extraordinarily disciplined.
I don't vote, but I'm curious. It's sad to see how you defend your ideas saying fuck you. I wish you a nice stream and try to find communists who are able to have normal talks. Buddy, you watch The Roach and you fucking like, I don't know, man. I don't know what you do. But you watch The Roach and you're in a fucking stream like mine because, I don't know, I've got fucking anarchist and communist in the title, or Palestine or some shit. And you're just like, yeah, man, time to trigger the libs. But you didn't trigger the libs. You just came in and said something fucking stupid. And now you're like, no, you defended your ideas by saying fuck you. I actually defend my ideas by saying I have sex with your dad regularly. Now he banned from the Twitch chat.
They really targeted hero
That's how I do
voters,
it.
as they called them.
That's how I do it.
Thought that they could switch onto Labour. And lots of those...
That's how I defend my ideas.
...were really...
Stalin famously said, I have sex with your dad. All the time. He said it to Trotsky.
Narrow majorities too. So you're right to point that out. That was really disciplined, and lots of people credit Morgan McSweeney with that. I speak to other people, Sheila, within the Labour Party who say, yes, Morgan McSweeney is
put the marketplace of ideas
from it. He's brilliant at campaigning.
But this
He's
is
brilliant
governing.
at NEC. But this
Banging your dad is Stalinism, yeah.
Not the chief of staff when Sir Keir Starmer entered number 10. He was then in a sort of have a look at the next election, see how we can win that. But then, of course...
Hey, Krill with the gifted to 2 old for Twitch. Thank you so much for subbing up 2 old for Twitch. Enjoy your ad-free viewing and your emotes.
Grey happened, she lost her job, and Morgan McSweeney was then put into that job. But I think there are lots and lots of questions, once again, about whether Morgan McSweeney can survive. But as one senior Labour MP said to me earlier, well, if Morgan McSweeney goes...
Making them like
Keir
it is
Starmer goes.
Stalinism,
And I think
that's true.
There is that argument being made, that if Morgan McSweeney
And I'm often
went
doing
over,
that.
because-
As in, I don't mean is it inevitable that either will go, but if one goes, the other will.
That is what a lot of people think, because Morgan McSweeney advises Keir Starmer so closely, and they have this very close political relationship, and it's felt that Morgan McSweeney got Keir Starmer this far by some people, that if Morgan McSweeney goes, then Sir Keir Starmer would more easily face a challenge, and perhaps more easily succumb to a challenge too.
Yeah, probably. That last bit was, yeah, pretty maybe obvious. Here's the content creator that I mentioned before that we were going to watch. This is a 24-minute video. The Epstein files are so much worse than you were expecting. Before I watch it, I'm going to have a wee. Because Alejandro, and while I'm a little sus of what Alejandro was saying about this guy, in that apparently Sam Hyde produced a documentary that he did, if that's the level of engagement he had with Sam Hyde, you know, fine, as far as I'm concerned. I don't know if that makes him like an irony poison neo-Nazi like Sam Hyde, but we'll see. So I'm going to have a wee first, yeah, because obviously I want to make sure that this is like okay content. I will be back very, very soon. Don't go anywhere. I'll leave you with some tunes, okay? Okay? Be right back. All right, chat, I'm back. Let's do it. Oh, he left. Oh, I didn't see where he went. Hey, Ricky Bickies with the 10 consecutive streams. How you doing, Risky Biscuit? What's up? Total pedo decimation. Hey, Grabbar Simpson. If you have the House of Lords, do you automatically get put... If you leave the House of Lords, do you automatically get put in the House of Lads? No, you don't. We don't have a House of Lads. What a name. Yeah, Flesh Simulator. Yeah, it's wild. Let's take a look at this guy's video. Hopefully it's good. Sophie said it was good.
So, unless you've been living in a cave or haven't had access to the internet for the past 3 days or so, you're probably aware that there was a new tranche of Epstein documents recently released by the Department of Justice. And they're terrible. They're really bad. They are so much worse than what I think a lot of people were expecting. Now, let me assure you, you ain't seen nothing yet. Like, it's bad now. It's gonna get worse.
Are women allowed in the House of Lords? Yes.
I think a lot of people were really kind of stunned by the content of these. So I figured I'd make a video kind of going through some of the highlights, if I can use that word, of these files. So I'm going to begin with the two files that have gotten probably the most social media buzz and contain probably the most lurid content, but also are the ones that need the biggest disclaimer. So with this, something that is frustrating that happened is that mixed in with these Epstein files are documents recording tips given to the FBI. Now, a big part of why most of these files took this long to
Only queens in the House of Slay.
Didn't trust the general public with the contents of FBI tip files, as the general public has immediately shown that they can't be trusted with. You see, something that's important to remember about these FBI tip files is that these are by law required to be generated.
I might be code switched too far there. Wait, what?
To the FBI. And
no, only queens in the House of Slay is funny. No, that's funny. That's a good bit. You did a good bit. I love it. It's good.
I think a lot of the claims made in these are being kind of quoted out of context. So,
does being a lord in the House of Lords come with a castle? No. Although some of them do actually have castles.
Like, and I'm not saying that they're wrong. It's just there's no burden of proof for these. Like, these are to be used Like, you need to go and find a way to confirm claims made in this, and then you can extrapolate extra information from the claims if they're proven to be legitimate. These just are not automatically legitimate. This is the FBI report mentioning George H.W. Bush, read chronologically from beginning to end. On Tuesday, August 27, 2019, myself and Special Agent Blank conducted an interview of purported victim of Jeffrey Epstein, as per referral by former FBI Special Agent Blank and journalist Michael Moore, not the filmmaker. The results are as follows. At 1200 hours, a male identified as one Blank arrived at the C-20 office. Blank stated he was unemployed and resides with his mother and her unemployed, morbidly obese boyfriend. Blank stated he has ingested hallucinogenic mushrooms as well as other illicit substances in the past and currently smokes marijuana. That doesn't really matter. Blank reported being raped, and then in parentheses, sodomized by his great uncle since the age of 5 until age 22. Blank described meeting Epstein at a yacht club in state, of which his relatives were members, first at age 5 and later at age 8. Blank states he was raped.
Yacht club, bro. Yacht club. It's just fucking rich people, man. It's fucking rich people. And again, you know, the people who abused me when I was a kid weren't rich, but majoritively, it's gonna be mostly rich people who are doing this shit. You know what I mean?
Sodomized by Epstein in 2000 on a large yacht, 9 out of whatever, as well as by former President William J. Clinton. Blank states the also current President Trump, along with his wife Melania, were present during the said yacht trip in 2000. And then in parentheses, Trump was not married to his current spouse, Melania, until 2005. Blank reports while being raped by Epstein and Clinton, he was in a heavy drug-induced state. Blank reports that all the above incidents were recovered repressed memories until he began therapy.
No idea, Coral Pal. Your guess is as good as mine.
Blank offered no supporting or corroborating evidence or witnesses that could be contacted. Blank appeared to me emotionally unbalanced and not intoxicated. At this time, it is not recommended that any investigative resources be expended concerning Blank's claim. So, that's good to keep in mind. And then following this, I'd like to add a few other points disclosed by the purported victim. While on this yacht, he witnessed African-American males having sex with white blonde females, all of whom were bleeding during intercourse. He was a victim of a type of ritualistic sacrifice in which his feet were cut with a scimitar but left no scarring. On the yacht, he witnessed babies being dismembered, their intestines removed, and individuals eating the feces from intestines. He was also raped by George H.W. Bush.
Okay, the thing about this shit, yeah? Here's what I think about this one bit. The black guys having sex with white women thing, who were bleeding during intercourse, sounds like some racist shit. It sounds like some racist Nazi shit, right? Dismembering babies, removing their intestines, individually eating the feces from these intestines. When I first saw this, I was like, damn, that's fucking crazy. I wouldn't put it past them. But just the first bit is like, it really, do you remember when we saw the guy who apparently phoned ICE, or like phoned an ICE agent to be like, you should end your life and shit like that, right? And that person also said, I hope your wife cheats on you with and has sex with loads of BBCs, like big black cocks, right? It's like, I don't know, man. Like, it just feels a little, I don't know. It just feels a bit fucking weird, dude.
Victim disclosed he was escorted to the FBI building by Michael Moore, who is the creator of True Pundit, described by multiple online sources as a conspiracy-driven news website that attempts to paint the FBI in a bad light. Moore has a criminal record as a result of an FBI investigation, copyright infringement. And then the reply, thanks, Blank. I didn't realize...
Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put the cat cam like that, because the boy currently has zoomies, and what I hope you'll be able to catch is him running around outside the fucking streaming room.
Bush raped him too. okay. So, this is the problem with the FBI tips, right? Because there's a lot of real stuff in these files, but people seem to not be able to really discern the differences. So the next one that I want to get out of the way first, because if I don't talk about this, people are going to be like, oh, why are you running cover? There's like the yellow background things where it's just like cropped statements. This is a collection of tips to the FBI regarding Trump and Epstein. The initial version of it was sent the initial version of it that's been recorded just has the notable names and then the complaint summary. There's a follow-up version, which nobody seems to be posting pictures of, that includes...
Yes, that's also a great point, Ukami. Yeah, they released the files like this for a reason, yeah.
Response, like what happens as a result of these claims being made. Blank reported an unidentified female friend who was forced to perform oral sex on President Trump approximately 35 years ago in New Jersey. Friend told Alexis she was approximately 13 to 14 years old when this occurred. The friend allegedly bit President Trump while performing oral sex. The friend was allegedly hit in the face after she laughed about biting President Trump. The friend also said she was abused by Epstein. Response: spoke with caller who identified blank as friend. Lead was sent to Washington office to conduct interview.
Sorry, did you see him then? He fucking jumped up here on this and then just like flew over there.
Next one.
He's flying around.
Reported she has a friend, blank, who was a personal assistant to Epstein in Florida from 1986 until 1991 or 1992. This friend shared names of some of the guests at Epstein's parties to include Bill Clinton and Donald Trump. Response: 2 voicemails left, no response received. Here's another one. At age 16, while modeling, caller attended 8 parties at Epstein's New York residence. On one occasion, caller reported that she was sexually assaulted by Epstein. On another occasion, her 2 twin brothers, Alan and Orrin, lured caller and her friends upstairs, but they escaped back downstairs. Caller stated that Orrin raped her best friend, and a third brother, Tal, raped a 14-year-old girl named Blank. Caller named other individuals involved in a big orgy party with her, other young girls, and other Victoria's Secret models, including Bill Clinton and Donald Trump. Online complainant reported she was a victim and witness to a sex trafficking ring at the Trump golf course in Rancho Palos Verdes, California, between 1995 and 1996. Complainant reported that Ghislaine Maxwell was the madam and broker for sex parties, clients of whom included Epstein, Robin Leach, and Donald Trump.
I think that this one is these ones are entirely believable, right? Because they're very mundane. And I hate to say that because it's like, do I believe that the thing that other guy was talking about could have happened? Sure, man, they're rich fucking billionaire pedos. Like, I totally believe that something like that could have happened. But when it comes to this stuff, it's like, yep, Ghislaine Maxwell brokered the sex parties. This also is corroborated by other stuff that we've heard about these files. There were some like fucking orgy parties. We've heard about that. We've heard about the young girls, the older Victoria's Secret models. We've heard about Bill Clinton and Donald Trump and shit like that, you know?
Madam and broker for sex parties, clients of whom included Epstein.
No, I've only got one cat.
Leach and Donald Trump.
Blue Rose Moon.
Complainant reported participating in orgies and that some girls went missing, rumored to have been murdered and buried at the facility. Complainant reported being threatened by Trump's head of security there, that if she ever talked of what went on there or what she saw, she would end up as fertilizer for the back 9 holes like the other. Complainant claims to have video of high-profile sex parties dealing with cartels, having witnessed Robin Leach strangle a young girl to death at a party. The response to this: complainant was spoken to and deemed not credible. Additional research showed 3 separate, and then here it's blanked out, but then another one, 3 separate instances of institutionalization for psychological issues. It's frustrating to see those 2 being given the bulk of the actual attention here. Because there's a lot of stuff in these files that is, if anything, worse. And actually from Epstein. All right, let's start going through these. Now, here we go. To blank from Jeffrey Epstein. Where are you? Are you okay? I loved the torture video.
So the torture video one is apparently to Ehud Barak. It's crazy they aren't even investigating any claims from these files in the US. I mean, it's not that crazy because who would do the investigating? It would be the FBI. Who's the head of the FBI? Kash Patel. You know? It's Kash Patel. What did they do with the FBI? They fucking sacked a bunch of staff. And they changed the way that they do stuff. They now do stuff incredibly incompetently. You know?
So just... There's a
True evil is banal as fuck, yeah. Epstein's one thing he offered the world was his willingness to do horrible things to people. He was not an intelligent man, just depraved. Yes, correct, yeah.
Actual malfeasance here. Fun fact, the person that this is being sent to, by all indications, was Benjamin Netanyahu.
Oh, Netanyahu. I thought it was Ehud Barak.
To Kalani Gosh for pointing that one out. Now, I'd like to just take a moment right now to thank Krushiki Supply Co.
Yeah, I never knew about Ivanka Trump being buried in one of his golf courses. That's crazy shit.
For being the one company willing to sponsor this video. They are...
No, I saw the Musk tweet. It was fucking crazy. Yo, I actually need to show chat that if you haven't seen this. This is fucking funny as hell. Chat, this was today. Or like yesterday, really, really late at night. He said, whoever said money can't buy happiness really knew what they were talking about. You should give it away then, man. You should give it away. Sounds like you should give it away. What's his wealth again? $800 billion. He's got enough money to give everyone in the world $100. Money can't get you onto the island at all times, apparently. Yes, exactly. Hey, Zach, everybody please go follow Zach up. Comrade from Down Under. Comrade Musk, yeah. He knows what's going on. He hates trans people because when we do drugs, it actually makes us happy. Hey! Exactly. Exactly. Dude, that solving world hunger thing that he asked about the cost of and then never mentioned again. Yeah, exactly. I mean, that would actually make him happy, though. That's the thing. Like, he just doesn't get that. He would just never get that. Like, he'll tweet this and then he'll just move on and just do more cat, you know? It got violently cold in here. Holy shit. Ricky Bickies with a gift sub to Zach. Enjoy your ad-free viewing and your emotes, Zach. Thank you so much. Risky Biscuit, did you manage to get in the Discord, by the way? Because I think I saw that you joined. And then you didn't do the steps. So let me know if you need some help with that. You know all those media figures saying that being in the files isn't evidence of guilt doesn't change the fact that your soul is fucking tainted just by being near Epstein. Yes, correct. Not a time to check. All right, yeah, in your own time. Yeah. Just let me know if you need any help with it. It's just wild. He built another data center for Grok? Yeah, probably.
Like, maybe the best internet surplus, military surplus company. Definitely the weirdest in terms of the stuff they sell. Great guys, they're great sense of humor. Very, very, very interesting selection. Have you ever wanted a this item? They have this item.
What are these? Kushiki Supply Co.
For being the one company willing to sponsor.
Oh, is this an ad? Oh.
They are really, like, maybe the best internet surplus, military surplus company. Definitely the weirdest in terms of the stuff they sell. Great guys, they're great sense of humor. Very, very, very interesting selection. Have you ever wanted this item.
North Vietnamese Ho Chi Minh trail driver body armor for $630. Bro, that's crazy.
They have this item.
Krishiki white Bereska commando smock. See their TikTok ads?
There'll be a link.
North Korean Navy uniform? Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah, dude. The only company that was willing to sponsor this video selling military surplus from the fucking Imperial Periphery Socialist States.
I'd like to extend, once again, my thanks to Krishiki Supply Co.
Hell yeah.
Krishiki Industries.
I actually might check them out.
Willing to sponsor this video. Now, this one is a tip that actually seems to have more credibility to it. This originated from the Southern District of New York U.S. Attorney's Office and was sent along to the FBI. I got a really strange phone call as a subject line. Importance normal. This guy's name is blank, number is blank, mother's name is blank. So he tells me that he and his mother have been kidnapped several times and brought across state lines because he is the son of a hitman/drug dealer, blank. He did not know that Jeffrey Epstein was one of the men in the group that ordered the kidnapping of him and his mother until he saw his picture in the paper. He was tortured by this group, and he recognized the face in the paper as one of the people that ordered the kidnapping and watched with his very affluent group torture him and his mother and kill his attorney. He reported the kidnapping several times to Special Agent Blank in Orange County, California. Sorry, I have to send you the phone calls I get. Blank, Victim Witness Coordinator, USAO, SDNY. This is more interesting. Now, there are a lot of emails in here referring to pizza.
What's up, baby boy?
In very strange ways. This is one from Roy Hodges to Jeffrey Epstein from Saturday, March 9th, 2013. I wanted to let you know the crew really appreciated the pizza today. Thank you for letting us do that. Roy and Stephanie Hodges. Here you go. This one is from blank, and it's just April 2nd, 2016. A blanked out email address sends an email with the subject line, The Pizza Monster.
Special agent is a victim somehow, since somehow redacted. Yeah, that's so weird.
Include an image and then a shocked emoji and then sent from my iPhone. Jeffrey Epstein replies, she looks pregnant. And then the original sender of this replies later that month, April 26th, you mean radiating a soft glow with the look of bliss and excitement. Yeah, that's the pizza. Here's one from blank to Jeffrey Epstein vacation at gmail.com. Subject, Viru. Attachment, Viru Equity Research Brookline. This is better than a Chinese cookie. See attached. Let's go for pizza and grape soda again. No one else can understand. Go KNO. Go no. Which is a term that seems to recur throughout this. To and from are both redacted. Subject, alert, send pizza to Bobby at 1 p.m. Don't know why they need to redact who that's from. From Daphne Wallace, sent to Jeffrey Epstein. May I bring in your slice of pizza to you? Respectfully, Daphne. 6 p.m. That's an odd email to get. So here's one. So it's just from blank, subject, slicing a pizza, to blank. And it just says hilarious, and then apparently it has an image. This gets...
Does this give ammo to Pizzagate? No. Why? Because Pizzagate was all about saying that that Donald Trump was not involved, and it's all the Democrats, and this, that, and the other, and it's Barack Obama, and all that shit. I don't think this is going to help Pizzagate. I think Pizzagate is kind of done. Bit of Hebrew here in... I don't know if that's got anything to do with anything, but whatever. But also the Pizzagate stuff was just like, you know, they were saying that like it was all done out of the base of that one pizza joint in fucking Washington, D.C., right?
Forwarded to someone else.
And it's like, no, this was happening on an island.
Of Hebrew text.
You know?
It gets forwarded to a guy named Yadin Dudai with subject forward slicing a pizza. It gets forwarded again to Prime Minister Ehud Barak, and Ehud Barak forwards it to Epstein, writing just FYI. Epstein responds to Ehud Barak, former Prime Minister of Israel, funny, equivalent to people that feel that on leap year they get an extra say. Something to remember. The
Risky Biscuit, are you in the chat? Risky Biscuit? Risky Biscuit, if you're in the chat, can you just confirm to me that it is you that has joined the Discord and has just said the secret phrase, please?
Official FBI investigation into Jeffrey Epstein was called Operation Leap Year. So, that seems to be connected. Slicing a pizza. What does that mean? This is from Jeffrey Epstein to Michael Wolff. Achilles heel.
That's you. Okay, great.
Melania, transcript. Melania also focused on dates of porn star before birth of Barron or after. They also now have 2 army people escorting her kids to school. Smiley face. Which is a bizarre email. This one is from blank to blank. That's been redacted. Subject, huge problem. Hi, Ricky. I'm sorry, I know that you were busy, but a bunch of my old emails have disappeared, and they are very important. In my inbox, I have a subfolder named Leap Year, and it looks like everything earlier than September 2007 is now gone. Is there a way to retrieve them? They are now the subject of some litigation, so it's really important. Thank you, blank. Here's one from Jeffrey Epstein to Martin Nowak, who is a mathematician at Harvard. Subject, blank. And then the email just reads, did you torture her? Torture appears to be a recurring theme here. This is from Jeffrey Epstein to blank. How about a hit list for next subjects to ice cream boarding, my version of torture? Then the person he sends it to replies, what is ice cream boarding? Waterboarding with ice cream? I imagine today is torture for you, all the food and talk about food and cooking of food and gorging oneself. Happy Turkey Day anyways. Ice cream boarding? So the explanation that seems to make the most sense that I've seen is that ice cream is used as a slang term for methamphetamine, and this would refer to forcibly overdosing someone with meth, which is like a well-known thing that occurs in types of torture, but here's one. This is a screenshot of Epstein using Skype. He's talking to a contact of his on Skype just called Torture. I am still waiting and watching the melting cheese drip.
Okay, so pizza just means a child to torture. That's what that means. That's what that means. That's just what that means. Hey, Finger, what's up?
Smiley face, sent via BlackBerry. Watching the melted cheese drip to your Skype contact named Torture? Are they melting children? What the fuck? To Jeffrey Epstein, from blank. I give you permission to kill him. He is apparently with blank. He lied to you and he lied to me. Sent from my iPhone. To Jeffrey.
Fucking sent from my iPhone. Fucking sent from my iPhone, man.
Epstein, from Urban Zen. Title, save the date, feed raiser, benefiting the children of Haiti. And then the entire thing is redacted. Whole page.
Oh, man.
I don't know how much you guys know about Haiti, but that doesn't seem good. Same day, Jeffrey Epstein writes, whoops. And then the person whose name, first name appears to be Susan, just because they kind of half-assed the redaction here. No one will lie to you and get away with it from me. No one, whoops is correct, sent from my iPhone. Eva Dubin wrote, Mary Kennedy found dead in her backyard, sent from my Verizon Wireless BlackBerry. Jeffrey Epstein replies, whoops. Here is Jeffrey Epstein sending the leaked Podesta emails to Peter Thiel. Here we go. Here's one. Hello, Inside Edition is asking if Anthony Weiner is expected to testify against Jeffrey Epstein, or if Mr. Weiner has cooperated in any way prior to Mr. Epstein's arrest. Here's one from Daphne Wallace to Jeffrey Epstein, the same Daphne Wallace, actually, that was asking him if she had his permission to bring in his pizza slice. It's just a email to do with basically renovations, but of these renovations, there's 4 picture file names that are completely redacted, which is very, very odd.
They buried someone in a fucking pool renovation, man. What the fuck?
Odd.
That's definitely what that is.
On Saturday, May 2nd, 2009, Blank writes, if you are not too busy, and then sends a video. 1 minute, 6 seconds long. So response, Jeffrey Epstein writes, I watched them all. Please don't send anymore. And then Ghislaine Maxwell sends to Jeffrey Epstein in this email chain, sorry, I have no stomach for even the slightest aggro. I don't have the stomach for it or for any drama, imaginary or real. I'm still fragile off the last one and scared of shadows.
Mental.
Now that's a really ominous thing to say.
I and every normal person I know are also friends with people online who use screen names such as torture, visceral extortion, forced detainment, and basement jail. Yeah, it's true. It's just totally normal, right? So normal.
Now, unfortunately, I regret to inform you that the funniest email in all of these turned out to be fake, which is from Elon, subject, Epic Island Vacation. Hi, Jeff. I was thinking of flying down for an epic vacation.
That's pretty funny, though, dude. I've got to say. Like, that someone knew that it was fake. That someone made this and, like, faked it is funny as fuck. Because it's still got a bunch of people, because it's exactly the kind of thing that Elon Musk would say. Okami says humans. No, not humans. No, sorry. I want to like. I will be clamping down pretty fucking hard on anyone who says this is what humans do to each other. This is the kind of shit that humans do to each other. Humans are so horrible as a species. Yada yada yada. Because no, it's not. You and I are humans. Everyone here in the chat are humans. There's loads of people on this world, on this planet, who don't do shit like this and would never do shit like this. It's not human nature to do this shit. It's capitalist nature. It's rich people nature. You know? The rich are not human. They're just not. This is how capitalism has bastardized, the human experience. And this is how they treat human life, you know?
Blank told me you were planning a party. Girls for the win. I cleared my calendar. What are the details? Thank you.
No, it's not even a you're bad. Like, I understand why people say it, but like, you know, I am always going to use this whenever anyone says it. Whenever anyone says it, I will, like, you know, use that as an opportunity to be like, no. Lots of people don't do this. The majority of people in the world don't do stuff like this. How can they? Well, the reason that they can is because of the way that children are seen in our society, which is less than the life of any other person. Like, children are seen as disposable in our society, whether we like it or not. It's the way that broadly we are taught to see children in various different ways, you know, with like... I don't know, what's the best way for me to... I mean, Gaza is a great example, right? Gaza is a great example. Like, Israel is the epitome of imperialist, capitalist colonialism. And it has unleashed unlimited murder of children on the fucking people of Palestine, right? And that is a damning indictment as to what capitalism, imperialism, and colonialism leads to, you know? I've seen it firsthand. Yeah, most of us have. Most of us have seen the way that, like, children are treated. Even you as a child, even you, me, everyone in this chat as a child, there will have been a point where we will have gone, what the fuck? Why is this the way things are as a kid? And, like, cried about it because it's unfair, right? And a lot of the times you get fucking, you know, told, shut the fuck up. That's what life is. Get over it. Yada, yada, yada. And that's because we're kids. Our opinions don't matter when we're kids, and our voices don't matter when we're kids. You know, there is an a completely underrated. It's not underrated. It's underrepresented idea of liberation as part of what we should be talking about as left-wingers, communists, anarchists, left-wingers, whatever you say, right? That we should be discussing, which is children's liberation, like child liberation, and also the way that we, like, treat children broadly in our society. It needs to change. The way that we think about kids as a society just needs to change. People like this have already existed. We should remember this. Unfortunately, with the great excess brought by capitalism, yeah. Most of us as kids were saying base shit, you know? And it sucks. It completely sucks. But that's why they're able to do it, because that's, you know, these people are at the top of our society in terms of they are in charge. Well, you know, Jeff Epstein was. And I didn't even know how much he was in charge. He was just the broker, you know, to get people, these kids, that they could do whatever they wanted to. And, that is obviously, you know, what you get to do when you're at the top of our society. Do you think there's such a thing as people who are evil? I think there's people who do evil things. I don't think anyone is, no one is born evil, right? No one is born evil. At all. I just think the way in which people are brought up, encouraged to act like, treated, I think that that's what defines someone's morality. And again, if you are brought up to think that money is everything and money is power, etc., etc., then yeah, you're gonna be more sociopathic than other people. You're just gonna be way more sociopathic. I'm interested in what the event was that made Jelaine part from Jeffrey. It's interesting she pushes back at him in that email to not be rude to her. So bizarre she calls herself fragile as she abuses hundreds. There's so many abusers like that, Coral Pal. There's so many sexual predators who do that shit. They often don't see themselves for what they are. They genuinely do not see themselves as, like, what they are. So, you know, it's not that surprising to me that Ghislaine Maxwell was like, she's just having an argument with her boyfriend. That's what's happening there when she was pushing back there. Have you heard about his zombie email account? Nope.
Sir E. And then Jeffrey Epstein vacation to GMAX. Deal with this, thank you. And then from Jelaine, I'm so sorry, Elon, you just missed Jay.
Jeff was probably doing fucked up shit to Jelaine, yeah.
Down the entire little St. James operation.
Absolutely.
Bummer. If it starts up again, we'll be sure to let you know. Now, I initially thought this one was real too. The tone of the writing is really pretty spot on, but no, this is in fact fake, apparently. However, one particularly lurid one that does in fact appear to be real is this one to Bill Gates. Dear Bill, I cannot believe that you have chosen to disregard our...
I don't know about that. There are a segment of the population that have narcissistic personality disorder. I just looked it up at like 1%, but I do feel capitalism adds to that percentage and promotes those kind of people. Okay, I've got to tell anyone who is listening right now, someone who has a mental disorder or a problem that has been diagnosed by psychiatric institutions or anything like that is not an evil person. Yeah? That doesn't make you an evil person. Often, when people have these kinds of disorders, personality disorders particularly, it is because of trauma. And, you know, it can be very, very, very easy for us to pathologize people and say, oh, well, this person had that, so that's probably why they're like that. It's like, well, not necessarily, no. Not fucking necessarily. And it, you know what that is? It's the easy way out. It's the easy way out. And I'm very like, you know, I'm not one of these guys that says, don't say insane, don't say crazy, don't say, because I'm incredibly like fucking someone who has like suffered at the hands of the system of mental health services and psychiatric services in this country, right? So I know what ableism is, and I know what saneism is, and I know it's systemic, and it's not the word that you say or anything like that. But when you like start to say that people who have that kind of fucking like, you know, they've had a diagnosis that says that they're X thing, it doesn't mean they're evil. That's what the system wants you to think. And it's so that you could just very easily forget about that type of person and be okay with them being shipped off to institutions where a lot of these people just die through neglect, right? So that's a really, really, really solid point that I just want to make here. The majority of people who get diagnosed with things like narcissistic personality disorder or borderline personality disorder or antisocial personality disorder or all these kinds of personality disorders are often women, they're often migrants, they're often black people, they're racialized people, they're queer people, and it is a way for society to just deal with those problems in the most brutal fashion, possible, and just fucking sweep them under the fucking carpet. Jeffrey Epstein didn't have narcissistic personality disorder. He had pedophile disorder, right? He had I'm a rich fucking pedophile disorder. I'm rich. I've done all the things that a rich person can do that's exciting and fun. Now I'm going to torture and kill kids.
Friendship developed over the course of the last 6 years. Who decided to discharge me from my job, had Larry, your PR person, tell me that I engaged in morally inappropriate behavior, asked me to be the major actor in a cover-up so that you can maintain the reputation you've worked so hard to achieve, asked me to recommit to be a confidentiality agreement and told me if I need direct on this relationship.
Wait, what the fuck?
Okay, so then here's a big, long, section on what Jeffrey Epstein claims he would have done if he was in Bill Gates' situation, blah, 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 blah. That's what I would have done had I been in your shoes. What I did receive, however, was an unfriendly, strongly worded email telling me how employable I am and I should not look to you for any significant financial help in the future. To add insult to the injury, you then implore me, please delete the emails regarding...
Nobody compelled him to dress as a school, yeah.
I provide you antibiotics that you can surreptitiously give to Melinda and the description of your penis. You also made it clear to me that I am not to refer to blank, as that is another topic that must remain between the two of us. In return for all these requests, which I would have done without a second thought, I am not to attend meetings with Melinda. I should continue to provide you the same level of service and dedication that I have done so diligently until you are ready to discard me in our friendship. Do you know how bad it is to be kind of on Epstein's side in an argument? I have decided to resign my position effective immediately with BG3 and the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. I have not come to this decision quickly or without...
We're not doing that too old for Twitch, okay? We're not doing that. We're not doing that. We're not doing this. Anarchists are bad. Likewise, we're not doing this. Tankies are bad. This is not a place to be doing that, okay? I find that to be one of the most fucking petulant attitudes to have. It is completely fucking unhelpful, right? Especially when you're saying Chomsky got debunked. You know? I've always suspected that anarchism was a plan. Right, well, you're wrong. I don't know what to say to you. I don't know what to say to you. I'm not getting into this. We're not doing that. We're not doing it. You know? We're not doing it. I don't think you can throw the baby out with the bathwater. Just because it was used with the worst intentions in history. You haven't listened to a word I just said, have you? You didn't listen to a fucking word I just said. Tell you what, take a week off and have a think about what I said. Read up on the way in which narcissistic personality disorder gets weaponized against some of the most vulnerable people in society. Yeah? And don't talk to other chatters like that.
Great deal of thought. During the past few weeks, I've been caught up in a severe marital dispute between Melinda and Bill. I have the greatest respect for my friend of 7 years and wish them both well. In my role as his right hand, I have been asked and wrongly acquiesced into participating in things that have ranged from the morally inappropriate to the ethically unsound, and have been repeatedly asked to do things that get near and potentially over the line into the illegal. Though it was kindly suggested that I make a transition to a new position.
Wait, hang on. Whether or not there are people who are just bad does not give us the moral right to treat them less than any other person. How can we punish people for being how they were always going to be? It's incumbent on us to be better than that and be moral people, yes. Coral Pal, you said, I wonder if you'd feel that way from inside the concentration camp. What is happening in chat right now? What is happening in chat right now? Are we taking things out of context? Is it a taking things out of context challenge? You're all taking everything out of fucking context. That is not what Morrigan was saying. Talking about, like, you know, not being punitive to people who have been diagnosed with fucking narcissistic personality disorder is not saying that Nazis deserve fucking levity in what they do to people. Come on! What are you doing? What are you doing? Are we going to start banning people soon?
After my 6 years of servitude, and that Bill would, in his words,
be fucking normal.
I feel it would be dishonest to myself and to my future, from helping Bill to get drugs in order to deal with the consequences of sex with Russian girls, to facilitating his illicit trysts with married women, to being asked to provide Adderall for bridge tournaments, as I am a medical doctor but have no prescription writing ability. What? Asking for Adderall to compete in bridge tournaments? Here's one. Harry Fish. Couldn't wait. And then it's a picture of pizza and grape soda. And then blank. Traitor. Harry Fish. This is a test. What's the name of this cookie? And it's a picture of a cookie. I only remember what the chocolate tasted like. Blank. Harry Fish. Answer is Chinese cookie not made with truffles. The fuck? Here's one.
Wait, what the fuck?
Chinese cookie not made with truffles. The fuck?
Why does he get his gun out? Why does he get his fucking gun out?
Here's one. Susan Hamblin.
What am I missing there?
Wait a sec. This is... I bet that's the same... Let's scroll back up. Yeah, no, that... Okay, that's the person he was emailing about, you have my permission to kill him. So Susan Hamblin writes, I will be sending fresh muffins down with Karina. You currently have 2 steaks left on the island. Would you like new ones? And then as a reply, I am getting more ice creams. We're getting close to the end here.
That's freedom, brother!
Subject line, spoof on chandelier, the video I sent you with the amazing little girl dance. Totally loved it. Pizza party was great. We had a lot of fun. Stayed late. We slept in all yesterday morning. Your night was good? And then, subject, U9 red pizza party. I hope that doesn't mean under 9. Hi Ben, great game today. Wanted to check and see if you might be available for a pizza party next Saturday after the friendly Darien game we were having. It's been difficult trying to find a time. The most
Catherine says there is a content creator who has narcissistic personality disorder and trying to heal from it. The problem is the person needs to want to change, and people with narcissistic personality disorder, a huge majority of the time, do not want to change. We should give them a chance to get better, yes, but when they start hurting people is when action must be taken. Take a week off.
people are available to participate, but it seems the next SAT is best for most.
Why? Why are we being cops? Why all of a sudden, when a thing that you don't like appears in front of you, do you turn into an agent from the Matrix? Why do people do that? Why do people fucking do that in these kinds of communities? Why does it happen? Turn off the cop in your brain. It is not up to us to say action must be taken. What the fuck are you talking about? What in living fuck are you talking about? Who are you? Are you a cop? What the fuck? Insane. Absolutely insane behavior. I do not fucking tolerate talking about people with issues like that in this chat. I don't tolerate it. It's completely insane. Action must be taken. Insane. Completely insane. What the fuck?
Please let me know. Thanks. Blank. And then, yes, that is fine. Can't wait. U9 Red Pizza Party. What is a red pizza party?
Okay. Let's move on. Let's see what Lady Izadad's got to say about this.
Wanting to articulate something about the Epstein files, but like a lot of survivors of sexual assault, I find myself drawing blanks when I try to verbalize what I want to say. And that's exactly one of those extra insidious things about all of this.
Okay, Luna, take a week off. You don't need to respond like that. You don't need to respond like that. What the fuck are you doing? Temperature fucking down. We don't fucking talk to each other like that. We do not fucking talk to each other like that. Can you not hear what I'm saying? Yeah?
People think trauma from such a thing is just what actually happened to you, but a very common side effect of assault is what it does to you mentally and how 10 years later, you can still find yourself freezing unexpectedly on a topic like this. And I think that sort of blankness or muteness that you're forced into is just your nervous system. Unfortunately, trauma doesn't store itself as a neat story that you can recite to others, even when you want to. Since a lot of the times you focus on surviving and not necessarily the narration of events. So even years later, something like this, which I really want to speak on and pull into my educational sphere, can pull me back into some sort of shutdown or freeze. And it's a bit of a reminder to myself and others that you don't just deal with what someone did to you. You deal with everything after as well. People not believing you, people treating it like it was your fault, being called crazy. And all of it piles up until speaking becomes difficult at sometimes the worst possible time. And that's what makes all of this so frustrating right now. People are very much so underreacting, and the people with the most to say are often fighting the lasting effects of what was done to them. And then there's this other layer, how almost no one is surprised. We all suspected, we all knew. So where's...
Yeah, trauma doesn't store itself as a neat story is a great line, yeah.
I think we should expect justice from the United States. But I think you can see how that weighs even more on people. The perpetrators face no real consequence, and all of those children and women are left with no clarity, no closure, and no, tangible empathy. In thinking on this, I think there's also a Marxist lens to the matter, of course, because it's not some isolated individual fringe evil. It's the classic case of power protecting itself. Epstein was protected because of what he was, a rich man, a connected man, and a man inside the ruling class. And Marxists have been saying this for over a century, that the world is divided by power, and power defends itself.
Yep.
Lenin said that the state is a product and a manifestation of the irreconcilability of class antagonisms, meaning that it currently exists to manage society in the interest of that dominant class, the bourgeoisie. Wealthy abusers facing no consequences is the system working as designed. Even Engels said that the first-class oppression coincides with that of the female sex by the male. Misogyny also is welded into structures of class society itself. Women's bodies are another avenue for domination, where power proves it can do whatever it wants. So I really think that the facade of American equality in the international sphere, as it tries to propel itself or uphold itself as this beacon of some kind, better than that country, at least we're not like them. Well, I think it all collapses in moments like this, because we're watching US capitalism choosing not to protect victims or even children. Of course, Marxists have been saying this forever. It protects wealth, it protects men with connections, it protects the ruling class. Our society yet again fails to deliver justice, instead making these things actually permissible to a certain class. And yeah, it's horrible, it's depressing, but it's also yet another very public ordeal that can push the working class together towards class consciousness and united against the bourgeoisie. I think more and more people are seeing that the common enemy is the bourgeoisie, and who has the tools, history, and texts to understand and know what to do. Anyways, what are your thoughts, comrades? Anyone else out there that is comfortable speaking that may have also faced some of the kinds of assault that you're seeing in these files? Let me know if you can relate to what I'm saying.
Yep, she's spot on. Bang on the money as per. Okay, what do we got here? What is this? The Clintons, no, we're not watching that. We're not watching Sneeko and we're not watching Michael Knowles. That's not happening. Okay, let's watch this. A staggering climb down. The Clintons agreed to testify in the Epstein investigation.
Correspondent with more on the breaking news tonight that both Bill and Hillary Clinton have agreed to testify at the House of Representatives inquiry into Jeffrey Epstein.
Yeah, that's Lady Izdihar.
Thanks for joining us.
Izdihar, sorry.
Potentially a really quite significant development.
Hey, Jugesh.
A very significant development, Ben, and a staggering climb down, a complete cave-in by the Clintons.
You've got a massive delay. Yeah, I thought you did.
That they would not testify before the House Oversight Committee, that they didn't even recognize that it had the right to question them about Bill Clinton's friendship with Jeffrey Epstein. They went to the mat, risking the possibility of contempt of Congress charges that almost certainly Republicans, joined by some Democrats, would have succeeded in passing. We know that Democrats were preparing to cross the aisle in sufficient numbers to make that contempt charge stick. And then, of course, they could have been sent to jail, as, for example, Steve Bannon, President Trump's political advisor, on-again, off-again political advisor.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just learning that people don't know who Lady Izdihar is. So, like, let me just real quick drop the link in chat. I guess I just thought that I was the only one who was slow on the uptake. Sorry. I guess it was me that was slow on the uptake, but I thought it was me that was slow on the uptake. So yeah, go and follow Lady Izdihar. She's great. She has a video about how tieflings need a revolution in Baldur's Gate 3. Hell yeah, that's the way. That's the way. Okay, let's crack on with this.
Has been jailed for contempt of Congress. So too has Peter Navarro, President Trump's economic advisor. The Clintons, as recently as January the 13th, in a letter, an open letter to the Republican chair of the House Oversight Committee, said, every person has to decide when they have seen or had enough and are ready to fight for this country, its principles and its people, no matter the consequences. For us, now is that time. Those were the words of the Clintons on January the 13th. Tonight here in Washington, it is February the 2nd, and they have waved the white flag, and they have agreed that they will appear to testify about what they know regarding Jeffrey Epstein on a date still to be determined by the House Oversight Committee. That is going to be an extraordinary circus on Capitol Hill, a remarkable moment.
This guy's loving it, isn't he? He's absolutely fucking loving this. You parasite scumbag.
Former president of the United States threatened with contempt charges to come to Capitol Hill to testify before a committee for the White House.
Hey DJ, yeah, he's tenting, yeah.
But the White House tonight, that suddenly the Klieg lights of the Epstein files release will be shifting once again to Bill Clinton.
Thinks this is his big break, yeah.
Nothing in any of the documents that have been released, barring.
Hey Audra, how's it going? Everybody, please go and show some love to Audra Rains. How are you doing, Queen? Are people really surprised that billionaires are pedo monsters? I think like a lot of people are. A lot of people are like, I don't think that they're surprised that it's the billionaires who are doing it. I think that they're surprised about the brazenness. You know what I mean? The brazenness of which they were speaking about it with each other, the way that they were open about their fucking operations and shit in their emails and stuff. They thought they would never get caught and all that stuff. I think that's the main thing that people are sort of like shocked about. But I think that this hack in particular is like loving it. This is like his bit. You know what I mean? Finally, the Clintons have decided not to be despicable pieces of shit, apparently. Yeah, now do Trump, Gates, Musk, Bezos. Yeah, I mean, you're asking the administration to investigate Trump, right? You know, they're asking... with that ask, it is literally like, yeah, the administration should investigate itself. And this is what they're doing. That's what they're doing right now, you know? I pretty much always assumed rich people were super creeps. When you can buy anything in the world, why not add people and children to the list? Yeah, no, sure. I think most of us have thought that. Like, I just think, again, it's just like the, you know, it's the brazenness, isn't it? It's the way that they're talking to each other, innit? Because they're talking to each other like actual movie villains. They're like, I love the torture video and I love the, you know? I probably watched too many weird horror films. Nah, you haven't watched enough, Audra. I know the score.
Photographs in which Bill Clinton is seen alongside Epstein and alongside women whose identities are redacted by the Department of Justice. Absolutely nothing to suggest criminal activity by former President Bill Clinton in terms of his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. But for the Republicans, this is a massive victory, especially given that Democrats on the committee were preparing.
Why should the law matter to me when I can buy the judge? Yeah.
Of Congress charges against the Clintons.
So I fully appreciate no date's been set yet. Would you expect this to happen quite quickly now? Because obviously there's going to be a huge amount of speculation and anticipation. Or is this something that's going to take months to actually...
Yeah, that's right, Philippe. They speak like it's natural, yeah.
I think the Republicans will want to get them up on Capitol Hill as quickly as possible. And I think it's also important to underscore, Ben, that the Democrats are on the defensive over Jeffrey Epstein, because there have been many voices here, perfectly justifiably, saying, given that we've now seen these 3 million documents that were released last Friday...
Once you get to a certain level of wealth and power, something changes inside your brain, yeah.
...of the Biden administration, why was there no apparent effort to put any of the documents in the public domain, or even any...
I think it's more than that, though, Reality Bites, because in order to get to that wealth, you already have to have turned that part of your brain off, right? If anyone hasn't read or watched Berserk, I would highly recommend it. It's one of the best animes out there. It's fantastic. And it's a great example of the way in which power corrupts, right? Because one of the main characters in Berserk is offered the chance to get everything he's ever wanted, which is liberation from the peasanthood, the peasantry of the medieval world that he lives in. And he's offered this path from a bunch of horrible, evil demons. And these demons basically say, you can have this. All you have to do is kill a bunch of people. That's all you got to do. You just got to continue. You've already killed a bunch of people to get here because you're the head of a mercenary band. These people have died in your name, you know? You know, in order to get it, he makes a choice, and yeah. It's a pretty good story, but that's what happens. Like, you know, you will get to a certain point where you've earned a lot of money and you've done, like, it starts with this, chat. Here's how it starts. If you are at a job and you are going for a promotion, sometimes what some companies will do is they will pit you against the other candidate. So there might be 2 candidates for this promotion in the short list, and you might know that candidate, and they might be your friend, and they will ask you if you are willing to fuck them over. right? They'll do shit like that. They'll be like, would you do this to this candidate in order to win? In order to get this position, would you do this? Even though it means that this person has worked for 10 years, you know, they've gone for this promotion before, they might not get it again. Are you willing to, like, take this position and ruin their ambitions, right? They'll ask you that kind of shit, and they want you to say yes. And so when you get that promotion, that's how that happens. You already start on that journey of throwing people under the bus to get what you want, to make your life better. You know? So it kind of starts that way. If you want to run a business, the only way that you make money is pay your staff less than you. That's it. You want to fucking run a business, you want to fucking get dough, pay your staff fuck all. And then the costs of running the business, you know, are the highest thing that you have to pay. And then, you know, you could say to yourself, well, now whatever we make as profit, that's all mine. Individualism draining, yeah.
Being evinced in talking about Jeffrey Epstein. It wasn't that long ago that the former Speaker of the House of Representatives, Nancy Pelosi, late last year was...
Well, obviously, I'm being reductive when I say this, Okami. So, like, yeah, you can run a co-op and you can all share in the profit of, like, a co-op business. And that is far more ethical than any of that stuff, right? So, like, yeah, there are ways to, like, have a business and run it, and that would be running a cooperative business where basically every single member of staff, doesn't matter what work they do or whatever, they get paid for the profit that the company makes on a sort of, like, equal basis. So you all have, like, a share in the company. You have worker democracy because you're all on the board, right? And these companies only ever, like, you know, they're gonna be like sort of small to medium-sized businesses, you know? But, yes, the unethical part of it is that they have to participate in markets. That's right, Steph, yeah. Best job I ever had was where the manager got sacked and we sorted things out for ourselves for 2 years.
Continuing to insist that all this discussion about Jeffrey Epstein was just a distraction and that the country shouldn't allow itself to be dragged into all of this. And then, of course, the Democrats realized that public opinion was shifting, which is why they very eagerly backed the law that President Trump had to sign late last year, requiring all of those documents to be put into the public domain. Now, of course, the Democrats accusing the White House of a cover-up, but the Republicans to...
Ocean Spray is the world's largest co-op? Get out of town.
The ball was in their court, and they've managed to lob a volley past Bill and Hillary Clinton and force them to head up to Capitol Hill for that testimony.
And the more the sort of other, you know, high pro...
Oh my God, it is a co-op. That's crazy. What the fuck? That's so interesting. I did not know that. Oh, wow. That's crazy. The co-op voted to replace its 15-member board with a 12-member board that would be more responsive to the needs of smaller growers. Alright, so, like, what? They don't... I don't think it's... Is it Mondragon in Spain? If a co-op gets too big, it moves from direct democracy in the workplace to representative democracy in some places. Yeah, that's the first thing that I noticed here. They're talking about having a board and they've got like hundreds of members and it's like, how does that work? How does that fucking work, you know?
Powerful associates of Jeffrey Epstein do agree to sort of speak up and face questioning. So, I mean, where does that leave the likes of Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, maybe even Peter Mantle, those who have already been asked to testify and who quite possibly will be asked to testify in the weeks and months ahead, and so far are either refusing to do so or outright ignoring the requests?
The largest worker co-op is Mondragon. Hey, Litty, what's up?
pressure piles on them as a result of this. I mean, once the British public, let alone the American public, have seen the images of Bill and Hillary Clinton arriving on Capitol Hill, and you know, that's a very public area for them to be walking through. I mean, they may get taken through an entrance at the back, but they'll still ultimately have to walk in and out of the hearing room, and, they will be besieged by photographers and possibly also by members of the public who will get a chance, perhaps, depending on the rules of engagement, to attend those hearings. I mean, that just mounts further pressure on people like Lord Mandelson and Andrew Mountbatten Windsor. We know that the committee definitely wants to hear from Andrew Mountbatten Windsor. My presumption is that given everything we've all learnt about Peter Mandelson...
Oh, this guy has a towel to wipe up his own drool,
The committee will be very keen to hear from him as well, so pressure mounts on them.
I've just finally a slightly different matter to ask you about. Donald Trump's plans to close the Kennedy Center arts venue where you are in Washington, D.C., named, of course, after President John F. Kennedy. What's the latest on that, and why has that kind of caused such a political row in Washington?
Well, we now have some fresh news on that from President Trump. Remember that suddenly, yesterday...
Would it be too much for me to say that people directly implicated in the files should be hounded in the streets?
2 years for refurbishment from July...
I mean, they should be hounded in the streets already because they're vile billionaire scum, right?
...the 4th onwards.
But they don't go in the streets. This is the thing. They don't go there. They don't do that stuff. They get private jets everywhere and helicopters and taxis and shit, you know?
After...
limousines.
Every single artist and performer that has been booked to appear at the Kennedy Center refused to appear after Donald Trump put his name on the building. And
wait, what? Oh my God, I didn't know this. This is so funny.
2 years for refurbishment from July the 4th onwards. This after virtually every single artist and performer that has been booked to appear at the Kennedy Center refused to appear after Donald Trump put his name on the building and started calling it the Trump Kennedy Center. There were suggestions that the president was planning to knock it down like he's done to the East Wing of the White House. Tonight he has told reporters that he won't be tearing the building down. He said, "I'm not ripping it down. I'll be using the steel." So we're using the structure, we're using some of the marble, but when it's open, it'll be brand new and really beautiful. So it sounds like he's planning to take it all the way back to the raw steel and then basically rebuild it.
The Kennedy Center is going to become the Trump Center, Simon, isn't it? That's the way this is headed.
Exactly. I mean, that will be the ultimate suspicion, won't it? That suddenly it will be a different building entirely, and he'll
That's so cool, dude.
Trump Center and kiss goodbye to the Kennedy name altogether.
You couldn't make it up at this point. Simon, thank you very much.
Wow. That's crazy. Hey chat, do you like lefty commie Brits? I reckon you do because you're in here, innit? You know what I mean? You're probably a fan of left-wing communist anarchist Brits. Well, I've got another one for you. And her name is Helena, aka No Justice MTG. And we're going to raid her because it's the end of my stream. That's right, it's the end. And we're going on a raid. Is Russian mob real estate money laundering buddies get to wreck another US landmark? Neat. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I hate Brits, but I love lefty commie English mules. Hell yeah, Dan, you know it. Yeah, we're going to go raid Helena. She's streaming right now. She's streaming Question Time. I think she does it every Thursday when it's on with Kev. I think she might be doing it with Kev. I'm pretty sure she is. I will be back next week. But before that, I will be back on Sunday with Marcus, who you will probably know as Struggle 4 on Twitch. He's going to be talking about organising for Cuba on Red Planet this Sunday, 8 p.m. UK time. Check out the links in the chat. Grab them there. Head to the Twitch channel and follow. Head to the YouTube channel, subscribe. And yeah, we're going to have a great time interviewing him, talking about organising to help Cuba. So make sure you're there for that. I will be back, as I said, on Monday. Check out my socials, check out my YouTube channels, check out my VOD channels. All the VODs are there. Yes, also Sophie will be streaming tomorrow as well. Don't forget to check out my friend and comrade Sophie from Mars. I spelled her name wrong. Okay, the raid's happening. Most of you know Sophie. Okay, I shout her out all the time whenever she's in here. I'll be back tomorrow. I'll be back on Monday. I'll see you there. Thank you for all the subs. Thank you for all the donos. Thank you for all the raids. I'll see you later. Goodbye. Stay excellent to each other. Mwah. Peace, 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 peace.